Okay. Oh, so there's 5.
Recording in progress.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Clerk, please start the time, or the meeting time. So I hereby call the closed session meeting to order. This meeting is taking place via in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Present.
Councilmember Lopez,
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza. Here. Councilmember Peñalosa,
Present.
Councilmember Fan,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Here.
and Mayor Sarmiento will be coming in late. Thank you.
Would any members of the council like to take this time to announce their abstentions?
Thank you, Councilmember Lopez. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for closed session items?
We do not, and we didn't receive any written communication.
Fantastic. I'll go ahead and adjourn the council to closed session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
vas a olvidar. Yo he tenido tanto temor. ¿Para qué vas a olvidar? Si solo quiero tu amor. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Quiero darte todo, 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 todo tu perdón. Pero sé de amar, corazón. Yo sí sé de amar, sí sé de amor, corazón, corazón. ¿Para qué vas a seguir? Entiéndeme, yo te amo. Y luchar por una vida que vale la pena, eso es amor. Entiéndelo, amor. Y yo tengo perdón, yo te tengo perdón, te tengo más que eso. Yo te tengo amor, te quiero dar todo lo que tú quieras. Sé de amar, corazón. Sé de amar. Eres mi corazón, eres mi corazón. Yo te quiero dar amor, entiéndelo. Te quiero dar mi perdón. Sé de amar. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Es el alma que me dice que te siga.
han caído los esquemas de mi vida.
¿Para qué vas a olvidar? Yo he tenido tanto temor. ¿Para qué vas a olvidar? Si solo quiero tu amor. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Quiero darte todo, 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 todo tu perdón. Que no sé de amar, corazón. Yo sí sé de amar, sí sé de amor, corazón, corazón. ¿Para qué vas a seguir? Entiéndeme, yo te amo. Y luchar por una vida que vale la pena, eso es amor. Entiéndelo, amor. Y yo tengo perdón, yo te tengo perdón, te tengo más que eso. Yo te tengo amor, te quiero dar todo lo que tú quieras. Sé de amar, corazón. Sé de amar. Eres mi corazón, eres mi corazón. Yo te quiero dar amor, entiéndelo. Te quiero dar mi perdón. Sé de amar. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Es el alma que me dice que te siga.
esquinita de mi hueso, que han caído los esquemas de mi vida.
qué vas a olvidar? Yo he tenido tanto temor. ¿Para qué vas a olvidar? Si solo quiero tu amor. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Quiero darte todo, 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 todo tu perdón. Que no sé de amar, corazón. Yo sí sé de amar, sí sé de amor, corazón, corazón. ¿Para qué vas a seguir? Entiéndeme, yo te amo. Y luchar por una vida que vale la pena, eso es amor. Entiéndelo, amor. Y yo tengo perdón, yo te tengo perdón, te tengo más que eso. Yo te tengo amor.
Recording in progress.
Mayor, the meeting is being recorded.
Great, thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me go ahead and, number one, apologize to everybody for getting started a little late and call this regular session of the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order for April 19th, 2022. Let me go ahead and begin by just reciting a little bit of housekeeping here. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public can access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. And as usual, please bear with us as the technology may interrupt the flow of the meeting. And I'll go ahead and ask the clerk to call roll, please.
Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Lopez.
Here.
Present. Present, Madam
Thank-
City Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
Present.
Councilmember Peñalosa. Councilmember Peñalosa, roll call.
Present.
Thank you. Councilmember Fan,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Here.
and Mayor Sarmiento.
Here. So before we proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to ask the clerk to go ahead and recite some of her comments before we get started.
Thank you, Mayor. To request to speak on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, please dial *9 from your phone or click the button labeled Raise Hand from Zoom at this time. Please do not comment on public hearing items 29 regarding the Community Development Block Grant Program and item 30 regarding the general plan at this time, and wait until the mayor opens each public hearing item before proceeding to raise your hand virtually. When unmuted, please announce your name and ward or neighborhood that you reside in within the city of Santa Ana for the record. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to go ahead and call on Councilmember Mendoza to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and then if you'll all please remain standing, we're going to have Police Chaplain Bob Barnett lead us with some words of inspiration.
Thank you. Please place your right hand over your heart. For any military personnel, you may salute our flag. Ready, begin. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Lord God, I want to thank you for this evening and the opportunity just to open in prayer and ask that your presence would be here. We're so grateful, Lord, for our community. We're grateful, Lord God, that you tonight will display your wisdom and your favor and your blessing through our city council members and our mayor and our community as they share. And Lord, we're thankful for the things that you have done. We're mindful tonight, Lord, there are those that are going to be honored for their achievements or their service to the community. We ask blessing upon them. And we, Lord, always are mindful of our first responders. Those of our men and women, Lord, that are in law enforcement, those that are in the fire authority, those that work in our hospitals. And Lord, we thank you always. In the name of the Lord, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Police Chaplain. If I can have Dr. Ana Jaime Jimenez from the Orange County Children's Therapeutic Arts Center and Jose Luis and Gloria Hernandez from El Grupo de Autismo Ángeles OC join me here at the I guess we call it the well. So. So good evening, everybody. It's my honor and my privilege to present this proclamation for Autism Awareness Month. And so for those of us, I think, here in the city, I think we know we've done this recognition in the past, but I think, for me, I want to, just reflect a little bit on, my wife, my better half. She is a disability rights attorney and represents families with children who have different disabilities, whether they're developmental, whether they're psychological or cognitive, and many of them are autistic and on the spectrum. And so this is special because it's her life's work, and I think it's important for us to take a moment to reflect on how important it is for us to make sure that the rights of those who do have autism in their family themselves, that we support them, that we make sure that we are all supportive of the efforts to make sure that there are services, resources, and help and compassion. So in the spirit of Autism Awareness Month, I would like to present this proclamation to the Orange County Children's Therapeutic Arts Center and to El Grupo de Autismo Ángeles OC. By recognizing these two organizations, I hope to raise public awareness, acceptance, and inclusion of individuals with autism and the myriad of issues surrounding the disorder, as well as an increase in knowledge of the programs that have been and are being developed to support individuals with autism and their families. OCTAG is the first and only organization in Orange County offering unique programming that combines the arts, academics, and creative therapies to help people realize their highest capacities. OCTAG was founded with the purpose of providing arts, education, and therapy to children with special needs and has been serving the Santa Ana community for over 22 years. OCTAG has transformed the lives of many students with autism through the arts programming that bring them joy and a vehicle for self-expression. The students at OCTAG with autism have excelled in various arts disciplines such as music, art, dance. Students like Cesar Galvan and Roberto Reyes have even earned state certificates in music with the support of their amazing staff at OCTAG. Grupo de Autismo Ángeles is the first Latino support and educational group in Southern California dedicated to families who have a child with autism on spectrum. Grupo Autismo Ángeles proudly hosted an annual community outreach event at the Santa Ana Zoo for community engagement as well. Due to the global pandemic, the organization had to put a pause on their events for the past 2 years. This has been difficult as an organization to not have an event that has meant so much to so many families for over 2 decades. This event provides families with the opportunity to visit the zoo for free, enjoy great food and snacks, learn about being oriented and community resources. Children with autism, their siblings, and families enjoy age-friendly activities. So we want to take a moment to just recognize these 2 organizations, and they're reflective of so many other organizations, but so many other families that have made sure that they provide support and resources to their children, to their family members, because we know that having a special needs child is a gift, right? And it's a responsibility, and it's something I think that we all as a community need to make sure that we support. One of the things I wanted to do today is bring both of these organizations here because they symbolically represent so much of what's good in our community when it comes to providing support to children with autism and with special needs. I've seen the work that Dr. Ana Jimenez-Jami has done over at OCTAG over the years. I met her early on in my career as a new council member, and I've been really just a fan and somebody who just applauds the efforts that she does with her staff and with all the members there. And I've gotten to know Jose Luis and Gloria over the years with El Grupo de Autismo Ángeles OC. And for them, they represent a segment of our community that are sometimes monolingual Spanish speakers, sometimes immigrants, sometimes undocumented, and they don't have access to resources. So to the extent that the regional centers throughout the county are able to provide support, those families really don't have any place to go and sometimes feel lost. So El Grupo de Autismo Ángeles really is that liaison, is that connection, is that way of those families being able to access vital resources. So I've been honored to be a witness to both those efforts. And again, as my wife's done this work, and it's been her life's work, it is very important to me that we not only celebrate this month and be aware of how important the concerns are to this community, but that we support it. And one of the things I want to mention before I recognize the 2 groups and hand the proclamation to them is to say that we as a city can do better in providing jobs for people with disabilities. And I think it's something that I will hope that we'll continue to make some success with. And I know that we are going to have some funding that's going to come for summer employment for our youth. And I think we have to be aggressive in making sure that we find children who are autistic, children who are special needs and who have disabilities, and bring them into our municipal government, teach them, and give them a safe environment for them to excel. And work with our private sector partners to be able to absorb that as well. I think it's a community's work, I think it's all of our work, and I think we're going to be better for that. So with that, that's going to be my pitch, and that's going to be my goal in the last few remaining months as mayor, to make sure that we do better with our community of families with disabled children and disabled siblings. So with that, let me go ahead and bring these proclamations. And so I'm going to hand one off to each. And I want to say a little something in Spanish because we have so many members of our community that are Spanish speakers and monolingual Spanish speakers. Estoy bien orgulloso de estar aquí frente de ustedes representando estas 2 organizaciones que han dado tanto servicio y obra y tarea para elevar las necesidades y el apoyo para los jóvenes y niños con autismo. Sabemos que los papás tienen una tarea mucho más complicado. Y sabemos que lo hacen con cariño, lo hacen con un amor, pero quiero que sepan que lo hacen con el apoyo de nuestra comunidad. Y yo como alcalde, y yo como alguien que estoy casado con mi esposa que ha dedicado su vida a dar servicios a las personas que tienen niños con necesidades especiales, tengo el orgullo de proclamar este mes aquí para Autism Awareness, pero queremos que hagamos mejor. Podemos emplear, podemos ayudar, podemos dedicarnos a integrar a los jóvenes con autismo aquí al gobierno municipal y al sector privado, y eso va a ser mi tarea en mis meses que me quedan aquí como alcalde. Entonces, let me go ahead and give the first proclamation here to Dr. Ana Jimenez-Jami, who I'm proud to call a warrior in this space, but I'm even prouder to call my friend. Dr. Ana?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Of course, it's an honor for us to receive this, and thank you for remembering how important that mission is to us at OCTA. And I wanted to introduce to you and to the community one of our most outstanding students at OCTA, Roberto Reyes. I'll let him say a few words if that's okay.
Of course.
Hello, as Dr. Ana has said, my name is Roberto Reyes. I am a student at OCTAC. I was diagnosed with autism when I was about a year old. Growing up, it wasn't really easy with a disability, you know. I was pushed away, I was neglected, and it's been rough. And OCTAC has really helped me grow so much with their programs. You know, it's a very welcoming community. They're very open, and, you know, they don't care if you have a disability or not, you know. As soon as you walk through the doors, they're like, hey, we know you're different, but that's okay, because you still matter. And to know that we are getting recognition that we need is just amazing. And Dr. Ana, along with so many people at the center, has helped change so many lives and so many families. I know she has done that to me, and it's just really an honor to be a student over there. Thank you.
You know, I brought him with me to the center. He did not write this. It is totally improvised. He's amazing. He is gifted. He plays 4 different instruments: piano, violin, viola, and harp. Amazing. And he's an incredible actor. So I just want to say thank you, Roberto, for coming to the center. He's been coming to the center for 15 years. He has another brother too with autism, Jesus, and he's also beautiful. But he was taking classes at the center, so I couldn't bring him. I just brought Roberto today, and I told Mom, I promise after the proclamation we'll leave quickly because he has to go home, eat, and all this stuff. So I'm sorry, Mayor Sarmiento, I'll have to escape right after. But thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Thank you, council members. It's an honor to be here, and we will continue to do this work because the community needs us, and just like this beautiful group too. Thank you, thank you. Oh, yes, we have 2 big events coming up. 5 de Mayo, May 5th, our community partner celebration, and in downtown Santa Ana. And May 7th, we have a beautiful Santa Ana Latin Jazz concert in partnership with the city in the Santa Ana Art Walk. So please, totally free, open to the community. Everyone is invited. El 7 de mayo tenemos un evento grande de jazz, Latin jazz. Los músicos son increíbles y es totalmente gratis en el Santa Ana Art Walk. Están todos invitados a las 6 de la noche. ¿Ok? Gracias.
Déjame invitarles aquí a la pareja de Ángeles de Autismo aquí, que vengan a acompañarnos con unas palabras. Gloria y José Luis, por favor.
Gracias. Buenas tardes a todos. Es un privilegio estar aquí representando a todos los niños con autismo, las familias principalmente, que son las que llevan un autotrabajo. Nuestra misión por más de 23 años hemos ayudado a nuestra comunidad de habla hispana a proveer servicios, trayendo profesionales a nuestra organización que nos eduquen y que nos den las armas para que nuestros hijos puedan tener una vida independiente, porque esa es la meta de cada uno de nosotros como padres, que el día de mañana ellos puedan vivir independientemente. Y hemos ido a Sacramento también a apoyar leyes que puedan ayudarles a que ellos puedan surgir y hacer sus metas, alcanzar sus metas y sus objetivos. Gracias y estamos aquí para servirles.
Thank you very much, Mayor Sarmiento. Thank you. We really appreciate this. I got to tell you something about when we started 24 years ago, it was being diagnosed the number said about it was 1 for every 5,000 children has been diagnosed with autism. The last number, the current number, it's 1 for every 44 children. They've been diagnosed with autism. So do you know the necessity for, to help us, especially for our Latino community? Grupo Autismo Ángel is being served through the Senana and also the Orange County. So we try to just help as many families as possible. We really, it's I don't know, my wife is it's the heart of this. We call that Ángeles, Grupo Autismo Ángeles, because we believe, like the Mayor Sarmiento say this, it's a blessing for us. The little kids, they're angels. We've been chosen to have this, a kid with autism. Our son Edson is 26 years old. He's almost 27 years old, 6 feet tall. It's huge. But something I just want to say about we need to the community, the Senana, to give provide jobs to our kids. It is important to include them. It is crucial. Our son has been working 4 years. It's after graduate for school in their former school at Portview. So it's amazing because he loves to just have their own money. Like Robert said, it's okay to be different. It is okay. So let's be inclusive. Thank you very much, council members. Thank you very much, the art and culture committee, to their donation. And also we have our picnic June. It's June the 4th. It's in the Senana Zoo. It's 10:30 to 3:30. If you want to join us, because that's you're gonna see it, not as any the kids as a file, but you're gonna see the real person, the real people who's amongst our community. Thank you very much.
Invitados todos a nuestro picnic anual. Paramos por la pandemia, pero gracias a Dios y gracias a los apoyos que hemos tenido. Vamos a tener nuestro picnic y están invitados todas las familias. Pueden decir que vienen al grupo de Autismo Ángeles. Es gratis la entrada y van a recibir atención a los niños, tienen juegos, actividades. Igual y ponemos también cartelones acerca del autismo, porque tenemos que educar aparte de nuestras familias también a la comunidad. Pueden ser también bienvenidos sus familiares y amigos para que así ellos aprendan cómo deben de ayudar a conducir a las familias que tienen un niño con autismo. Muchas gracias.
All right. Let's make some noise for both of these groups. So the last thing I'll say is we now have a busy agenda. We've got a Cinco de Mayo jazz concert and a lot of things to do, and go visit the zoo. Please support these groups. Please support all the families that do some incredible work with the autism community. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. If we can have Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, who's already down there, and invite Roger Eyes, Crisel Mendiola, and Fernando Olivares to receive their certificates of recognition.
If I could, if I could have Roger and Crisel join me up here. Well, join me up here. Well, tonight I was hoping to honor three. I know that one would not be three artists who have helped enhance the beauty and vibrancy of Santa Ana through their art on our city's utility boxes and murals. These artists are Roger Izar, Crisel Mendiola, and Fernando Olivares. Their artwork is displayed throughout the city, and it's a fine example of how amazing our art community is right here in Santa Ana, and how they help stimulate and foster the creation of arts and cultural experiences throughout Santa Ana. So I'm going to go into a little bit about each of the artists. So I've got Roger here with me today. Roger was raised here in Santa Ana, and he's a founding member and lead artist of the award-winning Santa Ana Community Artista Coalition, whose community murals are spread across our city, including his Life in the Golden City utility box mural right there on 4th and Main Streets, right there in the heart of downtown. Also in downtown, he's got the historical Santa Ana timeline depicted in the alley right there between 3rd and 4th Streets. Now, Roger cites Tex Avery of Looney Tunes fame and Sergio O. Cadiz, whose concrete relief mural is right on the edge of City Hall here when you go on the south side of the building. Beautiful, beautiful mural. He cites both of those individuals as early artistic influences in his career. I was hoping to see Crisel here. She's a fellow Filipino. Crisel actually created the mural Sunflower Power 2 that's over on one of our wonderful fitness courts over at Lily King Park, and I'm very proud to say down the south side of town in my ward. It is a beautiful mural, and in addition to that mural, she also did one of the utility boxes with the same theme of Sunflower Power. She's also been featured in mural festivals in Long Beach and Hawaii. And last but certainly not least is Fernando, whose utility box artwork can be found at Bristol and MacArthur. My dog Stanley Pup and I walk by it every morning, or at least almost every morning. And he's also painted the beautiful mural that many of us have seen when we go down First Street past the Blue Lot for Victoria Barrios. It was an amazing unveiling. I want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Hernandez, for putting that together along with the family. It was a very touching experience, and the artwork, the murals is so beautiful, and that was a creation of Fernando. Now, I got to meet Fernando at that unveiling. Unfortunately, we lost Fernando to Texas, but what I'm very proud of the fact is that in the short time he was there in Texas, he brought that Santa Ana artwork with him, and he won the Dallas Art Battle competition barely when he first got there. So I'm very proud of that. So on behalf of the Santa Ana City Council, I wanted to thank each of the artists for what they do for our city, for their creative and wonderful artistic contributions to that. And with that, I'd like to So Roger, on behalf of the Santa Ana City Council and the City of Santa Ana, I wanted to present this recognition to you and thank you for all that you've done.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. I love it.
I'm trying to get away this time here. I guess I have a few things I'd like to say. Just thank you guys. Good evening. I'm the artist Roger Izar, and I want to thank God, my family, and the community, and the city. My talent, support, and opportunities like this, it's a privilege to make art for a living, but it's an honor to connect with the residents and neighbors of my hometown through art. Hola, mi nombre es el artista Roger Izar, y le doy gracias a Dios por mi talento, a mi familia por el apoyo y a la ciudad por estas oportunidades. Es un privilegio poder ganarme la vida por medio de mi talento, pero un honor poder conectar con mis vecinos y comunidades de mi ciudad natal por mi arte. Gracias, y los invito a mis dos proyectos que voy a tener este fin de semana y también en el Art Walk, que es Semilla Seeds y Cara a Cara. I'd like to invite you guys for my next two projects. I have one this Saturday named Semilla Seeds, and for Art Walk, Face to Face. Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Ed.
Oh, Roger. Don't break it.
Thank you for that presentation, Mayor Pro Tem. Let me go ahead and go to Councilmember Lopez, who's going to be making a presentation to the Southern California Coalition for Occupational Safety and Health, declaring April 28, 2022 as Workers' Memorial Day.
Okay, so are the folks from Southern Coalition for Occupational Safety and Health here? If so, please come on up. Pásense. Sí, por favor. Ay. Okay. Hi, everyone. So today, the City of Santa Ana declares April 28th as Workers' Memorial Day and encourage residents, workers, unions, community and faith-based organizations to help us raise awareness and recognize the importance of advancing safe and healthy workplaces. And the origins of Workers' Memorial Day coincide with the 1970 passage of the Occupational and Safety and Health Act and the creation of the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, also known as OSHA, on April 28, 1971. And the act states that every worker has the right to a workplace that is free from recognized hazards that are causing or are likely to cause death or serious physical harm. And so, SoCal COSH is founded on the principle that workplace injuries and death are preventable. And accepting this proclamation today is Silvia Hernandez from the Southern Coalition for Occupational Safety and Health, as well as a lot of family and friends and colleagues of loved ones who have passed away due to preventable workplace hazards. And, just very quickly, I want to share a very short personal story that my dad, he gets up to work every day early, very early in the days, and at his workplace, he unfortunately did have an accident that could have been preventable. And fortunately for my family, he did not pass away, but it was an accident that rocked my family. And so this is really important to me. And I want to thank all of you for the work that you do in advocating for Santa Ana residents, but just any Californian out there that really needs somebody to help them find their voice and really help them with the legal process as well. So thank you. Silvia, would you like to say something? Yeah, actually. Or anyone?
Actually, thank you, Jesse. We really appreciate this. We want to get the attention of the people, of all employers, that the workers' lives matter. So we are working hard to train the workers every day, but we also want the employers know about we the workers have our rights too, and we want them to be responsible to have work sites safe and healthy for us. We want to return home to find our families okay too. So this is Luzma, who is gonna say a little bit of words to you.
Gracias a la ciudad por
Gracias a la ciudad por este espacio, por reconocer a los trabajadores, gracias a la organización como trabajadores como Silvia, organizadores como Silvia, que apoyan a los trabajadores. Quiero compartir un poco de mi historia. Soy trabajadora de restaurantes. Sé que es una de las industrias más impactadas por el COVID-19 porque no tienen los espacios grandes las cocinas para como tener la seguridad. Sé que ahí hay mucha problemática en cuestión de seguridad pública, seguridad para los trabajadores. Entonces sí me gustaría hacer la petición a la ciudad que hubiese más oportunidad, hubiese más atención a las necesidades que sufre esta industria. También como he experimentado lo que es el robo de salario en esta industria, sé que también esto afecta muchísimo a la salud porque esto genera que muchos de los empleadores no provean seguro de salud a sus trabajadores y eso los mantiene aún más en riesgos, ¿verdad?, de no poder atenderse en cuestión de su salud personal. Perdí a uno de mis hermanos por la pandemia, por no contar con un seguro de salud completo, médico. Entonces, sí pido, ¿verdad?, esa parte de poner más atención a los trabajadores, porque todos aquí somos trabajadores. Todos tenemos diferentes necesidades, tenemos diferentes beneficios, pero en especial los de cocina han sido muy afectados en esa pandemia y sí pido como esa atención para poder apoyar y no sigan perdiéndose más vidas.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm just going to quickly read some of the names of the folks that are present with us today. Mariana Angeles, who's a domestic worker, Marcos Barrera, who works in construction, Griselda Martinez, who is a housekeeper, Nancy Jacobo, who also works in a restaurant, Luz Maria Martinez, who also works in a restaurant, Josefina Duarte, who works cleaning stores, Iris Duniga, who's a domestic worker, helping people with disabilities, Israel Maldonado, who works in the assembly line for Kingspan, and Raimundo Castrejon, who also works in the assembly line for Kingspan, Joel Hernandez, who works with like sewing, Saraí Arperio, who works for Latino Health Access, Alexis Teodoro, who works with the Tenayuca Labor Project, Julian Posadas, who's an organizer for Smart Local Union, Manuel Gonzalez, who's the director regional for Smart, John Murphy, who's also an organizer with Smart Local Union, Eddie Sanchez, who's the lead organizer of the England Empire Southern California Coalition of Occupational Safe and Healthy, and Silvia Hernandez, who just heard from today. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Council Member, for that presentation. Let me go ahead and call on Council Member Mendoza for the next presentation to Micaela Andrade for her outstanding contributions to the community. So if Micaela is out there in the audience, if she could please join us up here on stage, I guess.
Good evening, residents and dignitaries such as the young lady who I am going to recognize today. Her name is Micaela Andrade, and she's probably the tallest person here tonight, right? That's because of this wonderful award that she's getting, so come closer. So this is Micaela Andrade. What I'm presenting her today is a recognition of, a certificate of recognition. But it's not just a certificate. It's not a piece of paper. It's an incredible pathway to the success that she's going to have as a community, as a resident here of Santa Ana, because she is already, at the tender age that she is already exhibiting leadership qualities that we so much need here in the City Council. And I will be glad to step aside for you to take my place. You ready? Excellent. Well, let's first start by, why don't you hold this so that you can show everyone over here and come closer. And I am going to just tell the public all the wonderful things that you've done. And think about as I'm telling you this, think about all the possibilities that are gonna come. You're just beginning in your leadership position as a strong, smart, beautiful, and incredible part of our community here. So do that, and I will come back and sit there and listen to you and make these fabulous changes for our city and bring back so many services that we need, especially where you come from in the Logan neighborhood. Micaela Andrade. Today I welcome a young lady from the Logan neighborhood. Her name is Micaela Andrade, and she is an 11-year-old fifth grader. She's attending Santiago Elementary School. Micaela's mother and father, Christy and Michael Andrade, are raising her to value her neighborhood and participate in keeping it clean. Because it doesn't mean just keep it clean from litter, but keeping it clean from all aspects of the negativity that comes into a community. That aspects are security, graffiti, and just having a neighborhood that is bonded, that is cohesive, and that they work together to make their neighborhood, Logan neighborhood, a wonderful and beautiful place, and a place that Micaela is very proud to live in. Growing up and seeing her grandfather and father involved in caring for their neighborhood, this is what inspired Micaela to become involved in her community. Listening to the stories of her late grandmother, Chepa Andrade, has also had a positive impact on Micaela's upbringing. Micaela is athletic, and she loves to play soccer, one of my favorite sports. Can you tell? She is very warm and a caring young lady, and it is her goal to be a veterinarian when she grows up. Like many members of her family, Micaela understands that by participating in cleanups, she can create immediate results, just as we have seen in the Logan neighborhood. Cleanup events facilitates making changes in attitude, in behavior, and encourages the adoption of practices such as recycling, which is so important for our Mother Earth, that can have a profound effect on waste management in our community. I applaud this young lady's involvement in her community. She is awesome. She's my hero. Perhaps one day she will be taking my place here on the City Council. With much pride and honor, I would like to award Micaela Andrade with a certificate of recognition, Keep Neighborhood a Clean Award, and I thank her for outstanding contributions to the community, and I encourage her and challenge her to continue on this feat to make Santa Ana one of the best cities in the entire Orange County. And we're not going to stop there. We're going to make Santa Ana a model city for the entire state of California. But wait, we're not going to stop there. We're going to make Santa Ana one of the model cities where everybody wants to live, and the entire United States of America would want to live in Santa Ana. So we're going to need some incredible housing, clean neighborhoods, safe neighborhoods, and much more services. So you have a big job to look forward. Are you ready? Yes. All right. We're going to applaud for this young lady, but why don't you say a few words?
Hi, I'm Micaela Andrade. I am so glad I got this award, but I didn't do it for the fun of it. I did it for my family, my community, and my grandma Chepa.
Thank you. I want to give Micaela a very special present that she will forever treasure in her young life, and she's going to come back and bring it to me when she's on City Council. Here is a very special, genuine, original, specially designed City of Santa Ana mask. Thank you, sweetie. I love it. Keep up the good work, okay? And you too. Okay? Good job. Okay.
So thank you, Councilmember Micaela. Don't go yet. So can you bring her up here, back here, because I see her grandfather and her dad in the audience, and I see them here. Let's give them a big round of applause. And I've known Frank Jr. for many, many years, and and the family, the Andrade family, for many years. And they told me that she wants to be not just a councilor, she wants to be mayor. So why don't we sit her down in this chair for 1 second, and let's take a picture of her while she's up here. All right, so let's give it up for Micaela. And so no pressure, Micaela. So you're going to be finding yourself up here soon. But thank you, everybody, for indulging us. I mean, it's not often that we get a chance to celebrate somebody who has just such a bright future ahead of her, and we all have our hopes with her as well. So let me call on Councilmember Phan for the last presentation that we're going to be doing this evening, and that is for Vietnamese Heritage Museum, declaring April 30th, 2022 as Black April. So if anybody is here to receive that, if you can please join the council member up here on stage.
Madam City Clerk, next time put me before the very cute young girl. Hi, welcome. Hi, everyone. So today I'd like to issue a proclamation declaring April 30th, 2022 as Black April. For many of you who don't know, April 30th is known as Black April, or in Vietnamese, Tháng Tư Đen, or also known as Ngày Mất Nước, which means the day we lost our homeland. It is a day to lament and reflect upon the fall of Saigon and of South Vietnam, which took place on April 30th, 1975. This event marked the end of the Vietnam War and the beginning of the diaspora of Vietnamese Americans, Vietnamese Australians, and Vietnamese across the globe. In the spirit of Black April, I would like to present this proclamation to the Vietnamese Heritage Museum, also known as Viện Bảo tàng Di sản người Việt. Yes, I said it right. Accepting the proclamation today is Châu Thuy, President and founder of the Vietnamese Heritage Museum. The Vietnamese Heritage Museum is a nonprofit 501c3 based here in Orange County. They are dedicated to the preservation and exhibition of not just Vietnamese heritage, but Vietnamese refugee heritage. I myself am a Vietnamese refugee. My mom was 9 months pregnant with me when she and my father fled Vietnam in 1987 and landed in Thailand and gave birth to me 3 weeks later near a Thai refugee camp. I came here when I was almost 2. And the preservation of Vietnamese refugee heritage is important because almost 50 years later, there exists very little, there's not very many museums that keep track of these photos, these artifacts, the oral histories I myself have very, very few photos of myself as a child. So the mission of the Vietnamese Heritage Museum is to search, collect, preserve, interpret, exhibit, and educate all the testimonies, art, and artifacts that document the history of refugees, those who fled Vietnam after the war, and to educate, inform, and share our heritage with others. On behalf of the city of Santa Ana, thank you for honoring us with your presence tonight, for all that you do to help us remember the lives lost during the Vietnam War era, and to hope for a more humane and just life for the people of Vietnam. Thank you. Would you like to say a few words?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Vietnamese Heritage Museum, we would like to thank you, Mayor, and all council members for recognizing this opportunity for us. And especially council member Thai Viet Phan and her staff. It's an honor for us to receive this recognition. Santa Ana is the first city in California the Vietnamese refugees set foot. So I hope someday the museum will be built here in the city of Santa Ana. Besides recognize the city council here, I also thank you, Director Brian Sternberg. We've been working with Santa Ana Library for past few months, and we've been helping, and they've been helping us to support us, during the time that we don't have the office yet. So again, I would like to thank you, and hopefully someday our mission is to educate the next generation about the Vietnamese heritage, and also the journey of council member here and myself as both people. So we hope that someday we continue have the museum so people can come in and learn about, why after the fall of Saigon in this month 47 years ago, that's why we are here. So again, thank you very much for the recognition.
And before we forget, since we're all about promoting events tonight, the Vietnamese Heritage Museum is having their first annual gala on Sunday, May 1st, 2022 at Santa Ana's very own Bowers Museum. So you definitely can check this out. There's going to be, I believe, a documentary film, some commentary, and an exhibit for you to check out. I will be inviting my mom, my aunties, and of course I will be there with Joe.
Thank you very much. Another event coming up is at the main library in main library Santa Ana. We will have the book launch for one of the gentlemen from Hong Kong. He have the book and he took all the refugees came to Hong Kong back to 1975, and he have all the photo, and the book will be presented at the main library on May 14. So I hope to see all of you there. Okay? All right, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, council member, and thank you for that presentation. That's the last of our council presentations. Let me go ahead and turn it over to the city manager so she can give us the COVID-19 update.
Thank you, Mayor. So tonight for your presentation, Daisy Perez, assistant to the city manager, is going to do the presentation, and we're focusing on the recovery efforts, which are it's a long, exhaustive list of everything that we have been working on under your leadership.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. Santa Ana and the Greater Orange County region continues to improve, a nod to residents being mindful and following public health guidance, as well as the wide availability of testing and vaccines. This presents us an opportunity to focus on how we are expanding our resources to recover from the pandemic. To that end, you will notice our COVID updates will incorporate elements of Revive Santa Ana, a comprehensive pandemic recovery initiative that is funded by the American Rescue Plan Act and spearheaded under the leadership of the mayor and council. So, as you will remember, there's 5 spending categories that make up the Revive Santa Ana initiative, and I'm going to go through and highlight several of these programs that are up and running. And we have made significant progress on our COVID recovery efforts. I'll be highlighting a few of those for you this evening. One of those is our COVID-19 emergency response through Orange County Fire Authority. So since July 2021, the Orange County Fire Authority has responded to over 470 COVID-19 calls for service. This makes up about 2.5% of their total calls. And you'll see there's been a significant decrease in calls for service since the last surge in the winter months. There's also been a bus shelter sanitization program that was recently completed. Over 588 bus shelters in the city were cleaned and sanitized over 7 times. This is about once every 3 weeks. Also, through Revive Santa Ana, the Public Works Maintenance Division was able to increase staffing levels to ensure high-traffic pedestrian and bicyclist areas are maintained and cleaned several times a week to ensure the timely removal of trash, debris, green waste, and personal property. Enhancements of such efforts will inspire the public to engage in safe and healthy activities such as walking, biking, and other outdoor activities. As you can see on this map, since January 2022, when the program launched, over 4,000 locations in the city have been cleaned by 4 crews of 3 staff members each. And each crew covers about 4 miles in the city each day. And you'll see these blue areas on the map. Those are our qualifying census tracts or our focus areas for the Revive Santa Ana program, where these efforts are concentrated. There's also over $29 million that's been allocated towards direct assistance programs, and staff has been working very hard to get these resources out to our community. One of those is our rental assistance program. We've distributed almost $26 million, and now staff has pivoted towards recertifying all of the families that have been previously assisted to pay off the remainder of their rental arrears and provide an additional 3 months of assistance. And we want to thank our staff, our 8 service providers, and the Orange County United Way for all their work and effort to administer our emergency rental assistance. Over 3,000 households in the city have received assistance through this program. We've also launched our food distribution programs. The council awarded agreements to 5 service providers throughout the city. One of those includes United Across Borders. They recently held a large food distribution and community resource fair at the Santa Ana Zoo, pictured in this photo, and we're excited that there's now food distribution opportunities for our community 6 days a week. We also have some exciting technology programs available through our local library. One of those includes Appy Hour at the instead of Happy Hour, and this is to teach seniors how to use apps on their phone. And they're really excited and are seeking additional programs. I guess they really like this, and Brian and his team are doing a great job. They're also providing programs for youth as well. One of those includes the X-Stream Lab for students in grades 4 through 6 to learn about various STEM programs. And there's also robotics programs that the library has launched that are funded through Revive Santa Ana. Additionally, there's funding that's been allocated towards various youth violence prevention programs. Of that, $264,000 was allocated to the Santa Ana Police Athletic and Activities League, or PAL, as some of you may know it as. And there's some exciting programs that the PAL is doing through Revive. This includes 4 new youth sports teams. I'd like to present the Santa Ana Ladybugs girls softball team, the Bumblebees girls softball team, the Santa Ana Winds running club, and the Sluggers boys baseball team. They're also building a batting cage, getting turf for the sports complex, and adding additional staff. You'll also see several additional items come before you on May 3rd for an additional $2 million of investments towards youth. There's also over $20 million being invested in various public health and safety programs, and a lot of these are currently under development. We're excited to make significant progress on these, especially the upgrades of various park restrooms and the addition of a public health plaza here in our Civic Center. One of those exciting programs is our SMART team, which is currently active. For residents that are looking to call our SMART team, the community line is 714-242-3706. And since the inception of the SMART program, SMART has made over 773 contacts with individuals experiencing homelessness. And of these, SMART is case managing 253 individuals, and they've exited over 102 individuals off the streets. We also have significant investments to our downtown, including our parking structures. One of those is additional security measures that were in place. So Patrol Solutions LLC was selected to provide security guard services in downtown Santa Ana. Security services include a street legal cart and a security truck. Security officers will be uniformed, and the back of their shirts read public safety. The main objectives of the security is to serve as positive ambassadors with excellent customer service to downtown Santa Ana stakeholders while deterring illegal behavior, responding to urgent matters, and working in tandem with our police department. Okay. And then to administer all of these programs, there's just over $1 million that's been allocated to various contract management, accounting, and compliance. There's also been dedicated staff through our Human Resources Department to allocate a lot of these programs, and we're excited to share that many of these positions have been filled, and staff is actively working on continuing to launch a lot of these programs. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that presentation. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council to see if there are any questions or comments on the presentation. Let me go ahead and start with Mayor Pro Tem, then Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Daisy, for that presentation. I wanted to ask about specifically the SMART team. Is that currently a pilot program here in Santa Ana?
I'm not sure I would refer as a pilot program. It's up and running and funded.
I mean, this is something that we've just started, correct?
It's new. It's a new experience. We've never done this before. So in that regard, it's a new approach to addressing homelessness on our streets.
Okay. It was advertised as this program that was meant to be the alternative to calling PD.
Correct.
And, I have to tell you, I feel foolish having promoted this program to folks because it has not worked so far. I mean, I'm just going to flat out say it. It hasn't been working. I've got folks that have called in that have waited hours for somebody to come out. By that point, the person that they're trying to connect to the services has become disinterested and walked off. These folks end up turning around after, literally an hour. They go and call police. And my understanding with this concept is to get folks not to contact police so that they can focus on, or the police can focus on other issues not related to the homeless. But it's something that concerns me. And I know that we're going to be looking at funding for this program as we go forward. So I think there's some major concerns, not just from myself, but from the community about whether this program is truly working. And so I would like staff to come back with more about this and what you guys are going to do to improve the responses. Because again, they're worse than the PD responses on priority 5 calls at this point.
Well, you are correct. It is a diversion from utilizing emergency 911, but I welcome your feedback. And I know Daisy did mention some of the stats in the presentation. They have had contact with over 700 individuals and have exited over 100 off the streets. It's challenging to do so. If you go out on any calls with them, they can't force services upon people. So it's really about engaging with the individual to try to convince them to avail themselves to services. So all of their visits would not necessarily result in an individual being removed from the street. So if you're thinking, or the community is under the perception that immediately a homeless person will no longer be on our street. It doesn't work that quickly. But I would like to discuss with you further on improvements we can make.
I appreciate that, and the last thing I'll say is that it's not about an unrealistic expectation. These are expectations that when they call, somebody will show up. It's not a matter of whether they will have this person removed from a particular location. It's just when they call, they expect a service, right? And that service is not arriving. I've actually called myself a couple times, been very disappointed. Other folks have called and relayed to me that they were experiencing similar results. And to quote Mark Twain, there are lies, there are damn lies, then there are statistics. And so while the stats sound great, what people are seeing, it isn't happening.
Thank you. Councilmember Peñalosa, then Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento, and thank you, Ms. Daisy Perez, for that presentation. Very detailed for our community members to comprehend. One of the questions that I had in regards to the, I believe it was the sanitation and cleaning part of the presentation. I just want to get clarification. I know that a majority, bulk of these funds, when it comes to the rental assistance, the gift card giveaways that we did, the direct stimulus, those were done to the census qualified areas. For the sanitization and prevention program, the deep cleaning, is that also just isolated to the census tract blocks?
There's two different programs. One was the bus shelter sanitization. That was for all of the bus shelters in the city. And then the deep cleaning through our public works maintenance contractors, that is specific to the QCTs, or the qualifying census tracts.
Okay, because I'm looking at slide 7 that you presented on here, where it shows the detailed map.
Correct.
Where most of the sanitization and prevention is isolated to the downtown census tract area, east side, which is fine, but what do we, when it comes to this, do we just ignore the rest of the city? Because currently, downtown to me looks like a mess, aside from the streetcar. So I just want to know where our efforts are at, if they're just isolated to downtown and our downtown looks the way it is, why are we ignoring the rest of the city per this map?
So through the Revive Santa Ana program, or really the American Rescue Plan Act, there's several restrictions that we have. So in order to make this program eligible, we had to focus it in these QCTs. But as you remember, with the new trash contractor that's coming on board, they'll be able to provide these services throughout the entire city.
Okay, so even though it's not direct assistance to residents, and it's just deep cleaning of our streets and sidewalks and facilities, we're only restricted to use it in these qualified census tracts?
Correct.
Okay. It's, I know it's per the federal guidelines, but that just doesn't sit well with me, because we do have a city that we all pay, a lot of tax dollars into the federal government and the state. And if I'm a resident anywhere else in the city and my sidewalks and streets aren't getting the quality of cleaning that residents in downtown are, I'd be upset. I understand the direct payment assistance and rental assistance to qualified census tract, but just cleaning in general, I would hope that we find ways to make sure that is spread evenly throughout the city.
We will do our absolute best. We are using consultants and getting legal advice when we spend these dollars, because there is audit provisions and reporting provisions and clawback provisions. So we do seek the advice and try to use it to the best extent that we can for the entire city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Lopez?
Thank you, Mayor Sorrento. I had similar questions regarding the sanitation cleaning sites that I saw on the map provided to us, but you answered those, so thank you for that. I'm assuming down the line we're also going to get another report that is going to detail, apart from what you're presenting today, how the other money is being spent?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, thank you for the presentation. Let's move along to the public comment section of the meeting. So this will be the time and place for those of you here in person and those of you virtually to address the members of the City Council for any items that are on the agenda or not agendized as well. You will have 3 minutes to go ahead and address the council. And please, you don't need to give your specific address, but let us know if you live in the city, and if you do live in the city, what ward you reside in. I know we have some members of the public that are on the phone and virtually, and we have about 42 cards here of people wanting to speak and address us on mostly the fireworks items. So what I'm going to do, just to make sure we have a lot of people that, have to get back home, have to, and those of you that are younger have to go back to do your homework. If you can, you're going to be given 3 minutes, but you don't need to exhaust the 3 minutes. I would suggest if we can, compress that time into 2 minutes. That way we can hear from everybody and everybody has a chance to speak. So if it's okay with the City Council, if we go ahead and maybe compress the time, given that we do have quite a few speakers that want to address us, and we want to make sure we hear from everybody. So if you can, we can limit that to 2 minutes, Madam Clerk, just so we hear from everybody. Let me start with the first person, Doug Gillen, followed by Brian Kay, followed by Frank Andrade Jr.
Good morning, Council. My name is Doug Gillen. I've lived in Santa Ana since 1952. I am a current resident of Wilshire Square. I've lived there over 40 years. I am chairman of the Board of Trustees for Santa Ana United Methodist Church, and I am also the chairman of our Fireworks Committee. Our church demographics is very unusual in that we have a large immigrant group in our congregation. We have members of our Cambodian fellowship who've escaped the killing fields in Cambodia. We have Pacific Islanders, we have Filipinos, we have a large group that also speaks Spanish. And a lot of these folks have not graduated from high school, and their aspirations, their goals for their children are to graduate from high school and then go on to college. Now, obviously, in social economics, they don't have those kinds of funds. So our church has stepped up, and we have set up a scholarship committee for the use of our monies from our fireworks sales, and we've been giving out $1,000 scholarships for our students. Last year we handed out 18 scholarships, and in those scholarships we have some of our students now who are enrolled in some very serious programs. We've got kids that are involved in community colleges. We also have kids who are graduating from we've got one young lady who is graduating as a master's degree in international business or international affairs from Long Beach State. And these young folks would not have those opportunities if we did not have the fireworks funds that we've got. And we find this is a very good way to go about our business. And I just would like to call your attention to your own visions and mission statements in your here. And it talks about the investment in youth in your vision and also in your mission statement to deliver efficient public services in a partnership with our community. And we're trying to do that. So please reconsider this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Brian Kay, followed by Frank Andrade Jr., followed by James Sorto.
Happy day. Thank you for serving. It's been about 10 years since I attended a city council meeting here in Santa Ana, and I want to say the security detail, the police officers, and the clerks have all made me feel very welcome. Tonight I really want to thank Councilmember Jonathan Ryan Hernandez for taking one of the first steps in building a community. He actually went out and spoke with the police officers in the course of their job in an attempt to make a stronger, healthier communication process and give these officers the opportunity to do a better job. I believe that 90 to 98% of your officers are good and they want to do a good job. I want to thank you also for remembering me and greeting me the other day. That was most impressive to anybody who thinks that these council members are not paying attention. It's been 10 years since I've seen Vincent Sarmiento and he remembered me. I've given you both name plaques today. Please don't take that down from anyone else. You've interacted with me, and you've, in a sense, inspired them. Today, or this month, Benjamin Ferencz turns 102 years old. He's known for Never Again and for standing up for the idea that physical violence is never an acceptable tool to silence political adversity. He's also quoted as saying the law must be applied equally to all people, police and leaders, and for saying never give up. Now, I'd like to thank you for bringing autism to the forefront. If you're wondering what Benjamin Ferencz was talking about, he wasn't just defending Jewish people. He was defending the mentally ill, the disabled, people with different religious viewpoints. The Nazis actually had a team that went through their own population in Germany and exterminated over 1 million people simply for being disabled or having a different religious belief. Again, please, thank you for your statements. Thank you for your work. Happy day.
Thank you for those comments. Frank Andrade Jr., followed by James Sorto, followed by Sean Knight.
Hello, my name is Frank Andrade Jr., Mayor. Good to see you, council members. I am the senior commander of the Royal Rangers at Templo Calvario Church. We are a faith-based mentoring and scouting group. We serve the inner city boys of Santa Ana. We serve the boys that come from broken homes, single-parent families, and they have limited funds. Thank God we're able to provide them uniforms, merit patches, and which they earn, and we go camping and do different activities with them. 100% of our income, of our budget, comes from fireworks. If we remove the income from us, where will we get this money? Please don't do this to our boys. Please don't do this to the boys of Santa Ana. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. James Sorto, followed by Sean Knight, followed by Tai Fujimono. I apologize for that pronunciation.
Good evening, Mayor Sarmiento, council members of Santa Ana, and everyone here today. My name is James Sorto, and I'm a part of a karate organization called Tekken Jutsukan Karate Do. We are a 501c3 nonprofit organization centered in Santa Ana and will be greatly affected by the decisions made here today. We are for safe and sane fireworks because our students are predominantly children from Santa Ana. This program helps sustain our organization by helping the children of Santa Ana pay for tournaments, equipment, space to practice, and etc. This is an essential and integral part of our school's finance, which all goes to benefit the children. Furthermore, it helps foster a positive environment for the kids where they can learn, grow, and make mistakes. Ultimately, by banning fireworks in Santa Ana, you're not only robbing these children from financial support that these kids desperately need, but a memory that will give fruition towards a positive impact to the community of Santa Ana. I speak from experience in such a way that I could have been a totally different person. But because this organization was around and instilled positive values like discipline, compassion, and responsibility, I'm the person you see here before you today, an aspiring educator of Garden Grove with the dreams of helping the community of Santa Ana in memory of all those role models that helped me achieve my successes in life. Our organization doesn't stand alone. There are many athletic organizations and churches and other groups that depend on this program for the financial support. Therefore, we humbly ask that the City Council keep fireworks legal in consideration of the children of Santa Ana. Please acknowledge our plea, and we hope you don't ban fireworks. This is really important for the community and will greatly affect many organizations that depend on this program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sean Knight, followed by Tai from the Samoan Church, followed by Maria Lua.
Hello, my name is Sean Knight. I've been a resident of Santa Ana since 2015, and I live in Ward 2. Just right off the top, I'm the band director of the Saddleback High School Marching Band and Performance Ensemble. I'm in charge of about anywhere, depending on the year, 50 to 75 students, as well as the Saddleback High School Beginning Band. Fireworks make up about 95% of my entire band budget. Without it, we won't be able to afford, without the money we make from fireworks sales, we won't be able to afford instructors, equipment, transportation, uniform care, competitions, basically everything other than a few songs we can afford a year from our district budget. It also pays for instrument repairs to help the upkeep of our songs and equipment as well. I really feel like removing booths is the wrong way. Removing fireworks is the wrong way to go about the issue of fireworks in Santa Ana. I've been told countless times over the years through students about the importance of band and the importance of the activities we do, the performances we do with the marching band and students, and how it's changed them, and it's the most important part of their school day. And by removing 95% of my budget, my program will suffer, and these kids won't get to do as much as they do now, and they won't get to have just a truly important high school experience as marching band provides. And I honestly don't know what I'm going to do without the money, so please, I hope you reconsider and keep supporting arts in the Saddleback Band. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ty, followed by Maria Lua, followed by Veronica Rojas.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ty Fuimono, and I represent the First Samoan Congregational Christian Church in Santa Ana. And we 100% strongly support the fireworks. This is one of the main fundraising that we have for the upkeep and general expenses of our church. And most of the time, we do serve the homeless. There's one homeless house here in First Street, the House of Hospitality, that we serve and help those people out. And sometimes we go on the street and help the homeless. So having this firework fundraising, it really helps our church to give out to the community and update and help us, raise our church. Our fundraising comes from the families. It's donations. So donations means from the families. We raise our families, and we also serve the church as well. So these fireworks, we 100%, please help us keep this. I also thank you for giving us the opportunity to have our fireworks here in Santa Ana, and also for continuing on this year. And we strongly reconsider, please give us the chance to continue on this fundraising to go on, because it helps us and helps the community too. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Lua, followed by Veronica Rojas, followed by Samuel Rios.
Good evening. My name is Maria Lua, and I am part of the Centurion Cheer Boosters. As you know, cheer is not looked upon as a true sport in our community. It's looked as just a recreational thing. Unfortunately, the funding from our school district is very minimal, if any. Our uniforms are very costly, and the funding where we get it is from the fundraising that we do once a year, which is the fireworks. We truly need this money. Our girls need the money. We come from a very, very, non-rich area. So whatever we can actually fundraise for these girls is what we're going to be using for the uniforms. So I would greatly appreciate it if you keep fireworks going for us. It's our only fundraising. Thank you.
Thank you. Veronica Rojas, followed by Samuel Rios, followed by Veronica Garcia.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Veronica Rojas, and I'm here representing Northeast Santa Ana Little League. And I'd like to bring to your attention for you to reconsider the firework ban. It's our number one fundraiser for the league. These past couple of years, during COVID years, if it wouldn't have been for this fundraiser, our league would not be there. We couldn't, of course, do any other form of fundraising, chocolate sales, pancake breakfast, other things that we've done to keep our league afloat if it wouldn't have been for the fireworks sale. With the loss of the fireworks, we have seen also an increase in our field cost reservations. It's almost more than doubled in the last year. So that is an increased expense that we've had. If we lose our firework funds, we would have to increase our registration fees as well, which would also make it difficult for a lot of our community members to register their kids, because not multiple families is more than just one child, and it's hard for us to afford and bring those children out to the fields. So I'd like for you to please consider that. Come out, watch the kids play, and see how they enjoy themselves, so we don't lose these kids out to the streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Samuel Rios, followed by Veronica Garcia, followed by Estela Salas, followed by Donna Casanova. Samuel Rios, Veronica Garcia, Estela Salas, followed by Donna Casanova, followed by Teresa Flores-Wig.
Good evening, Mayor Sarmiento and City Council. I'd be remiss to say that my full name is Estela Salas Sarmiento, but it often is fumbled, and so I decided not to include that, but I can say I was in good hands this
You
evening.
didn't think I'd pronounce it right?
Yes,
right?
yes, you did. I am not a resident of Santa Ana, but I have volunteered in the karate organization for over 2 decades. I would say that I helped be James Sorto, who he is today, and earn his black belt. So I am here, and I want to tell the story of the importance of our nonprofit organization. Imagine that you're a person, ages 5 to 95, who dreams of learning karate, but have little to no discretionary funds. Your dreams to learn would end as soon as you would know and discover that it costs anywhere from $150 to $200 a month to be in a karate class. However, an organization like ours has provided this opportunity largely in part by being a nonprofit. If you ban the selling of legal fireworks, you will cut off the lifeblood of organizations like ours, organizations that provide experiences not typically possible to those we serve. The funds generated in these 3 days provide a year of sponsorship for our community. To ban the booth is to ban these types of life experiences, life-changing opportunities for our community. Please help us continue to help kids in the community of Santa Ana by keeping the fundraising opportunity through the sales of legal fireworks. Thank you.
Thank you. Estela Salas, followed by Donna Casanova, followed by Teresa Flores-Wig, followed by Vanessa Terrazas. Estela Salas? That was me. Oh, I'm sorry. Donna Casanova, followed by Teresa Flores-Wig.
Hello, I'm Pastor Una Casanova, and our church is in Ward 5, part of the Church of the Nazarene. And the fireworks booth is in, we cannot do what we do without the funding from the fireworks booth. It goes to our children and to our youth. Every single person here, every single program represented tonight, we are all invested in the training and the creation of the leaders of the future here for the city of Santa Ana. The money that we fundraise doesn't just go into the lives of these children and this youth, it goes back into the city, back into the community, helping all of the families here, helping the community. And I pray that you all reconsider banning safe and sane fireworks. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Teresa Flores-Wig, followed by Vanessa Terrazas, followed by Melissa Stile. You can all, those of you who I called, if you can all start lining up, that way we can get through this a little quicker. Thanks. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the time to speak and highlight the importance of Agenda Item 28, which is the Charter Review Ad Hoc Committee's recommendation on fireworks. My name is Teresa Flores-Wig with TNT Fireworks. Present with me is our Vice President, Mr. John Kelly. Also in attendance are the various nonprofit organizations that I am honored to speak on behalf of that participate in the city's fireworks program. TNT Fireworks is America's #1 source for consumer fireworks. As of July 2021, we've had the privilege to work in 297 communities permitting safe and sane fireworks, 67 of which are in Southern California and 10 of those in Orange County. Those include Anaheim, Buena Park, Fullerton, Huntington Beach, Stanton, Villa Park, and your bordering neighbor cities of Costa Mesa and Garden Grove. Santa Ana has been a community that has enjoyed the patriotic tradition of fireworks since the 1960s. Codified into your city code in 1986, it has been a part of the fabric that makes Santa Ana one of the biggest markets in the state. With that much history ingrained into the patchwork of Santa Ana, it is disheartening to see just how quick Safe and Sane Fireworks can be made a scapegoat for the issues caused by the illegal fireworks activity the city is plagued with. It is my goal today to give a clear picture of the Safe and Sane Fireworks program in Santa Ana and what it provides for the many nonprofit organizations that operate each year. In 2021, the city of Santa Ana permitted 54 booths to operate selling Safe and Sane fireworks. The operators of these booths are bona fide nonprofits that your city staff vets in order to issue a permit. These nonprofits were the backbone of aiding the community at large during 2020 and 2021. They were out there providing aid via food banks, financial assistance, scholarships, housing, and rehabilitation services, as well as funding the Little Leagues so that they could be here for when our kids get back. In 2021, these nonprofits collectively were able to gross $2.6 million in sales amongst 54 nonprofits. The funds they worked so hard to raise during their allowed and legal 4-day period is paramount to the Santa Ana community. As you review Agenda Item 28, please keep in mind how moving forward with the ban will penalize nonprofits that operate legally and under all city rules.
Thank you. If you could start. Thank you for that. Vanessa Terrazas, followed by Melissa Style, followed by Ashley Pulido.
Good evening. I just want to thank you guys for giving us the opportunity to speak. My name is Vanessa Terrazas. I am a church secretary at Trinity Cristo Rey Lutheran Church in Santa Ana. I sit on the property board and I also work with the youth. Opportunities for youth is in your guys' vision and some of your statements here. And as you can hear from my community, that's what we are here doing. We're here representing the youth, doing positive things in a positive way for them. I haven't heard any negative thing that fireworks support. Unfortunately, as a resident of Santa Ana, I have heard the illegal fireworks for the last 2 weeks, and they've been ongoing. What are we doing about that? And also, we do Easter egg hunts. We do tons of things for our youth in our community, vacation Bible schools that we provide during the summer. A lot of us do this as volunteer work. It's not a paid position for any of us. A lot of us volunteer our time because we care about our community and we want the kids to have something great to do. A lot of us have to go through permits. This isn't the first time that I've been in this building. I've been here to go over different permits and learn the safety rules and everything that we need to do to proceed with this. We meet with firefighters and different people to get signed off to move forward with this. And don't let the kids suffer over something that they shouldn't. They're doing it the right way. They're working hard for what they want and what they need. And I feel like that's what we need to show our youth is you need to work and do things to get what you need. It's so easy to cross the border and bring illegal fireworks in to sell them, but we're doing it the right way. Don't slap our hand for doing it the right way. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Style, followed by Ashley Pulido, followed by Carlos Mondragon.
Hi, my name is Melissa Stice, and I'm a 23-year resident of Ward 1. I live in Santa Ana. I work in Santa Ana. I'm raising a family in Santa Ana. I have kids that go to school, both junior high, high school, and community college in Santa Ana, so I'm very invested in Santa Ana. And I feel very passionate about the resources that selling fireworks gives to our programs. I'm with Calvary Chapel High School. We have 2 booths. It's a football booth and a wrestling booth. And we would not be able to run our sports programs without the funding that we receive from selling fireworks. We're able to keep our fees for our families extremely low, lower than most other private schools for playing football or wrestling. These fees go towards equipment, uniforms, transportation, so many things. Our wrestling team is actually ranked 8th in CIF state this year. So we have done great things, and it's because of the help of these funds that we've been able to do it. And we just urge you to really think about the youth right now and everything that goes into raising up the youth to be leaders of the future. And that's exactly what sports teams do. It teaches them how to work together. It teaches them how to win humbly and lose graciously. It teaches them how to work together to problem solve quickly and effectively. And we are just so passionate about being able to keep these funds so that we can continue to do the work that we've been doing for so many years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ashley Pulido, followed by Carlos Mondragon, followed by Santiago, followed by Elizabeth Roque.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Ashley Pulido, and I'm representing the Century High School cheer. So as you can see, the fireworks stand benefits us a lot. It helps us with our uniform. It helps us with our payments for everything, our expenses, everything that we need. And, with COVID and all that, it took many of our families' jobs away. And it helps us. It helps us collect the money that we need. There's not other ways of funding that can help us with this. And this is one of the ways on how we get our money for everything that we need, on how for what we need to pay. I'm sorry. But yeah, it helps us. It also helps us communicate with our community. It helps us get to know everyone better. It helps us with lots of things. I'm sorry.
It's okay, take your time.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you should really reconsider this. It also helps lots of other programs too, as you can see, as many people came up here telling you how it helps the youth and it helps a lot. And yeah, I really hope you guys can reconsider this. That's it.
Thank you, Ashley. Carlos Mondragon, followed by Santiago, followed by Elizabeth Roque.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Hey, my name's Carlos. I'm 29 years old. I'm representing Victory Outreach. We're a nonprofit organization, 501c3. I've been a resident of Santa Ana for about 10 years. I'm currently a volunteer in one of our ministry Victory homes. We're in Santa Ana. Like I said, we're a nonprofit organization, and we've been with the fireworks stands for about 30 years. That's how long we've been open as a church also. And our focus is we love our community like you guys do. We love our city. We love the people, and we believe our focus is helping out the drug addict, helping out the gang member, the prostitute, the homeless, and we have a house. We have a free recovery home for them. It's we don't charge them. It's a nonprofit. All they have to do is be willing to accept the change and want the change, and we're there to help them. It's a 1-year program, and we have many testimonies of many men, many women who've gone through this program and exited out with dignity once again, with their belonging once again, and I believe that it's all been possible through these funds, through the fireworks, and we just want to let you guys know, first of all, thank you for the opportunity, for allowing us to as a ministry, but also for the opportunity of coming up here and speaking to you guys, and just want to let you guys know to reconsider. I love our community. I know our church loves the community. Many people love our community, and we want to focus on what's important, but I believe when we're trying to focus on two things, our heart gets divided, and we can't complete something that we want to do, and that's once again raise up Santa Ana. I think we're a modeling city. I think we're a thriving city, and I believe that all these organizations, nonprofit, if you can help us out and continue to have this place open for us and continue, we can get these funds from the fireworks stands. We can really focus on what is important, and I believe that's the people and the people that are in need, and that's what we're here for, because we love them.
Thank you. Santiago, followed by Elizabeth Roque, followed by Courtney Calderon, followed by Lucia Gonzalez.
Good evening, my name is Santiago Bautista. I'm here representing the Tekken Jutsukan Karate organization. We've been teaching in the city of Santa Ana for the past 35 years or so. I've been in the organization for the past about 15, 16 years. I live in the Delhi neighborhood, and we use these proceeds from the fireworks stand to help our students in our community, to take them on trips. We've taken them to Hawaii, Alaska, New York, Mexico. So these funds go to a great cause. We spend endless hours at the stands guarding them. I mean, you can't imagine how many hours we spend there between 4 or 5 different students. And for you guys to think about taking that away from us, I mean, there's no other resource where we can get this funds from. I mean, we've tried candy sales, we've tried car washes, and they don't compete to what we can make at a fireworks stand. And again, all these funds go straight to our community, they go back to our students, they go back to the future of the city of Santa Ana. So I please ask you to reconsider banning fireworks. We really need these proceeds. They do help the community. We've helped a lot of students. You heard from our other instructor. He's managed to change his life, turn his life around. He's got his degree. I met him as a child, and we grew up, we had a rough time growing up in a rough neighborhood. And for this to bring us out of that, he turned into a teacher. I became a teacher. I am the chairman right now of the organization. I am the head instructor for the city of Santa Ana on the Parks and Recreation side of it. And we teach at most of the city centers for the city of Santa Ana Parks and Recreation, and all those kids go and help out at this center. They help out at the fireworks booth. Their parents come and help out, and we turn this into a family event. So I would kindly ask you guys to please reconsider this. Thank you.
Elizabeth Roque, followed by Courtney Calderon, followed by Lucia Gonzalez, followed by Mia Verdin.
Hello, good night. Hola, buenas noches a todos. I wanted to discuss the council members' requested items, specifically the one where there's like an ordinance or policy to ban loud music for use by police officers. And just by being in the meeting tonight, I think that the police department's like overly funded department. Some of those funds could go back to supporting these youth programs and churches. That's one thing. Another thing is, I don't know, we just need the oversight committee. Necesitamos el comité de supervisión de policía que sea por la gente y que nosotros seamos los que medimos las consecuencias y nosotros somos los que en verdad sabemos cómo son los policías. Yo tengo familiares que la policía hasta el día los sigue molestando. I have family members to this day that the SAPD still messes with. And it's just really horrific. I don't know why we keep funding them, especially with like how greatly they're being funded when all that money can go again back to the youth and resources in the community. So just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Courtney Calderon, followed by Lucia Gonzalez, followed by Mia Verdin, followed by Larry Tran.
Buenas noches, good night. I'm here to discuss the same item as the previous person regarding the ban of, can you hear me better? Cool. All right, so I'm here to discuss this last item as the last person regarding the ban of the loud music by the police. And despite me obviously here to actively support it, it's largely symbolic because I think while it provides a clear evidence of an abuse of power by the police, I don't want it to be ignored that there was a unanimous vote by everyone on this board, including the person that's bringing this up today, Jonathan, to increase the police budget. And a ton of that money could have gone to serve our schools. The fact that there is a Saddleback band teacher advocating for 95% of their budget, and then there's cheerleaders here, like an applause to the youth for showing up and advocating for something that they deserve a right. Extracurricular activities is something that we all know that they need. And yet our schools are so poorly funded, but our police force is so overly funded. That's a reflection on a failure of the city and how the money is being managed. And it sucks because the people that are at the short end of the stick are our youth. But here we are tokenizing them. There's so many of y'all advocated for so many services for the homeless and and all these things. But last I heard, it's the churches that are providing a ton of these services, and it's all for free, and a ton of their money comes from fireworks sales. And as dire as the funds are, I think it's also a reflection that, like, we also need to reflect that it's about to be Earth Day on Friday. Fireworks are damaging to the environment, are damaging to our furry babies that I'm sure a ton of us have. So can we also reflect on a ton of that stuff? All right, that's
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Lucia Gonzalez, followed by Mia Verdin, followed by Larry Tran.
Good evening, Mayor Sarmiento and other members of the council. My name is Lucia Gonzalez, and I am a resident of Ward 3. I stand before you today to ask that you support agenda item number 32 and discuss a policy, ordinance, or resolution to ban police from using copyrighted music to prevent civilian auditors from posting police recordings. In my opinion, this policy should also make it illegal for police officers to obstruct with recordings in any way. When I saw the video of SAPD officers disrupting neighbors by blasting Disney music, I was completely disappointed, but honestly not really surprised. The youth and other conservative community members have been telling you that increasing police budgets is a waste of money, but some of you don't care as long as the POA wins you an election. After the recording went viral, SAPD Chief Valentin posted a press release stating that the department takes all complaints seriously and that they are committed to transparent and objective investigations. But it's a little hard to be objective when you're investigating yourself, and the data shows that civilian complaints hardly ever rule against SAPD. Police Scorecard.org shows that out of 207 total civilian complaints from 2016 to 2020, only 6 ruled in favor of civilians. That means that only 3% of complaints have ruled in favor of civilians in a 5-year span. Even with all this media coverage, I don't think our community will be heard, and I sincerely doubt that the police involved will face any repercussions. I am truly disappointed in the council members that continue to support the police to no end and who voted to increase SAPD's budget last year. All of these organizations, including Saddleback High School, which I attended, and I was part of the marching band program, and we had to fix some of the instruments with tape. We had to fix some of the instruments with YouTube videos. I want you guys to think about ways that we can fund youth services and organizations and not funding the police. These organizations have asked you today to allow them to sell fireworks, but we really need to start asking why these organizations have to go sell fireworks, sell candy, sell Christmas trees to be funded. Thank you.
Thank you. Mia Verdin, followed by Larry Tran, followed by Kelly Kraus-Lee, followed by Victor Mendez.
Hello, members of the City Council and Mayor. My name is Mia Verdin, and I am the chairperson of the Youth Commission of the City of Santa Ana. I'm here on behalf of item 28, discussing regarding the banning of the sale and use of fireworks in our city, and item 32, which is the discussion regarding banning of loud music played by police. Regarding item 28, I strongly advise the City Council, when considering the possible ban of fireworks, how many nonprofits, churches, bands, and all these programs that totally rely on all of these funds for our programs to thrive. And I'm speaking from personal experience. I am a member of the Santa Ana High School marching band, and all of our budget is based on the fireworks sales. We do these fireworks sales once a year, and it's enough to fund our entire season. These fireworks sales are the reason why my friends and I can play our horns and wave our flags. We play for you guys. We're out here in the community, and we're doing what we can to share the joy of music and dance and everything under the sun. We have cheerleaders out here, and we have other bands that have the same issue. And I don't understand, one, why do we need to rely on these firework funds when there's more funding going to the police? Maybe it's a school district issue, but I would like to see that changed. It just doesn't make sense. I would also like, in regards to the police, it's not only the funding, but it's also what they're doing that we don't always see. That's the reason why we have auditors like Santa Ana Audits that are out there and surveilling the police, which is in the First Amendment, the freedom of speech. There is no reason why there should be dissuasion for the freedom of speech, and I feel like this calls for the conversation also for a police oversight committee by the civilians, not them investigating themselves.
Thank you, Mia. Larry Tran, followed by Kelly Kraus-Lee, followed by Victor Mendez, followed by Jose Bereleza. Larry Tran, Kelly Kraus-Lee, followed by Victor Mendez.
Good evening, I'm Kelly Kraus-Lee. I'm in the Lacey neighborhood, still trying to figure out my ward because the maps are broken online. So regarding banning fireworks, I hate fireworks. I leave the city every year at 4th of July because my dog can't handle it. That said, I'm a professional fundraiser. I can think of no other way for these organizations to raise as much money as they do in as short of a time as they do. And on top of that, one thing I haven't heard mentioned from the other commenters is I was reading the research in the agenda packet, and it says, quote, safe and sane fireworks accounted for a very small percentage of reported injuries in 2021. And yet we're using this research as evidence to potentially ban the sale of safe and sane fireworks. So the evidence doesn't support the conclusion, so we need to do a little more research to identify, is that really going to help prevent property damage and injury? Secondly, regarding item 32, banning loud music for use by the police. The city can ban the music, but that's a Band-Aid solution to what I saw, which was disrespect for our community and a flagrant violation of First Amendment rights. If I ever acted like that at my place of work, I would be immediately fired. But you know what? It's not something I would ever do or any of my colleagues because we have a culture of respect for the community that we serve. And that's what we need to address. Thank you.
Thank you. Victor Mendez, followed by Jose Bereleza, followed by Susana Sandoval.
Mr. Mayor, I request my 3 minutes be restored. I'm not speaking on the fireworks.
Go ahead, Victor.
Okay. Yeah, I'll rattle. Well, I'd like to start off with several thank yous. First of all, to Jason Brown for getting the ERP3 up and running 2 weeks ahead of schedule. The timing was great. As we head into the moratorium for June 30th, I think having that up and running is a very good thing and will stabilize the community. Thank you, Mr. Sarmiento and the rest of the council for recognizing Autism Awareness Month. These are very important members of our community, and they do rely on our support to ensure they have a great future. As some of you do know, I do have a son on the autism spectrum. He's done really well. About 10 years ago, he told me that he wanted to go to UCLA, and I didn't think he'd quite make it. But oddly enough, he found a way through a UCLA Pathways program, and he proved a lot of people wrong. Today, he just turned 25. I brought a sample of his artwork. And maybe one of you could commission him for an art piece. I'm looking for a career as an art broker down the road. And again, Mr. Sarmiento, thank you so much for coming out to 2222. You heard a lot of the public safety concerns, the threats to our senior citizens some who are blind, some who are disabled, and they're very, very concerned about the safety of that building. And realize there is a public safety issue, but also something we have to work out with our tenant. But I received nothing but positive remarks from them, and they are most grateful for your time and very much appreciative. And we look forward to going forward with you on some of the other concerns. But again, thank you for hearing us out on those important issues of public safety. On item 32, I believe time is better spent just putting your time toward developing a commission versus another ordinance. Let's get a commission to work, one that at least can oversee the police and have investigative responsibilities. I do want to respond to a few things. The POA is not against a commission. When I ran for council, they were not against a commission, nor have they done anything to hinder the establishment of a commission. Let's debunk that myth. The only hindrance right now is the council. So you guys know how to do your job and get one going. Oakland is a poor model for our commission. I'm in a class action lawsuit to get data out of Oakland. You cannot get public information out of Oakland due to the mess that place is in. Lastly, there's some staffing models that are just completely out of line. We only have about 56 complaints a year. I'm not saying that's a low number, but to assume a staffing model of 8 people, full-time investigators as proposed by the ACLU and others, is a recipe for disaster. That's only 8 cases a year. Lastly, AB 1506, it's very important. AB 1506 requires the state attorney general to investigate deaths resulting from police shootings whenever there's an unarmed citizen. So
Thank
we
you,
do
Victor.
have something there to establish that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Jose Bereleza, followed by Susana Sandoval, followed by Irma Jauregui, followed by Jessica Magallanes.
Hi, good evening, all. My name is Jose Berreyesa. I'm with Santiago Little League Baseball out of El Salvador Park, Ward 5. I wish Hernandez was here. Anyways, I've met a couple of our councilwomen like Jesse, and I'm here for the same reason a lot of people here are for number 28, right? The fundraiser, one of our biggest fundraisers of the year. Especially one of the things that was on this agenda or recently, but it was voted among you guys on December 7, 2021, was the increase of fees for field rentals for the youth. And I see Lisa's here, I appreciate that. 150% increase in just field rentals, a 400% increase in the lights. And this is blindsided because we were not told about this till January 1st, 2022. So I just want to bring that up. The fundraiser brings in 60% of our money to fund the leagues and pass on the savings to the kids and the people in our community. Sir, thank you for showing up. So it is a big fundraiser for everybody, just like everybody has spoken about, and I'm sure you guys want to get this over with and hear everybody else out, but we want to keep the sane and safe, and like somebody else mentioned, it's the loud ones that we don't like. You know, I have 4 dogs, they don't like them. We don't want those fireworks. The sane and safe bring us a lot of revenue for our leagues, for our nonprofits, that if we keep that money in the community for the youth, it would prevent a lot of the other programs that we have to go towards homeless and stuff like that, you know, for mental healthness and all those other issues that we have. So let's keep it, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Susana Sandoval, followed by Irma Jauregui, followed by Jessica Magallanes.
I'll flip it. I'll go first. Good evening, everybody. Very nice to meet you. Thank you very much. I'm Irma Jauregui, Santa Ana Healthy Neighborhoods Alliance. I am very impressed and actually pleased to see the passion of our community and our youth. One of the things we did when we talked to you about fireworks, about the health concerns, is we absolutely must help our nonprofits to design something, to help something, and the passion of them, I totally support them. We must find ways to fundraise, to be fulfilling of their events. I love Saddleback, I love Calvary. I don't know the pastor from Wilshire, I've been there 30 years, but all of them. We need to find ways to transition as life goes on for health concerns. We need to help them find ways to be successful and fruitful. That was absolutely one of the first things we've always talked to everybody we talked to about fireworks. The concern about the results we found of our research from the Green Project, from UCI, from the contaminants, environmental, that is a health issue, and it's conflicting, and it should not conflict with helping our youth, helping our citizens, helping our schools. We should find solutions on how to fundraise, because all of their problems is the fundraising. We absolutely must fund very strong fundraising. We should not have just one vehicle that unfortunately is damaging our citizens. We have a death of our neighbors. Their dog was terrified, ran out to Edinger, and he saw him killed, and cars running over them. The drivers were just distraught, but he was just terrified. We have veterans, we have autistic children, so we have to find a solution to help the fundraising, but there is also the concern of the health. The contaminants and all the damage that the research has shown is very serious. Thank you.
Thank you, Irma. Susana Sandoval, followed by Jessica Magallanes, followed by John Hanna.
Good evening, Mayor Sarmiento, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, and council members. Council Member Jesse Lopez, we wish to thank you for your push and recommendation to take the ban on the use, possession, and sale of all fireworks to the November elections 22 at the City Council meeting on December 21st, 2021. You presented that. At the December 21 meeting, item 43, discuss and consider directing city manager to direct staff to introduce an ordinance for a ban on the use, possession, and sale of all fireworks, presented by council members Fan, Mendoza, and Mayor Pro Tem Becerra was presented. The City Council discussion resulted in the push and recommendation to take to the voters in the November election 22. Thus, the Charter Review Ad Hoc Committee was established to report back to the City Council with recommendation. Residents have invested months of work, research, and meetings since last year, 21, on this health, environmental, and safety crisis. Very serious. As we have had meetings with council members and communications, we have received support from 4 of you to move forward with the ban. Councilmember Jesse Lopez, we salute your push to take to the voters as the right and democratic solution, achieving a 5th vote to take to the November 22 elections. It is our hope that we will have the full support and unanimous vote from the council to take to the voters in the November elections. We are privileged to live in a democracy where citizens can exercise the right to vote. Let the democratic process take place and let the voters of Santa Ana decide the outcome on the ban for the use, possession, and sale of all fireworks. And I strongly emphasize with Irma Jauregui that we do need to find other mechanisms for the nonprofits to fundraise, but not at the expense of the contaminants in the environment, our health issues, asthma, seniors, the toxicities are just incredible, and that is by all fireworks. So please vote unanimously to take to the elections in November 22 and let the democratic process take place.
Thank you, Susana. Jessica Magallanes, followed by John Hanna, followed by Mark Santos.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jessica Magallanes. I'm here representing Santa Ana Pony and Santa Ana Girls Fast Pitch. I'm here tonight to comment on the agenda item 28 regarding fireworks. Santa Ana Pony and Girls Fast Pitch host a booth each year to help us fundraise for a benefit of our kids. We have had booth for at least 10 years and do not want to see this great fundraiser disappear. It has become a tradition for our organization to host a booth, and we look forward to every year. Please vote to keep our safe and sane fireworks fundraiser in our city of Santa Ana. Don't punish us for the illegal fireworks. This keeps our kids safe. This keeps our kids out of the street. We're struggling right now because our fees for the parks have raised, and part of this fundraiser keeps us to pay for that. So I do thank you for the time to give me to come speak up. I'm a little bit nervous. This is my first time.
Doing fine.
But I hope this really comes out as a good positive.
Thank you.
Thank
you did
you.
great. John Hanna, followed by Mark Santos, followed by Nathaniel Greensides.
John Hanna of Orange, here representing the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, here on number 10. I just want to thank the council for their attention to this matter. It's a serious matter, and I want to say that despite what some may have said, the prior ordinance did not lead to any work of skilled and trained workers. It did not. There was, and that's the simple thing that I can say. And off channel, I'll be happy to talk to people about the evidence of that. This is an attempt to try and build a workforce. The private sector didn't do it before. This is an opportunity to see if this is going to work. We think it will, and we think this will do another thing. It'll build affordable housing. And developers will, as Councilwoman Fan said at the last meeting, you don't have to pay any fee if you build affordable housing. And we need more affordable housing. And so they may not have to use a skilled and trained workforce either, but I'd rather see the affordable housing than not have anything at all. So I encourage you to pass this, and we stand ready, willing, and able to not only do the work, but to work with the council, and if we have a partner on the other side of the development community, to work with them to try and make any improvements that might be needed as we go through this process. I want to thank the council again. And last thing, you're going to pass a general plan amendments. That's going to fast track development. that's going to make it very easy for developers to move forward. So let's not be that worried. We support this general plan amendment, though, but this is necessary because it's an exception to the general plan amendment. Thanks.
Thank you. Mark Santos, followed by Nathaniel Greensides, followed by David Salazar Chavez.
Good evening. My name is Mark Santos. I'm the band director at Santa Ana High School. I believe we are the flagship school of our Santa Ana Unified School District, and we are the most visible organization in this city. Fireworks provides a majority of the funding for our program, and whatever isn't covered by that is, honestly, I pay out of pocket, and it's whatever we do to provide for these kids. Now, the band performs at every football game, away and home. We perform at the Wilshire Square Christmas Parade, the Fiestas Patrias Parade, Boca de Oro, a collaboration between the city and the district, and the mayor's State of the City address. Now, without funding from fireworks, we can't do these kinds of things. We can't provide extra opportunities for our students. And without fireworks, we'll need to ask parents to donate financially to provide for these opportunities. And it's something that they have not been able to do, or they have not needed to do for years because of fireworks sales. If that's taken away, expect a lot of us to come back every year asking for money from the city because we are all stakeholders here. Expect the band to be asking for $20,000 a year just to operate. And if every school organization has to come back here, that's about $500,000 a year that the city will have to cover, that's covered through fireworks. Band, and I don't have to mention to any of you how much fun kids have in programs like band and cheer and football. And band and other school activities keeps kids off the streets. And it's something that can tether a student to a community and to a school. And I think it would be devastating to take something away like the sale of fireworks. I know there's other ways to raise money, but it is the solution right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Nathaniel Greensides, followed by David Salazar Chavez, followed by Ricardo Valderas.
I'm not speaking on fireworks. Can I have 3 minutes? My name is Nathaniel Greensides. I'm a Ward 5 resident, and the Building Industry Association, the BIA, has existed in their current form since the 1980s. And they have continually come to this council and said that they have not had enough time to consider proposals to ensure that the affordable housing supply can remain and that residents can remain in our city. In my academic career and in my professional life, if I asked for an extension and I failed to meet that deadline, I either got an F or I'd get fired. But I guess they think things operate differently because they make financial contributions to the campaigns of at least 3 of the council members that are currently in front of us today. But I'm here to speak on something that I hope is not as political, and that is the ceremonial street naming, item number 27. To know our past paves the way to where we're going in the future. For our hoods, for our people, for our community to be able to see the name of somebody who they revere, who made a difference in their hood, on their street, will make a difference not only now, but also for generations to come. And that's why I'm here asking you all to consider the work that was put in by the city staff, Nabil Sava, Director of Public Works, and his staff to make sure that that can be a process that can be followed. They did a really great job, and I think it'll be really beneficial for special people in our local history, like Helen Schiff, founder of the OC Black History Parade, or Ruben Salazar, the journalist who was killed during the Chicano moratoriums, and he actually lived here in Santa Ana. When a people who feel connected to a place that they love can control the land upon which they live, or at the very least see themselves represented, or at least reflected, if not represented, in the place where they live, that's where society is made better, and I'd argue that's the only time it ever has. Thank you.
Thank you. David Salazar Chavez, followed by Ricardo Valderas, followed by Jorge Rodriguez.
Hello, Mayor, council members. My name is David Salazar Chavez, 26 years old, and I'm part of the Victory Outreach. It's a nonprofit organization and I'm here to speak about the banning of fireworks. I am not a resident of Santa Ana. I'm a resident of Orange, and I'm just here to say that our fireworks stands benefit our communities, the youth. Currently at our church, I am the youth leader of the students and the young adults. It's a privilege to serve the community. Even though I don't live in this city, I love this city here in Santa Ana. There's great potential, and I believe that the city of Santa Ana benefits of allowing us to do this fundraiser. Our church has 2 stands, and it's a great opportunity for us to connect with the youth when they come up and buy fireworks, with the families, and just as our church mission statement, right, the part that says that Victory Outreach works cooperatively with others of mutual purpose in accomplishing the task before us. And I know that Santa Ana, the vision is, part of it says invest in the youth, and the mission it says to opportunities for the youth and a high quality of life for residents. And so I believe that that as the community backs up the sales of fireworks as a fundraiser, it helps the students, families, the youth to be able to see that the community is there to back us up and having a way to provide a good quality life through not just the churches but other organizations that are here. And I just want to say thank you for this opportunity to support the TNT fireworks stands, and I believe that this, if we continue to do this, is going to continue to help benefit the families and the youth here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ricardo Valderas, followed by Jorge Rodriguez, followed by Jessica Paredes. Ricardo Valderas, Jorge Rodriguez, Jessica Paredes, Cesar Plasencia, followed by Sylvia Ayala, followed by Guadalupe.
Hello, Mayor Sarmiento, council members. I'd first like to applaud you for bringing awareness to autism awareness. I have a son that's autistic. He plays at Santiago Little League. Great benefit. I would like to say that there should be some kind of like a budget from the city and maybe a small portion that is in favor to giving jobs to autistic kids, because after high school, it's kind of a stop. It really is. I applaud the 2 organizations that were here earlier because they give our autistic community something to do, but it really is a stop. Saying that, I would like to speak against the ban of fireworks. It provides not only 60 to, I guess, 95% of a budget for people that provide services for our community, our youth, something that we all take a passion for. And we're all spread out throughout Santa Ana. We're in your ward, everybody's ward, and we're all providing services for the community that we love, that we live in, and that we serve. I mean, do you guys want the fireworks to be gone? No, right? I don't think so. So we're all against it, and I will end it with, I was here last time when they were trying to ban fireworks, and it was someone from the Floral Park area that said, I hear dogs barking all the time in the city, but no one says, let's ban dogs in the city, right? So, thank you.
Thank you. Sylvia Ayala, followed by Guadalupe, followed by Jackie, followed by Perla Dionisio.
Buenas noches.
¿Puede poner el micrófono a su...
Mi comentario es como estoy escuchando a muchos y yo creo que todos tenemos con ese mismo sentir de los oficiales, que a los oficiales les den un mejor entrenamiento para que puedan ser merecedores de las finanzas que se llevan, porque esas finanzas que ellos se llevan, yo creo que sería bueno dárselos a las personas que tienen más necesidad, porque hay que ser merecedores de lo que nos ganamos, y yo creo que ellos no se lo están ganando con su suficiente trabajo y educación que deben de tener. El respeto sobre todo por el pueblo. También estoy pidiendo yo que sigan permitiendo que se siga celebrando la fiesta del 4 de julio para que todas esas ganancias lleguen a todas las personas que tienen esa necesidad de ellos, porque se ayudan bastante con ellos. Esas son las peticiones que yo traigo. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Good evening. My comments are these, same as many of the people who have spoken before. I want to ask you that the officers police officers be better trained, and that they need to deserve all the money that they are taking, because the money, they need to earn this money, and they need to serve the people. And this is, they need to work with us. And also, for the 4th of July, we need to have all this money. We need to have this celebration, this money, because this money is helping all the people that have all these needs. These are my asks.
Guadalupe, followed by Jackie, followed by Perla Dionisio, followed by Ventura Gama.
Buenas tardes nuevamente a todo el personal del Concilio de la Ciudad de Santa Ana, la bonita ciudad de Santa Ana. Y esta tarde vengo para hacerles saber que yo en lo personal no estoy de acuerdo con los fondos masivos que se están alocando al Departamento de Policía. Y tengo muchas razones y voy a comentar una de ellas. La razón es que cuando yo y mi familia hemos ocupado de su ayuda, nos han dejado muy desamparados. Como residentes, han hecho todo menos servir y proteger a la comunidad. En una ocasión, en la calle Primera, le aventaron el carro de policía a mi hijo, tratándolo de matar. Aunque se oiga rudo, le echaron la patrulla, lo bajaron de la bicicleta donde él iba y le azotaron todas sus pertenencias que él tenía en la mochila. Esto es un improfesionalismo en cuanto al Police Department, y no estoy de acuerdo en que se le apoye con tanto dinero. Estas necesidades que están poniendo de los fireworks para que se les ayude a las personas con los uniformes de las escuelas, estoy más de acuerdo en que se provea ese dinero a ellos. Estoy de acuerdo en la ordenanza que se les prohíba a los policías música alta para proveer grabarlos. En ocasiones se les ha pedido que si está prendida su cámara y ellos le apachurran y la apagan. Y que se haga viral su mal comportamiento y su abuso en cuanto a la comunidad latina. También estoy a favor de un comité que se les supervise. Gracias.
Gracias. Jackie, followed by Perla Dionisio, followed by Ventura Gama.
Good evening to the staff and the city council members and of the beautiful city of Santa Ana. I'm here to say that I do not agree with the massive money that goes to the police department. There are many reasons, but I want to share just one. I and my family, when we needed them, we were forsaken. We were forgotten by them. They are not there to serve and to protect. This one time along First Street, some police officers tried to run over my son, and this might sound rude, but it is. They tried to kill him, and they got him off the bike, and they took all his belongings from his backpack and threw them around. This is not something professional, and I do not support this and all this massive amounts of money that the police officers receive. And there are lots of needs with this fireworks, and they have needs with the uniforms and for the school, and I agree that the money should go to those needs. I agree with an ordinance prohibiting the police officers from playing loud music to avoid being recorded. And at times, in occasions, when they've asked the police officers if their cameras are on, they go ahead and click them off. And this needs to go viral, their behavior and abuse against the Latino community. And I agree with an police oversight committee.
Perla Dionisio, followed by Ventura Gama.
Gracias, Guadalupe. Hello, community council members. My name is Jackie. I'm a mother of Santa Ana. I remind you that water is life. We need to protect our water. The treatment of our citizens is terrible. Our downtown has been decimated. We're fully vested in our community as board members of these nonprofits, and then you threaten to take away the funding that they have for our children, where we're trying to save our children's life here. We're bleeding out children at the hands of our cops. We've been telling you this for years now. And then we have to pay out millions of dollars in settlement funds to the cops that have killed our children. We pay for this. The downtown is decimated. We pay for parking. We agreed to a tax increase. We get nothing for our money that we invest into us. What happened to the FBI investigations that we were under? And now we're under another investigation. How about the cops that we paid double time to at the park to protect perverts and child molesters on the 4th of July? Where's the investigations into these things? It's insane that you're getting promoted, that you're trying to get promoted along with Juan Villegas, Vicente Sarmiento, trying to get promoted. How about the 1,200 rape kits that's on backlog with the DA office, the racist Todd Spitzer? Where's that at? And you want to move up? I don't think so. Thank you.
Thank you. Perla Dionisio, followed by Ventura Gama.
Good evening, buenas noches. I thought I'd come here and introduce myself to SAPD because apparently the gang unit thinks it's okay to pull up 6 units and surround my car, spend 2 hours, and not have the cojones to come and talk to me. So my name is Perla Dionisio. I am a single mother, an educator, a comrade to many collectives around the world. I also have a degree in psychology from Cal State Fullerton. And I also hold a Mott Severe Education Specialist education credential that emphasizes in teaching children with autism. It is rude and impersonal to call someone autistic. So people first language is very important when addressing our community. Furthermore, I am a co-founder of a Mujeres book club that addresses real issues such as indigenous resistance, oppression, colonialism, state-funded violence, slavery, and self-love. I am also a co-founder of a community emergency response network specializing in responding to calls about domestic violence to prevent further harm and further sexual assault by your officers to our community. To all the churches and organizations out here begging these people to bail you out, what you all need to do is get involved in politics. If you don't know how these people end up, ask us, because we have helped and we have been instrumental in some of these campaigns. As a community, we rule. And if the police department wants to keep pulling up on our streets, they're gonna be pulling up on the moms. So thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. Ventura Gama. It's our last in-person speaker, and then we'll call on the speakers that are online.
Hello. I'm very nervous. I am in agreement with the resolution to ban loud music used by police and also agree to the civilian overnight committee. I feel that both of these are vital as we, the residents of Santa Ana, have fallen victims of police abuse. A lot of complaints are thrown under the rug because no one cares about looking further into these issues. We are suffering as Santa Ana residents for lack of professionalism that we serve on a daily. And this has been an ongoing issue for years. Oversight committee will bring transparency back to our community. I think we deserve that. our tax dollars are the ones funding the police department, and believe we should be engaged in the well-being and the conduct of our public servants to assure that they are here to provide us with the right service. I've been a victim of the abuse of power by the police, and with a broken heart, I share that my son with autism was a victim as well. I got pulled over by a police officer just because I honked my horn because a bus had to go and around them and almost hit the divider. I obviously I honked, and they came at me quickly, pulled me over. The officer then began to inappropriately and aggressively approach me, stating that I was committing a crime by honking the horn. And that got my son scared, and he began to cry uncontrollably. When I told the police officer that my son was upset and had autism, he said, "You brought this upon yourself."
Ventura, if you could start wrapping up.
Okay. I asked for the supervisor. She shortly arrived. She also told me that I can make a complaint. So long story short, all I'm saying is there's a lot of police that are corrupt, and we don't need that.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. That was our last in-person speaker. Let me go ahead and ask the Madam Clerk of the Council if there are any members of the public online that wish to address us.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Speakers on the queue may provide their comments on agenda and non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, with the exception of public hearing items 29 and 30. Please hold your comments for public hearing items 29 and 30 until the mayor opens the hearing for each item. When unmuted, please announce your name, ward, or neighborhood that you reside in within the city of Santa Ana for the record. Again, to request to speak, dial *9 from your phone or select raise hand from Zoom now. Before unmuting callers, I'd like to begin by reporting the following summary of emails provided as of today. We received 21 non-agenda items from Santa Ana residents requesting to end Santa Ana's discriminatory residential permit parking program. Item number 9, one Santa Ana resident requested for clarification, which I've already addressed. Item 27, the ceremonial naming of the street. 4 residency not disclosed were in support. Item 28, on the fireworks item, 5 Santa Ana residents or organizations were in support to continue the sale of safe and sane fireworks, and 1 Santa Ana resident who supports the ban of all fireworks. And then item 32, on the ban loud music, there were 2 Santa Ana residents in support and 2 residency not disclosed. And with that, Zoom ID Kathy Scott, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. This is my first time addressing you, but I felt that it's very imperative to address this issue of parking related to Metro East Senior Park. I have a non-agenda item, which I'm calling Operation Safe Passage for Seniors. On April the 8th, the residents of Metro East Senior Park received notification from the parking lot owner that the city of Tustin will no longer allow the use of 900 West First Street to be used for parking by the residents. Now they are offering off-site parking, which will be at 2020 First Street. My concern is that we are seniors. Some of us are able-bodied and some are disabled seniors. This puts us directly into some of the unsavory criminal element in this area, which is very frightening and unsafe. It's also causing a great deal of anxiety for myself and other seniors. I do have some short-term solutions, such as a stationary security patrol for 24 hours. They are providing mobile security. However, that is not enough. There are some seniors who are still working, some that are going to work at 4 in the morning or getting off work at 11 and 11:30 at night. I'm requesting that there are lights, and please don't forget your seniors. We do need safe passage. It may not
15
seem a long
seconds left.
Okay, it may not seem a long distance for people to travel from these areas, but at night it's very savory and very unsafe. So thank you for your time, and please address this issue. Safe passage for seniors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Zoom ID Nathan Taft, if you would please select the microphone icon. Thank you. You may proceed with your comments.
Great. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name's Nathan. I'm in Ward 3 here in Santa Ana, and I'm calling regarding council item number 32. I think it's quite honestly disgraceful that it took a council member coming out to confront a police officer to stop blasting music at night in a neighborhood, waking up children, and all to stop someone from filming them. They need to be held accountable for their job. So I think that absolutely we need to pass this ordinance preventing that, but I think the officers need to be held accountable. And beyond that, I mean, it speaks to a broader problem, like how long has this been going on and what other things are happening that we're not clear about. So we definitely need a civilian oversight committee to be established as immediately. And then just listening into this meeting, it's wild that there's so many folks that community programs that are underfunded while our police are overfunded and get all this money, and then they disrespect our community constantly. And it really speaks to a broader problem within our community that we need to be redirecting funds from the police department to community programs like these, so they don't have to depend on fireworks sales to provide services for our community. That's unacceptable. So I would call on you to pass the item number 32 and to establish a civilian oversight committee of the police department, and then to redirect funds from the police department towards community programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID Cynthia Guerrera, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, yes. So I'm want to speak on item 30, the general plan update. So I'm from Santa Ana, and I'm a member of the Rise of Willowa Coalition. I'm here to I want to start by saying that I appreciate this.
Can you hold your comment until the mayor opens the public hearing item for item number 30? I'll put you back on. I'll put you back on the speaker queue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Zoom ID Chispa number 2, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device.
Hi, sorry, I always forget to change my name. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I'm Jairo Cortez. I'm here to speak on item 32 as well as the HOO very briefly. I'm calling in to support action on item 32 to ban Santa Ana police from using copyrighted music to essentially avoid transparency and accountability and infringe on the public's First Amendment right to record officers' actions while on duty. Some of the most high-profile cases of police misconduct have only come to light because residents across the country have recorded, officers, and these have been critical in ensuring accountability. However, there is a widespread pattern of police officers weaponizing copyrighted music to avoid transparency. And so I personally and representing Chispa, we support council action to ban police from engaging in this type of action. Furthermore, this incident underscores the need for more civilian oversight of the Santa Ana Police Department, so residents can submit complaints to an independent investigatory body that can address and can be trusted to address this type of misconduct. I think like this also raises a lot of questions about why it needs to take council action to address the problem, and why Chief Valentin and the Santa Police Department is not addressing this problem internally through, through a policy created through the department's process. Secondly, I want to express support for the passage of the Housing Opportunity Ordinance. This ordinance is, essential to continue building affordable housing.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID Elias Cazales, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device to unmute your call. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Hello?
Yes, hi. You may proceed with your comment.
Okay, yes, my apologies. Hi, my name is Elias Casales. I'm a Ward 3 resident. I live in the West Floral Park neighborhood. I'm also the president for Santa Ana Pony. I wish I was in person. I couldn't attend today, but I'm calling in to address item 28, the ban of fireworks. We do not support this item on the agenda. We are the largest youth organization baseball in Santa Ana, very visible to city of Santa Ana, since we serve every single ward in the city of Santa Ana. Just a month ago, we were recognized by Councilmember Lopez because we have dedicated an extensive amount of time to our parks, Riverview Park. And some points that I want to address how this ban will affect our registration is that you guys, the whole council voted to increase field fees, which was a surprise to us. Which have equated to $10,000-$15,000 of an increase from the previous last year. And this is also, it's blindsided by these news that now they want to ban the fireworks. This adds insult to injury to the current measure that would ban the fireworks in the city of Santa Ana. This would eliminate an estimated 20% of our net yearly income. This is going to this cost would have to be pushed on to our families. So our registrations are expected to go up if this.
Thank you. Your time is up. Zoom ID David Carabajal, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is David Carvajal, and I am a lifetime resident of Ward 2. I'm calling in support of Agenda Item 32 to ban loud music for use by police officers. I do want to say that this is just the tip of the iceberg. The community has been demanding for decades for police accountability and transparency. Historically, our city spends a very disproportionate amount of the general budget on police when it should be spending it on our youth, our community centers, our libraries, our marching bands, and our cheer teams, whom we heard of tonight. And it's absolutely embarrassing that the police department cannot behave in basic code of conduct. People making six-figure salaries from our taxpayer money cannot behave respectfully towards our community, and that's a shame. So I'm calling in support of Agenda Item 32 and also in support of civilian oversight with the very clear and concise understanding that oversight is just the beginning, and that our residents and that people that live in the city of Santa Ana deserve to be invested in more than our police officers do. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID Maria Sanchez, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank Mayor Sarmiento for highlighting and recognizing Autism Awareness Month. I have a nephew who is high-functioning autistic. He is working tonight. Otherwise, he would have called in as well. But I'm calling in support to keep the sale of safe and sane fireworks in the city of Santa Ana. I was born and raised in Santa Ana. I'm from Ward 5, and we as a family have always enjoyed supporting the different organizations who benefit from families such as myself purchasing the fireworks. And it brings me even more joy to support those organizations, knowing that it's bringing so much to them as far as activities and participation in their different school events or community organizations. So I definitely ask the council to keep the sale of fireworks, and I'm also in support of the civilian oversight for stopping police from using copyrighted music. And other than that, thank you so much and have a good night.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Jesus Santana, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jesus Santana, a proud Santanero who resides in Ward 4. Today, I'm calling as a concerned community member of our beloved city of Santana, in particular regarding agenda item 32. 2 weeks ago, when I saw that our city's police department was making national news, I was not surprised that it was due to police misconduct. With documented history of past police misconduct and violence, including the brutality at Edgar Vargas Arzate encountered in 2014, the marijuana dispensary raid in 2015, and the unbearable murder of Brandon Lopez by Anaheim PD last year, it is urgent that you all, as our elected officials, move towards passing resolutions, policies, or ordinances that will help secure the safety of our community. It is important that we redefine what community safety means and looks like. To me, community safety does not mean investing more funds to the police, nor does it mean giving police full authority to investigate their own complaints. That right there, in essence, is a conflict of interest. What true community safety means to me is giving our youth, residents, and our most marginalized community members the resources and opportunities to thrive, living a life with dignity and respect that we, as Santaneros, deserve, should not be deprived from police officers who don't even live in our community, nor even take into consideration the community they are serving on a Monday night. This is why today I am speaking in agreement with passing a policy or an ordinance that bans police officers from playing loud music, along with the Civilian Oversight Committee that will ensure that misconduct is held accountable. To conclude, I would like to thank Mayor Vicente Sarmiento and Councilmember Jonathan Hernandez for joining the Sullivan Acción team and members of the Sullivan community in the community Caminata last Friday.
15 seconds
Your presence and time to meet, listen, and walk with members of our community is admirable. Thank you, and I hope you all have a good night.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Denise Reynoso, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device.
Hello, Mayor Sarmiento and council members. My name is Denise Reynoso. I'm the president of the Downtown Neighborhood Association in Ward 5. I am a coach and board member for Northeast Santa Ana Little League, and I'm here to represent them. I just want to speak about the potential ban on fireworks and urge you to please reconsider and allow the sale of safe fireworks in the city of Santa Ana. Just like I'm here to echo what my fellow sports organizations and other students have expressed on how, as a nonprofit, we rely on the sale of fireworks for our Little League to stay open. And so I just would like to speak on behalf of all the children and parents and just urge you to please allow us to continue to be able to fundraise so that we can continue to serve the children of Santa Ana. As a teacher, I can tell you that it's really important for kids to be able to be active and to learn team skills. So I just want to speak on behalf of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Tanya Reeves, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tanya Reeves. I live in Ward 2 and I work in Ward 2. I'm an attorney specializing in First and Fourth Amendment law. I'm calling to address item number 32. When I viewed the video that was recorded by Santa Ana Audits, I was horrified. As a taxpayer in Santa Ana through my property taxes, I don't want my money to go to pay lawsuits for violations of fundamental constitutional rights. The auditor was engaging in protected speech. It appeared that the police officer deliberately and intentionally attempted to thwart that speech by an unauthorized use of copyrighted material to which he did not have permission. And now there has been a report to the general counsel of the Disney company through their hotline for violations of their copyright. And apparently he is considering whether or not he needs to issue a cease and desist order to the Santa Ana police, and whether or not City of Santa Ana owes Disney royalties. This was inappropriate for so many reasons. It's clear that we need an independent investigatory body. Further, I want to know what culture in the police department allowed this officer to either come up with this idea independently, or perhaps it was suggested to him by a supervisor, or perhaps he had witnessed other officers doing this.
15 seconds left.
I also support item number 28, which is the ban. The published report by the ad hoc committee showed how much money the city spends on police department and fire department personnel responding to fireworks. Perhaps we could use that money to backfill
Your time is up. Thank you. Zoom ID Daisy Cruz, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name is Daisy, and I'm with the Kennedy Commission. I'm speaking on item 10 and 32 tonight. For item 10, we support the changes for the Housing Opportunities Ordinance and have heard over and over again from many organizations, residents, for many months that this is needed and essential for affordable housing development in the city. For item 32, we echo the sentiments of the community on this item. It's completely unacceptable but not surprising behavior. This behavior only demonstrates the importance of a police oversight committee that is independent and resident-led. The city must redirect funds to invest youth programs that we're listening to today, housing and many other resources, as well as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, that was the last caller.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Madam City Clerk. Let's go back to the agenda here. Actually, we got our mayor walking back out as we speak. But I believe we'll be beginning the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Madam Clerk, and everybody who addressed the council. Let's go ahead and I'll call on members of the council to see if they want to abstain or pull any items off the consent calendar. Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Fan.
I'd like to go ahead and pull items 10 and 22.
Councilmember Fan.
I would like to announce my recusal for item number 26, as it involves a Dyer 18 LLC, which is a client of my employer from which I earn an income. So I will not be discussing that item, and if that is pulled, I will leave the dais. Thank you.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yeah, I'll be pulling 26.
Mayor Sarmiento.
Yes.
I would like to respectfully pull item 27.
Thank you. Any other?
And item 28.
28. And so I will be registering
Mayor Sarmiento.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilman.
Point of clarification, those items, 27 and 28, are on the business calendar, so they don't need to be pulled.
Correct. Thank you so much.
Any other items directed to be pulled, or any abstentions on those? I will be registering a no on item number 17, and if we can pull, just for comment, item number 25, and I'm not sure if that one was pulled, but if not, I'll pull it. With that, I'll entertain a motion on the balance.
So moved.
I'll second.
Great, we have a motion and a second. Council members, please vote.
Okay, motion passes 7-0 with council members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Sarmiento voting yes.
Great, thank you, everybody. Let me go ahead and go to item number 10 that was pulled by Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to continue to belabor the point. I'm just going to go ahead and make a motion to deny the second reading of the ordinance before us.
Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies.
I move to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt the staff recommendation. Council members, please vote.
Councilmember Mendoza, if you would please vote. Thank you. Motion passes 4-3 with council members Hernandez, Lopez, Fan, and Mayor Sarmiento voting yes. Council members Mendoza, Peñalosa, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra dissenting.
Great, thank you, everybody. Let me, I know I said that I'm going to register a no on number 17. I mistakenly, I meant to register a no on item number 11, not 17. But I did have a comment on 17, if that's okay. So is that clear, Madam Clerk?
Yes, so you are dissenting on item number 11, and you just want to provide a comment on item 17.
Correct. So, since that's the next item, I guess, in sequence, item number 17 is to award a construction contract to All-American. I just simply want to comment on the procurement process and the staff recommendations going forward. If we can include some items on work performance by the contractors and vendors that we retain, just to have a little bit more meat on the bones of the staff report. I see that they're ranked in a certain order. This is a company that's done some work for us in the past. They're outside the county. I guess they were the lowest bidder of the three that bid on this contract, and we have a bidder that's in Orange County. So I'm trying to see what the multiplier effect of maybe going with a vendor that's here in the county. Maybe it makes up that delta between what the lowest bid and what the next lowest bid is. But just looking at past performance, if there's any defects in the work that they've done. I know that we've used both All-American, and we used RJ Noble and others when we did the 300 miles worth of roads, I think, years ago. And I know they, some of them performed really well, some of them didn't. But if I'm just simply asking going forward a little bit more detail on, some of the procurement on that. That would be great. So let me move along to the next item. I believe that item was item number 22, pulled by Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. On item 22, I just wanted to say I like the design standards for the digital billboards, that they include a requirement for the digital billboards and the digital banners who are awarded this agreement shall include a City of Santa Ana, the words on the signs. I think that's great. That's something that when we were seeing signs at the Planning Commission, that was something I was always adding as a condition of approval. It's just a great, simple, easy way to let people know that they're seeing City of Santa Ana. Director Saba, I do have a couple of questions for you. So, Director Saba, are the only sites for digital billboards the 5 sites proposed in Table 1 of Exhibit A? I believe it's called the digital billboard sites considered for development, because I know there was another exhibit in the RFP that seemed to have a lot more, a more exhaustive list. So is the 5 here the only ones that are part of this agreement?
Part of the RFP in the rating of our the request for proposal from the various providers, we looked at all 13 sites that we initially had. So 5 of them were selected to be the best locations at this point of time. So we put those in our agreement, although we still plan to consider all 13 in the future.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So the agreement, though, even though Exhibit A has 5 in that table, the other 8 are still on the table?
Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
And then on the proposed location for the digital billboard at what's called Well 28, the Santiago Archery,
Yes.
up near the city boundary on the north end, is that particular digital billboard, would that be located east of the tracks and south of the 22, as in that little area? Or, because the way it was shown on the exhibit in the staff report, it looked like there was another polygon west of the tracks. So I'm just trying to get an idea where it would be.
I believe it is in the Santiago Park area, and it's east, let's see, it's probably, east of the track. Yes, it's east of the track,
Okay.
and I'm not sure what's the other dimension.
Yeah, so it would be south of the 22 then, if it was
Right.
east of the track. Like, basically really on or near the archery site, not the canine
Oh,
facility.
yeah. Not, the canine is a water reservoir.
Okay, thank you. Those are the only questions I have right now. I would just say for my colleagues, I like that the proposed agreement includes language that provides space for city ads, public messages, and discounts for city businesses to advertise. And that's, the first two are something that when we've approved other digital billboards here in Santa Ana, we've always asked for that, and they've always been accommodating for the city. So that's a good thing. It gives us the opportunity to, whether it's promote meetings, whether it's to celebrate holidays or certain accomplishments or achievements, they've always abided. So I appreciate that. But I gotta say, I can't support digital billboards on the Santa Ana Water Tower. It's a 94-year-old historic landmark. I can't imagine putting digital billboards on it. I think it would just cheapen it. I think it would just, that's it. It would cheapen it. I really couldn't do that. That's the only one that I have issue with. The other ones, the other 4 that are indicated in that exhibit, I'm okay with. Some of the other 8 I have concerns with. But with that, I would want to know that, at least part of the agreement, I'd want to have the, if there were any additional sites added to the agreement, beyond the 5, or hopefully it'll be less than that when we're done, that we would have those come back to the council. Because there's a couple that I have concerns with, and seeing that there were only the 5 on that, that exhibit, I was okay with, except for the water tower. But the other ones, there's some that are just, very uncomfortably next to residential. And I won't go into them now because they're not on the table. But the other thing too, what I was also uncomfortable with is this council, and I'm not sure if it was last year or the year before, we had a lot of dialogue about telecommunication facilities that were popping up on existing power poles and other city or utility infrastructure. And we got a lot of feedback from our community that aesthetically they were not appealing. I mean, these things look like an alien attached itself to some of our poles. And so in the agreement, it talks about essentially giving the, who is this, the Outfront Media, giving them the ability to go out and get these third-party telecommunication devices, and that the city would just approve them. And I do not agree with that. I think that's in the last paragraph of section 4. I would like to, if we were to approve the agreement tonight, I'd like to see that changed so that it would come back where we would remove the words "without limitation" from the first sentence, and then we would amend the second sentence to read, "City shall review proposed additional telecommunication devices and provide approval if such additional telecommunication devices are found to be compliant with applicable federal and state regulation and laws and city ordinance requirements." In other words, when we have cell sites that have exhausted their 10-year agreement, they come back to the Planning Commission, they go through a review. I don't want to just see these things haphazardly just over-the-counter approved or have us bound to these when we don't know. I mean, it's literally sight unseen. So I'd like to see those changes. The other changes real quickly are, as far as I mentioned already, in Exhibit A, Sections 1AA and Section 2AA, just to indicate that any additional locations are subject to approval by the City Council. And in Exhibit A, Section CA8, to remove the language after the words double-sided to eliminate any reference to the water tower. Again, at least for me, I'm very opposed to the digital billboards on the water tower, but I'd like to hear from my colleagues on this item. Thank you.
Is that like an amendment to the staff recommendation to remove the water tower as a potential site for
And in addition to those.
to the other language that you added?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
So that's a motion?
I'll make it a motion, yeah.
Great.
I second that motion.
Great. So we have a motion and a second. Any other comments on this? Councilmember Peñalosa?
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, for bringing those topics of discussion forward. The only question I have is that motion including the removal of the water tower for any possible advertising on there, which I am also not supportive of seeing, and any potential cell tower coming back to this council for any approval, because as we've seen over the last 5-10 years, the increase in cell phone tower installations throughout the city have become an eyesore, and I would hate to give anybody just the right to have a staff at the staff level be approved without any consideration.
Just a clarification on the cell tower. Those are installation on the billboard itself. It's not a freestanding cell tower installation on the site. We will not allow that. It's on the billboard itself.
Right, but it would still add to the billboard that's already.
Right. We would control how it would look.
Right, which is still wouldn't be okay with me, so I want to make sure that that's part of that motion.
The idea with my motion is that rather than just have it be an automatic approval through staff, that it would be treated the same way as if any telecommunication devices were being added to, whether it's a cell tower or structure, they would be reviewed by Planning Commission and possibly Council.
Perfect, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that that was included as part of the motion.
Great, thank you. Any other questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, just a couple of quick questions, Nabil or Min. I know that Min had been in some discussions with some of our existing digital reader board, owners, both at Centennial, at the Auto Mall, and and I think at Casey Heidler has one as well. In any event, I know this has been a long time in coming, so I guess I'm trying to understand, was this, I guess the reason why this vendor maybe was selected is because they're blending both the shelters, the bus shelters, and the signs there, in addition to billboard signs throughout the city.
You're partially correct, sir. So what we did is we did an RFP to go for both, to do bus shelters and digital boards. And after they received all the responses, they did find it was probably in the best interest to break them apart. So you did previously approve a vendor for the bus shelters, and then the one that's before you is for the digital billboards and banners. And to follow up on your other comment, we do have an ordinance that is just about completely drafted to bring back for you, which would amend the municipal code, which allow for those other entities that you mentioned to pursue digital billboards.
Okay, so this isn't part of that amended language on the
Correct. This is
municipal code
just for
signage.
city-owned sites to have digital billboards.
Got it, thanks. Last thing is, I know that the 25-year term, was that a negotiated term by the vendor? I mean, it seems like a very long time with a 10-year option, so we're talking 35 years. So we're basically married to this vendor exclusively at this point for the next conceivable future. So I don't know if that's typical of these relationships, these contractual relationships.
25 years is an industry standard, sir.
Okay. And we went with Outfront over Clear Channel and the others. For that reason, I would assume that maybe the return on the investment is going to be better for us than some of the others.
Mayor, we did evaluate the three proposals. We received three proposals, one from Clear Channel, the other one is from Outfront, and the third was from Lamar. We evaluated all three proposals, and based on the evaluation criteria, Outfront was the winning proposal.
All right.
And it was basically really their strength in the real estate aspect of going after the sites and the permitting process.
Let's hope they're very good, because we're going to be with them for a while. So
Yes.
in any event, that said, we've got a motion and a second. Seeing no other comments, council members, please vote.
Motion passes 6-1 with council members Hernandez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Sarmiento voting yes, and council member Lopez dissenting.
Great, thank you, everybody. I pulled item number 25, which is the appropriation adjustment for the homeless housing assistance and prevention program funds. Those are the HAP funds. And the only comment I had on this is, I know that the bulk or all the funds are going towards our standing up our homeless navigation center at Carnegie. At some point, this will be built, and we need to have some continuum of housing. So this is temporary housing. That we shouldn't be in the business of just temporary housing. We should be in the business of a spectrum of housing. And I know we have some permanent supportive housing out there, but we need to do more of a diversity of that. Whether it's room key, home key, other acquisitions of underperforming assets out there in the private sector that we could acquire with this. So when people are ready to graduate from, let's say, a temporary navigation center into, more permanent supportive housing, we need to have some options, right? And what we're finding, I think, and I know what the mayors of the big cities are struggling with, is that we've spent millions and now billions of dollars in capital improvements for placements for people, and they're not taking them because the options aren't available. And everybody's stood up a lot of temporary homeless shelters, and they're just not the most, the homeless population isn't receptive to those. So I just think once we stand this up, once we, get Carnegie up and rolling, I'd like to see some diversity in housing for our homeless population. And I know that there's, innovative things that are being done throughout the state. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and move the item, but I just wanted to make sure I made that comment going forward.
I will second that.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Seeing no other comments, council members, please vote.
What item is it, 26?
Mayor Pro Tem, 25.
Oh, 25, I'm sorry, go ahead.
My screen, there it is. Thanks.
Sorry, we were trying to capture the second. Okay, motion passes 7-0 with council members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Sarmiento voting yes.
Great, thank you. It brings us to item number 26. I believe that was pulled by Councilmember Lopez.
It was. Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. So I want to support this item because it's HAP funding and it's grant funding, and I want to see the city accept the grant funding. I also understand that we need this shelter and that the construction is so far in that even if we wanted to, right, rewind back time, it's too late for that. But I do have concerns about, this council continuing to approve appropriations with what, to me, it seems with no end in sight. And I want to thank staff for speaking with me about the item as well. And I hope that I am able to gain clarity and certainty on a final date of when we can expect the shelter to open and a final budget as well, because that is one of the biggest concerns that I have. And you can email me, since I was the only one that asked last time, and the only one that's probably asking tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the council on this item? Seeing none, is there a motion? But I think your question was, council member, to find a date, I guess, a date certain, is that?
Yeah, we need to have a date for when we can expect the shelter to be open and a final budget for the shelter.
Thank you, Councilmember Lopez, for those comments. It is something that we go to federal court weekly on this topic, and those are the two items that we have been requesting.
Yeah.
So moved.
Okay, so is there a second? There's a motion to adopt staff's recommendation on item number 26.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Council members, please vote.
Okay, motion passes 6-1 with council members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Sarmiento voting yes, and council member Fan recusing.
Great, thank you. That brings us to the end of the consent calendar item. Moving on now to the business calendar, item number 27. That is, this is the ceremonial naming of streets, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to staff.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. We do have a brief presentation on this item, and then staff is available to answer any questions you may have. So Public Works Director Nabil Saba will be giving the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. I have for you is a ceremonial street naming ordinance amendment of the City of Santa Ana Municipal Code. As a background, during the January 18, 2022 City Council meeting, City Council expressed interest in recognizing outstanding individuals who have made a significant impact on their community through commemorative and honorary street naming of streets. The City of Santa Ana Municipal Code must be amended to include such a program. The Environmental Transportation Advisory Commission, ETAC, established an ad hoc committee comprising of the ETAC chair, Brian Germain, and Commissioners Nathaniel Greensides and Dorian Romero to develop the municipal code amendment. The amendment and corresponding program documents were approved by ETAC 5-0 vote on March 8, 2022. Why? To commemorate the service and life of individuals and groups and landmarks of historic events without impacting existing legal city street names and emergency services. Individuals must be affiliated with the City of Santa Ana, must have significant and clearly defined cultural, humanitarian, and historic impact. Naming is limited to the names of individual, organization, significant events, or landmark. Individuals must have 10 years of extraordinary community involvement and must have been deceased for at least 2 years and have not been honored in other streets or street. Where the signs can be put in most city streets and intersections. No impact to existing street names. Entire city blocks will apply. No partial or fractions of city blocks. One name per block or intersection. No other sign toppers on a pole. Maximum 5 in an intersection. Not on traffic signals, and Public Works Agency will be fabricating and installing the signs. When signs will be installed by the Public Works Agency after City Council approval and payment of the fabrication and installation fee. Naming is valid for 10 years. How individuals can request for ceremonial street naming. Request for naming can be initiated by a resident or owner of a property abutting the street, the neighborhood, or a community group. Individuals or groups need to complete an application which includes a justification statements, maps, and pay the associated application fee, and submit all of that to the Public Works Agency. A sign, a specification, and the location must be approved by Public Works Agency. Verifiable documentation of 2/3 of residents or owners supporting the naming is required. Written notices to all property owners. A public hearing will be held and then followed by a city council resolution. These are some samples of what we envision the signs would look like. The word honorary will be essential part of the sign. What if 20% of the owners of all lots protest the naming? In that case, 3/4 city council majority vote will be required. Otherwise, council majority will approve the action. Recommended action for tonight is to approve the first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 33 of the Municipal Code by adding Article 11 relating to the ceremonial naming of streets. And I'm open for any questions.
Great, thank you for that presentation, Director Saba. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council to see if there's any questions or comments. Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes, fantastic job, Director Saba and members of the ETAC Commission. I'm really excited to see this come to us here at the council. This was something that I brought forth during the month of Black History Month. When I was first elected to the council, I wanted it to be a large emphasis for us in the city of Santa Ana to really acknowledge the local heroes and heroes that we have in the community. And one of those heroes that stood out to me most notably was and is Helen Shipp. Helen Shipp not only raised her family and raised them well, but Helen Shipp also raised her younger siblings. She lost her parents at a young age, and when I found out her story about how she raised her family, and in raising her family well, she also raised a community. And when I learned about the 40+ years of Black history, pro-Black work that she did in our city to bring people together, I found great inspiration. And the reason why I brought this forth initially was because I had the idea, Director Saba, to have Willits change to Shipp Lane. That's where she raised her family. And I'm really excited to see this come to us now. My question pertains to Section 33-263, Item A. Ceremonial street name shall end 10 years after the date of the resolution. I am in agreement with this to an extent, sir. I would like to discuss with my colleagues, maybe if we can create different parameters around certain ceremonial street names. I think that there are certainly certain street names that can be designated for up to 10 years, but I would like to see us have something that is going to signify these historical community members that have done, 30, 40+ years of work like Helen Shipp. So I would like to see us include something like that. And work with my colleagues in doing that, because I know there's a lot of amazing people here. I know that we have had great city managers in the city of Santa Ana that served our community for decades. I know that we have had a number of impactful people in the city of Santa Ana, people like Ron Ono that spent decades here with our city, and I would hate to see us create ceremonial street names that only are existent for 10 years when there are people that dedicated their whole lives to making this community better. So what I would like to see is us add an addendum that for people that have served their community, 30 to 40+ years, that these ceremonial street toppers stay on those very streets. So that way families don't have to reapply every 10 years.
Great, thank you for that. Let me go ahead and go to Councilmember Fan and then Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor. And so since it's top of mind, I'd like to maybe make a recommendation regarding that item that Councilmember Hernandez brought up.
Yeah.
Maybe just a provision that says the City Council at its discretion can allow for the extension or approve a ceremonial street name for more than 10 years. I think that might be enough rather than having to say, well, how long did they actually provide service to the city? I think unless they're an employee, it's hard to say, well, they lived here for 40 years, but really only 30 of those were actually in service of the city. So I think that maybe the part of an application can say, if you seek for a longer than 10-year ceremonial street topper, provide explanation or reasoning why, and the city council can consider it. and make its own discretionary approval.
We certainly can do that, both council members, and customize the resolution that would be needed for the individual sign. So we can do it as part of the application, and then it can be built into the resolution associated with that
Right, and you can
request.
have kind of two different ones. I guess the one thing I did want to ask is, I don't know how I feel, and I just want to put this out to the council, is this 2/3 of residents or owners of the lots abutting the street or intersection support of the ceremonial street name, which can also include renters. But I guess I don't really know, in some areas it's very commercial. So for example, let's take First Street, right? I mean, First Street from Euclid to Harbor, right, is historically Little Saigon. So if somebody wanted to do that, or let's say name it after somebody, I mean, you're looking at thousands of homes on that street alone, or even if you're looking at the block from New Hope to Euclid, right? Or am I thinking like too long?
There is another program like the ones that we use for the neighborhood associations that, for example, we have Flora Park. Those are street toppers. This is especially for individuals, group, landmarks, and historical events. So I'm not sure if Little Saigon would fit in
I'm
this
just using an
particular.
example, because some streets are major cross streets that have thousands of residents, because right there on First you have a ton of mobile home parks, condominiums, and apartment buildings. So 2/3 of residents on that block or on a block, you're looking at 2,000 homes or something ridiculous. That would be incredibly difficult for a family or somebody to I guess, try to get signatures for. I don't really know how to get around that. I can see how if I live on a smaller block of single-family homes, maybe in Wilshire Square, then it's fine. But kind of on the west side, we have these really large developments of multifamily housing that would make it really difficult for folks to do. So that's kind of one of my concerns. And it doesn't have to be Little Saigon, it can be anything. So, I mean, we see how difficult it is with, for example, parking permits.
Great, thank you for those comments. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento, and thank you, Councilmember Hernandez, for this item, and the ETAC Commission and Public Works Director Saba, thank you. The only question I had in regard was to the actual fees. I didn't see where the fee, I know that the application comes with the fee that would be payable by the applicant, but is there an amount that's been set yet?
Yes, we are proposing 2 fees that relates to the ceremonial street naming, and they have been developed and set to be adopted through the budget process come July 1st.
Okay, because that would be my only ask, is that we are guaranteed that any of the ceremonial street naming is 100% covered by the applicant. Fees, I would hate to see any tax dollars go towards this, especially because of the way our streets look. A majority, I know we're fixing a lot of them, and that's good, but I would rather, if we're going to spend tax dollars, I would rather we fix the streets and fix the quality of the street names alone, and spell them correctly. So, little joke on Ed Geiner, but last summer. But very supportive of this. Happy to see it come forward. I would also be supportive of leaving it to the council's discretion on how long a name could be on there versus having different criterias for different applicants. But if it's going to be there for 100+ years, then the city council should have the discretion on doing that. So those are my only comments, Mayor Sarmiento. Just wanted to make sure that this was completely covered by any applicant that would want to apply.
Great, thank you for those comments. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Nabil, as far as I guess, what other cities have done. So when I saw the graphics, right away I thought of, and Brian, you'll appreciate this, honorary Frank Sinatra Way at Rush and, what's the other street? Bellevue, I think, in Chicago. You have that sort of topper on there. So I imagine in Chicago, the Sinatras aren't reapplying every 10 years to keep that portion of road as honorary Frank Sinatra Way. So I guess I agree with my colleague's sentiment as far as having this just be at the discretion of the council, because at the same time, down the road, we may want to change a certain stretch of road to commemorate another person or group, whatever that is. I mean, that should just be the discretion of the council. But what I wanted to ask you, Director Saba, was what was your findings from other cities? Like take Chicago, for instance.
10 years was typical, and there is a provision, and I believe in our ordinance change that after the 5 years, it can be renewed for another 10 years. 10 years. Once the first 10 year expired, there is an option that the same group can come back and renew the same process for the next 10 years. So there will be a resolution, a proponent for the sign again to come in and renew it for 10 years. That is the thought. When I looked at the sample ordinances or sample, other entities, 10 years was typical, but again, it's up to you.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Peñalosa.
A clarifying question I wanted to ask Director Saba was, let's say, and I'm just thinking now because of how often people get canceled nowadays, it feels like every day that someone else. Let's say 3 years down the line, whoever this honorary person is, something crazy comes out, and the council at the time says, you know what, that's bad, we want to remove that honorary topper from our city. Does this council have the discretion to do that, or is it a 10-year period?
No, you have the option to recall that and redo what you just done.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, just asking because you never know.
Great, thank you for that. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I had brought this item forward, as I mentioned, because I wanted to, during the month of Black History Month, honor the contributions of the late Helen Shipp. So this was something that I did. I wanted to bring this forward to honor them. So I would like to make a motion to move this item, but I would like to include the amendment to have the indefinite also be something at the discretion of the council, where we have a honorary street name, and the discretion of the council can decide whether or not it's 10 years or definite. And number two, I would like it so that if any council member moving forward brings forth a proposal to have an honorary street name changed, that the council in the city, we cover those costs, because it's not a family or an individual or an organization applying, it's an elected official bringing it forth. So for example, is let's say one of my colleagues brought forth Marlon Brando Way. Marlon Brando, the great actor from the Godfather series, he grew up in Santa Ana, went to school at Villa. If we were to change a street name there, I would hate to see that only exist for 10 years. I mean, Marlon Brando being one of the greatest actors in the world, it would make a lot of sense for that to be indefinite, much like we have Diane Keaton Way by Santa Ana High School. So I would like to see those two things included, and that would be my motion.
Great. Thank you for that motion with those proposed amendments. Is there a second?
I guess I just want clarity. We're not changing street names, right? These are toppers, because I've heard this.
The honorary naming of a street, the existing street names are the legal street names.
Okay. So then what was the second, what was the third?
So the second was that if an elected official that serves on this body brings forth a proposed honorary street name, that we then cover those costs, because that family or organization was not applying to change the street name. It was ceremonial. The elected official brought it forth. Because there's costs associated with somebody applying.
What is the typical cost of this?
The application fee right now will be set July 1st to, to $622. and per sign fee will be $781.
So if a community member wanted to apply, they would have to be responsible for the 600 and the 700?
Yes, that's if it's only one sign. There is multiple signs, then it is 781 times that number of signs.
Okay.
So maybe I need some clarification too. So council member, what you're saying is if the city council requested an honorary street name, which would be your majority direction to us, there wouldn't be an applicant, there wouldn't be a fee, the city would cover the cost.
Correct.
Okay.
Unless we wanted to go to the Brando family and say, we're going to bill you guys for a street that we're going to name after.
I think we're onto something here.
I have a question. Oh,
Go ahead, Councilmember Lopez.
that was me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilmember Fan.
I was going to try to imitate Councilmember Lopez, but I can't. So just a point of clarification for that, Councilmember Hernandez. So if the council, let's say we bring up as a council requested item, and I say, I want to name it, I don't know, Mickey Mouse Way. Oh, that's a bad example. Okay, whatever, somebody way. Topper, right? Would we still have to do the 20% or 60%? What was the number?
Two-thirds.
Two-thirds. So, 2/3
That's
resident.
a great question. I would say no to that case. Because we as elected officials are on the ground. We understand the consensus of our neighborhoods. That's why we were elected. I think in the event an elected official brings forth something, I trust that that elected official did their due diligence to make sure that this is something that is reflective of that particular community.
So I guess maybe I know these toppers are expensive. They're not cheap, and in real life, they're like this big. They're way bigger than we think that they are. But I almost feel like, that's not going to prevent somebody from lobbying me. And then I don't think anybody up here is going to be like, no, Ty, we're not going to support this one person that's like important to your community that you know about in your ward, over there in that street. I don't see this, maybe I'm just being naive, but I think we all respect each other and what we know in our individual wards and what's important. So I almost feel like that's a loophole for anybody who might want a topper, right? And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I'm kind of saying that maybe then we should just have a process for the public to talk to the council and make a decision to approve toppers without the rigmarole of two-thirds vote, two-thirds residential signatures, which is going to cost lots of money and time for people to get signatures, and pay thousands of dollars if they want more than one sign, essentially, or one topper. And maybe if we really want to be extra about it, make it a supermajority vote of the council to approve. And I don't know, maybe that's naive, but I just feel like having that kind of gets around this voter-supported or resident-supported item.
I trust that every single one of my colleagues here governs ethically, and I, in my worst day, would never govern that way, so I don't hold you guys to that. So I hope that that is not the case, that somebody can lobby you to change a street name.
Well, no, I just mean that I might not know about somebody, and the resident comes to me and says, oh, this is a really important person, we should have an honorary street name for them, it's in this ward, et cetera. And, I bring it up as a council requested item, and I think that many people here, if we're explaining, providing all the same information that the resident would in the application, I imagine that most of my colleagues would support that, just as, I would support, for example, Helen Shipp honorary street topper. I'm not saying, I think that's a good thing. I'm just saying now that person doesn't have to pay the thousands of dollars in fees and the rigmarole of getting all these signatures to get the street topper. Whereas there's this other process, say, if somebody doesn't have access to us, then they have to pay thousands of dollars of fees. I kind of feel like we shouldn't have to do that, and we should just, if the council approves honorary street toppers, we should just approve it.
I think that's a great point. So are you proposing to potentially get rid of any fees in the event that residents come forward and maybe there's an application process? Is that what you're proposing?
Yeah, if we're gonna make an exception for the council to approve something, we might as well get rid of the fees in the signature process. But I look at staff and like, maybe that's really expensive and not a great idea.
So when the idea first came up with Councilmember Hernandez, what we did is we researched it and we wanted to instill best practices. And so this is the process that we would consider best practices. And I believed I understood Councilmember Hernandez is if the council has an ask for an honorary street name, that would be something that you would direct staff and we could just do. I didn't envision the council taking on the applicant and requesting on behalf of an applicant.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, so let me go ahead and just wind this up because we have Councilmember Peñalosa wants to make one more comment, and then Mayor Pro Tem. And then I didn't think toppers were going to be this hot of a discussion, but in any event, this was supposed to be one of our lighter items, but we need to wrap this up because we've got a few more public hearings to go. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. And I want to just say that I agree with Councilmember Fan in the fact that I don't think that the city council should be able to just propose a honorary street name and have the city pay for it, because I think that's inappropriate and it defeats the purpose of having a policy and application process for the community to go through. I mean, these should be community driven and it should be at the cost of any family or organization or community that wants to bring this forward. Again, I drive around our city and just the fact that we would now be using tax dollars to pay for an honorary street name when our streets look the way they look, I know we're doing a lot in trying to invest in our sidewalks and our streets and repaving, but it could only stretch so much to how many streets we have that need the work. So I would suggest that maybe if that is the direction that the city council wants to go in, to have the city pay for it. I think if let's say I bring up a suggestion to go with Donald Duckway, if that should come from my city council discretionary funds, if it was something that I wanted to sponsor, versus having an additional line item or budget within the Public Works Department. I mean, if that's something that I think that the families and organizations and clubs and whoever's out there that wants to have us consider them, they should still go through that application process, regardless of who they are, but they should have a little box. We can't afford it. We're interested in having the council member, like they do donation requests, and I know that right now it's isolated to nonprofits and 501c3s or what you have to. I wouldn't want that obviously for this purpose, but it would say, hey, can a council member sponsor this one for me? And it would come out of our discretionary funds. If that's something that, I would feel comfortable doing that versus adding an additional cost to Public Works. That would be my suggestion. And yeah, that's about it, Mayor.
Thank you for those comments. I think it's Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Fan.
I'm in favor of this item, but obviously there's a little, question as to what is the right approach. I would be okay, if my colleagues would be, to possibly punt this for 2 weeks just to have staff come back to us with a side-by-side comparison of the cities that you've looked at and what how they handle the different items that you've heard us discuss tonight. Because again, I think of Chicago right away because that's just one that I know, one city that has done this. But I'm very curious as to really, on these items that we're discussing up here, does the Chicago City Council unilaterally proclaim it? Does it go through an application process? Is there a way where, as we're discussing, the community has one path and the council has another? I know New York City does this. There's other cities. We're not treading into an area that's uncharted. I think we can lean on some of our other cities for guidance. So that would be my suggestion for everybody, is maybe just to have it come back. Because this is an excellent idea, and I would just hate for us to not do it right. I'd rather really truly see what the best practices are out there, but I'll leave that up to my colleagues at this point.
Thank you for those comments, Councilmember Fan.
I agree with Councilmember Peñalosa. I think that if we have one process. We should stick to it. That's why I said, if we're gonna get rid of the fees for the council, get rid of the fees for everybody and vice versa. If we do keep the fees, and our discretionary budget is exactly what it's for. We can sponsor that family or group and have those street signs for them, or toppers. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I know we have a motion on the floor with a couple of amendments, and then we have a thought of maybe putting this over as well. Is the maker of the motion, would you consider continuance to get some clarity, or do you want to move the item?
I'd like to direct staff to bring us back two options. One of the options that includes the fees and one that does not include fees. But I still do think that that we need to see council discretion when it comes to 10 years versus indefinite. And that should be included in both of the policies. So I would like to direct staff, that would be my motion.
Councilman, would you be willing to add the side-by-side comparison for us to review as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll second
Great.
Councilmember Hernandez's motion.
So we have a motion and a second to continue. I think everybody had a chance to speak twice. I don't think we need to go as far as Manhattan or Chicago. Go to Palm Springs and Palm Desert. I mean, because most of their streets are named after, retired folks. And, so it might be a good idea. I don't think any of those were ever endowed or paid for by the families. I think it was just something that, you had folks there. But in any event, look, just, maybe do a little bit of research on that and, bring that back. And I just wanted to thank ETAC and its ad hoc that did work on this. I certainly don't want to lose this either. I think one of the experiences with toppers that I had was Calle Cuatro. And that was a huge success, right? Because we didn't rename the street or anything, but we know how historic that district is, and how historic that whole avenue is. And so that was something that the city decided to absorb because it is, a historic arterial here in the city. So there's a motion and a second to continue this item with some of those considerations that were mentioned. Council members, please vote.
Motion passes 7-0 with council members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Sarmiento voting yes.
Great, thank you for that. That brings us to item number 28. That's the Charter Review Ad Hoc Committee's recommendation on fireworks. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to staff if there's any information to provide.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember. We do have a presentation on this item. It is also a rather lengthy staff report, but the item before you is just to accept the informational report and then provide any further direction to staff. And Daniel Soto from the City Manager's Office will be doing the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight we have a brief presentation for you on the Charter Review Ad Hoc Committee's discussions and initial recommendations relating to fireworks. This topic most recently began as a council member requested item from the December 21st, 2021 City Council meeting. There was consensus among the City Council to have the Charter Review Ad Hoc Committee discuss this and bring it back to the City Council, and that's what we're doing tonight. Just a quick look at the legislative history of fireworks. Back in 1984, the City Council adopted portions of the Uniform Fire Code, which included fireworks regulations. Of note, our fireworks regulations define and prohibit dangerous fireworks, allow the storage, sale, and discharge of safe and sane fireworks during specified time periods, sets forth a permitting process for fireworks booths, caps them at 85, and establishes a lottery of establishes a lottery if we receive more than 85 applications, sets forth regulations for temporary fireworks stands, public display permits, storage and disposal, and also notes that individuals cannot discharge fireworks toward any other person or in any other manner which threatens the safety of persons or property. In 2016, the City Council adopted a resolution establishing a fine in the amount of $1,000 for violating the city's fireworks regulations. Looking at the last 5 years, the city has issued electrical permits for fireworks booths and those number of permits have varied from as low as 49 in 2018 and as high as 70 in 2017. Taking a quick look at some of our operating costs associated with fireworks. We took a look at the overtime costs associated with the police response for fireworks, and we see a variation. In 2019, we had overtime costs in the amount of approximately $4,000, and in 2020, we had an overtime cost estimate at $114,000. Looking at our fire response, while our fire authority does not break down staff costs, we were able to look at the number of calls for service for each year, and those varied from as low as 55 this past year in 2021 and as high as 75 in the year 2018. Looking back at fireworks booths, our planning and building agency administers the fireworks programs to issue permits, and the annual cost to administer that program varies from $7,000 to $8,500. Looking at the revenues that we receive from electrical permit fees, those revenues vary from as low as $4,800 to approximately $6,700 per year. Taking a quick look at environmental impacts, fireworks are designated as hazardous because they can cause fire, injury, and death. Fireworks do emit toxic emissions and fine particulate matter, and breathing in particulate matter can adversely affect the cardiovascular and respiratory systems. Studies have shown, and our local South Coast Air Quality Management District sends out advisories each year about the significant increase in particulate matter that is measured across the South Coast Air Basin, including Orange County and Santa Ana, around 4th of July every single year. It is notable that fireworks are used all around the world for cultural celebrations and religious celebrations. Examples of some cultural celebrations include 4th of July in the United States, Fiestas Patrias in certain Spanish-speaking countries, Lunar New Year in East and Southeast Asian countries, the Lantern Festival and Spring Festival in China, and New Year's celebrations worldwide. On the religious side, the Diwali and Taoism use fireworks as part of their religious practices. The city works cross-departmentally to respond to and administer fireworks in Santa Ana, fireworks regulations. For example, residents are able to connect with the city 4 different ways to report the use of dangerous or illegal fireworks and to report the use of fireworks outside of the specified times. They can call into a tip line, they can email us, report the violations through the My Santa Ana app on a smartphone, and visit our website and fill out an online form. Our police department responds to all reports of illegal fireworks and the discharge of safe and sane fireworks outside of specified times. The Orange County Fire Authority responds to emergency calls, and our staff works cross-departmentally on a public outreach campaign to educate folks about the use of safe and sane fireworks. More recently, the Charter Review Ad Hoc Committee discussed an ordinance that would prohibit the sale, use, and discharge of fireworks. The draft ordinance could be presented in 2 different ways. One would be an ordinance for city council consideration, and the second option would be an ordinance that would be taken to the voters as a ballot measure. The text of the ordinance is attached as an exhibit to the staff report. And some of the highlights include that the ordinance prohibits the sale, storage, and use of all fireworks. It declares that the police chief, the fire chief, or their designee can seize fireworks at a firework owner's expense. It denotes that violation of the fireworks regulations shall constitute grounds for issuance of administrative citation designated as an infraction and a fine. The draft ordinance also sets forth a disposal fee for fireworks at $250. And it also declares that any person, including a host, a private property owner, who violates fireworks regulations would be liable for the response costs associated with the use of the fireworks or the violation of the regulations. Tonight, the City Council has three options to consider. One is to direct staff to return with an ordinance prohibiting fireworks for City Council consideration. Option 2 is to direct staff to prepare the necessary documents to present an ordinance to the voters prohibiting fireworks in Santa Ana. And option 3 is to take no action. I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Great, thanks for that presentation. And this is not an item that we are going to be moving on. It's just simply to give direction. So let me go ahead and begin with the ad hoc committee that, as we always do when there's an item that comes before and comes out of the ad hoc. So we have Mayor Pro Tem and Council Members Mendoza and Pham. Why don't we just go ahead and go in that order? Comments?
So I wasn't on the ad hoc for that.
I'm sorry. Oh, there we go. Well, it says Mayor Pro Tem Becerra here in the staff report, so.
I think because they agendized the item back in December.
Yeah,
for
as a
discussion.
council member item.
Go ahead and go Peñalosa, and then it's Pham, and then Mendoza.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I won't repeat myself, but one question that I had for this, Daniel, or Christine, I'm sorry, was, I guess it would be more for the police department. With the $1,000 fee or fine for illegal fireworks, because we all know that is the majority of the problem, how many citations were actually given? Because I know we see a lot of calls for service. We have a lot of people calling the police department. The city council years prior made that fee, that fine $1,000. How many citations, I guess, in the last year were actually given? Because I would hate to sit here and tell residents, hey, call the police. If you see use of illegal fireworks, we'll make sure to go out there and find them $1,000. But, I just never seen numbers of how many citations are actually issued. Do we have that information?
I know we would have it. I don't know it off the top of my head, and we do have the assistant chief in the audience, so do you have that information with you?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Thank you for the question, and I do have the number of citations for 2021. And in 2021, we gave out 48 administrative citations. Most of our enforcement, though, is done prior to actually the 4th of July, and that's done through undercover work and the seizure of fireworks. The administrative citations are throughout the enforcement period, usually from like June 28th through July 5th. So for 2021, we gave out 48 citations, and I can report back and get you the previous years also.
Yeah, I would like to see that. I'm just, I don't know how in a week all we could do is 48 citations. And I think that's why the public doesn't see that fine as a deterrent, because they know that police are going to be called thousands of times during that week for illegal firework use, but the likelihood of a police officer actually coming out and confiscating those fireworks or finding the person lighting them is very slim. Because they only have 48 citations in a week, given the magnitude of how problematic the illegal firework use is I just don't understand how that, why it's so low.
Yes, the citations are a little bit more challenging, but there's no direct relationship between the citation and how much fireworks we actually confiscated. We actually confiscated approximately over 59,000 pieces of fireworks during last year's enforcement period. In some instances, people, when they call the police, whoever's involved in the illegal fireworks, they leave their cache of fireworks, or it's very difficult to pinpoint who actually the person is who's actually discharging the fireworks. And that could be part of the reason why the citations are a little on the lower end.
Okay, thank you, Assistant Chief Rodriguez. That's it for the questions. And I just, first off, want to thank all the nonprofits that came out today to speak towards this item. One thing that what I heard a lot of you, and the one thing that I definitely took from that is the failure of the Santa Ana Unified School District. The fact that we have Saddleback High School's choir, Santa Ana High School's choir, Santa Ana High School's cheer, and all these other organizations that should be funded by the Santa Ana Unified School District. But as we know, they have many other priorities aside from funding all these programs for our youth, because as we hear, all our programs at school, at the Santa Ana Unified School District are severely underfunded, and they're doing a disservice to the community by not funding and prioritizing these programs within the school district, as it should be. So I have no issue helping as a city, but the school district needs to step up as well and help out these entities, because they shouldn't have to have these fundraisers to be able to buy, band equipment or any of that. So definitely want to make sure that these nonprofits, when you do get a chance and budget cycle's coming up, please go to your school board meetings. Those school board meetings are empty half the time, and nobody ever goes to try to advocate and ask for this funding to be prioritized to these programs as it should be. So, Santa Ana Unified School District, please Google, look them up. That's where you should be asking for these funds and for these programs to be funded. So that is it for now, Mayor Sarmiento.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendoza, and then Fan.
Thank you. The ban that I brought for the proposed ban on the fireworks, that was my intent, was to ban the use of and sale and purchase and possession of it was for illegal fireworks. And I understand that the majority of actually all of our nonprofits are selling and making a profit on the fireworks that are not a problem. We don't have a problem with those fireworks being loud, explosive, or being used months before the 4th of July. My intent was to ban the illegal fireworks, the ones that are causing our pets to be traumatized, our veterans to dive under their beds, the trash in the streets, the car alarms to go off, and injuries and pollution and the environmental impact. That was my intent. And I initially thought it would be a good idea to take it to the voters, just as my colleague Lopez mentioned. However, it would be a very expensive thing for the city to put it on the ballot. And so I will not support the ban in taking it to the voters. And I suggest that we collaborate with the stakeholders who are interested in getting together with the nonprofits and with the city and coming to some resolutions that will deter and dissuade those would-be people from using the illegal fireworks. We're at a loss because I certainly don't want to prevent our nonprofits from making the profits, because as we heard today, it brings in much revenue to buy much needed supplies and equipment and uniforms. And while I agree also that the school district should also help out in providing such items, it's probably because the booster clubs from each of the cities, that's one of the ways that they raise money. And so if we can have the school district be more conscientious with their band, their choir, their football teams, it would certainly lessen the pressure on the nonprofits to depend just on the sale of the fireworks. And so overall, my support would be not to take this to the voters and just work with the TNT and some of the other firework people who come into the city for in providing our nonprofits the opportunity to gain the revenue in some other way. And so my support for this this issue, even though I brought it up, would be to not support it at this time.
Thank you for those comments, Councilmember Fan.
I don't think I fully understood the last comment. Do you mean you don't support bringing this to the voters or adopting an ordinance?
That's correct.
Okay. So just a little bit of background. When the ad hoc brought this forward, or when we were discussing it, right, we were trying to figure out if we supported a ban, which would be the most effective way to effectuate such a ban. And so obviously there are benefits to putting it in as an ordinance to be voted on by the voters, because it'd be harder for a future council to repeal. But of course, that involves elections, additional costs putting on the ballot, and then there's the option of just approving it as a council, in which case, if it does get approved, of course, it could be repealed by any future council. So that was the reason why we actually had both items before you to see what the council's pleasure would be if we chose to ban the sale of fireworks and use of fireworks in the city of Santa Ana. I grew up here in the city, and I don't think I realized how harmful fireworks were until this past July. I grew up on the west side, living in visiting my mom's cul-de-sac. You can see illegal fireworks at any time, as well as, quote, safe and sane fireworks. And there's smoke everywhere. I think that it's not a secret that fireworks of all types, both illegal and legal fireworks, cause negative environmental effects. I think that it's important for this council to really prioritize that. So I want to go through a couple items. First is the environmental impact, right? We as this council have stated that we care about climate, we care about the air quality, we care about toxic lead, and we care about how our residents are living here in the city of Santa Ana and that they deserve a safe and healthy place to grow up. Yet we are saying at the same time, we are okay with PM 2.5, which is only safe at the, I believe, the 12.5, let me pull it up, the 12.5 level, but now when it's 4th of July or around that time, that number more than doubles. In fact, it more than triples. So what we're saying is that we care about health, and we care about air quality, and we care about our kids not getting asthma or having our families experiencing cardiovascular effects and issues, except when it's fun and except when it funds a number of individual nonprofits. I think that it's really important for us to really square that and what we are trying to say. If we are trying to get rid of gas burning stoves or try to electrify buildings in the city, and we're not willing to also address this issue that not only has air quality impacts the day of 4th of July, but the week after, as well as impacts in the soil, I think that it's a bit of a compartmentalization issue. The other thing I want to address is there are a lot of comments by the public talking about how these nonprofits are unable to function. I was in the band, I was in the orchestra, I was a total nerd, I played volleyball, and we had to fundraise for every single one of those items. And I agree very much with Councilmember Peñalosa, because the school district has an $809 million budget. Their budget is significantly larger than the budget for the city. They should be helping to fund these items. You should not be fixing your cellos with tape. The school should be paying for that. And I do question whether they are and why they aren't. So I really hope that anybody showing up here at the city council and telling us that we're not funding enough youth programs when we literally did a presentation tonight about what youth programs we are further funding with Parks and Rec and with the other departments here in the city, why the school district isn't doing the same. So that's another issue. And then finally, one commenter made the comment, well, it should be $500,000 in profits for nonprofit. Maybe the city should be able to fork over those fees, those funds for these nonprofits to help them sustain themselves. Well, I'm here to tell you that if $500,000, at least for me, is what it costs to ensure that these nonprofits continue to function, but also ensure that we don't have the negative air quality impacts that affect individuals like me who are asthmatic, but also our veterans that this city claims to support and care for, who are affected by PTSD, are negatively affected by fireworks, both safe and sane and illegal fireworks. You cannot tell me a Piccolo Pete is not loud and scary, and the effects on animals and our environment. I think that's a small price to pay to keep these nonprofits functioning and keeping our environment clean. So for me, I would support an ordinance voted by this council because it is consistent with the stance that we have taken before, whether it's on environmental impacts, whether it's supporting community nonprofits, or whether it's supporting a health and safety future for our students. I think those are all doable with that ordinance, and I think that it's consistent with our policies. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to say I agree with my colleague, Councilmember Peñalosa and Councilmember Fan, that the school district should absolutely cover the costs for these programs. It's heartbreaking to see children having to spend their Tuesday evening here advocating for fireworks when the school should be adequately funding these programs. However, I do also want to thank the community who came out today because they gracefully demanded for us as a city council to protect safe and sane fireworks in our city. The supporters were a diverse group of community members with different cultural backgrounds, differing political opinions, and professional backgrounds. People that all shared one thing in common, and that's that they would be impacted adversely by this decision. This decision not only hurts our community, but it also hurts the culture of our city. Fireworks have been deeply embedded into the culture of our city and the culture of Americans. It is a way that families in our community celebrate together during this very important holiday that holds much significance to them. And I think that speaks volumes of the diversity that was in the room earlier. The sale, purchase, and use of safe and sane fireworks within Santa Ana has been legal since the 1960s, and it is codified in the city charter since 1986. TNT Fireworks have shared publicly that their largest amount of sales is happening in the city of Santa Ana every 4th of July holiday than in any other city in the state of California. And there are a number of nonprofits that we saw today that pleaded with us. There are only 4 days where these fireworks are sold, and there's only 1 day where it is legal for you to utilize these fireworks. And the safe and sane fireworks can only be lit on July 4th. It's not to say that there are not other fireworks that are being lit throughout those days, but it's also understanding that these safe and sane fireworks providers are not condoning the usage of illegal fireworks, and they're not condoning the usage of fireworks being utilized on any other day other than July 4th. Over 50 Santa Ana nonprofits rely on their annual sale of legal fireworks during this short 4-day period to fund their organization services. And these groups range from the Santa Ana High School award-winning cheerleading squad, the Baseball Booster Club, to the Santa Ana Pony Baseball, and the First Samoan Congregation Christian Church, who was here with us today. So I don't want to punish our city's residents and the good actors that have been following our rules. I want to focus my energy on combating illegal fireworks being utilized the other 361 days of the year in town. So I am not in favor of taking this to the voter. I want to save our tax dollars and make it clear that I would like to see this end here.
not in favor of moving forward.
Thank you for those comments. Why don't we just go around? I think the ad hoc committees already had a chance to comment. Any other members of the council that are not on the ad hoc committee that haven't spoken? Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Lopez.
Never thought I'd see the mayor want me to speak, but thank you. On that, I want to thank everybody that came out tonight, and as my colleagues have all echoed, the folks took time out of their evening to come out and make their case. But one thing that I'm more than happy to echo what my colleagues said, in the sense that, for an entity like the Santa Ana Unified School District to have a budget larger than the city of Santa Ana's, and their organizations are coming to the city asking for money, that just seems twisted. There's something wrong there, right? They should be going to the school board. The school board should be saying, hey, we've got enough money, we can help you out. But no, instead, they are out manning firework booths. So I just want to be clear that the Santa Ana Unified School District has a larger budget than the city of Santa Ana. So I hope that people do take the advice of what my colleagues have already said and go down to the school board meetings and advocate to them. I recognize all of the negative impacts that fireworks have, and hence why I had signed on originally to the item that came before the council. I have a young puppy at home, and I definitely love our veterans, and to have them suffer through the holiday is just, it breaks my heart. At the same time, we also live in a democracy, and the fact of the matter is that we saw tonight an overwhelming outpouring of support for fireworks. And they are part of America, as we all know. They're just something that, when you think of 4th of July, you think of patriotism and you think of fireworks. There's definitely a negative impact to that, but at the same time, it is something that we heard the community tonight come out and make the case. The other thing we as council members are charged with is being responsible for the finances of the city and to make sound fiscal decisions. So just to remind all of us, Madam City Clerk, what would it cost to put a single item on the ballot for the upcoming November 2022 election?
Each ballot measure added to the election or as a question is $100,000.
Okay, thank you. So $100,000. I took it upon myself to do a little research as to how these ballot measures fare in other cities. And, the old adage, insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. What we've seen throughout Orange County is that when these ballot measures go to the voters, they usually lean on the side of fireworks. One could argue going ahead and bringing it forward to the voters of Santa Ana, but I look at this and I see a consistent pattern throughout Orange County. You have more folks here pushing to support fireworks. And so I think for us to put this item on the ballot would be fiscally reckless on our part. And so I'm going to side with my colleagues tonight and not support bringing this item forward to the voters. I don't think it's something that, given the pattern that we have and given all the other charter amendments that I believe that the ad hoc is going to bring forward, I think we have a lot of productive things that we're going to accomplish, hopefully, at the ballot box in November. And I just think that with what we've seen historically with this pattern on propositions when it comes to fireworks, I think we already know what the outcome will be. So I'd rather put our money towards these other measures and be fiscally responsible. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. And when I call on you, you don't have to say yes, but I'm just kidding. I don't want to put you on the spot. Councilmember Lopez, would you like to make a comment?
Sure, yes. So this is why I'm really excited about the Joint School Collaboration Subcommittee that I tried for almost an entire year for this council to say yes to, because there are clear gaps in how we service Santa Ana families and how SAUSD and other school districts that have an impact on Santa Ana families service them as well. And so I'm really hopeful. It was one of the agenda items today that got passed, and so I'm really hopeful, and I'm looking forward to working together with people that are going to be open to working with the council members. And I don't think it's a new issue. I think clearly it's been happening for a long time now, and some of these organizations have been fundraising for years and years and years. And so, yes, I agree. You should definitely go and advocate for more funding from the school district. And I do agree with Councilmember Fan. I have championed, the reduction of greenhouse gases, and I will continue to come back to this council and address the concerns that I have that we established in our climate resolution last year, electrification, all of those things, because I think they're important. I actually don't think it's reckless to give this to the voters. I think that this is an issue that has been coming up in prior councils for many years now, and this is an opportunity for us to finally put it to rest. Let the voters of Santa Ana decide if this is what they want to see moving forward or this is not what they want to see moving forward, because we're not going to be immune from all of the other cities that celebrate 4th of July around us, and we're not going to be immune from the own toxins that we as a city release into there when we do a 4th of July celebration as well. And so I think there are a lot of questions and concerns, and this is why I have said and will continue to state that this is an issue that the voters should take care of once and for all. That way, no future council can say, well, I didn't agree with the past council. No, we and every other future council should respect the voice of the voters. And that is where I stand. Thank you.
Great, thank you for those comments. I think everybody had a chance to speak on this. I'll go ahead and just make my brief comments on this.
Can I ask just one quick question?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Maybe this is for Madam City Attorney. Right now, the maximum fine for having illegal fireworks or using them outside of the approved hours is $1,000. Does this council have the ability to increase that by vote of us up here?
So currently the way the system is designed is that we have a administrative fine and penalty, and that's the $1,000. That is governed by state law, so we cannot exceed what the state law provides for. If we were to bring civil actions against individuals, which of course takes city attorney resources, et cetera, then we can establish additional fines. But those additional fines would be a result of prosecuting them per se in a civil action, whereas the administrative fine or penalty, the issuance of a ticket, is limited by state law.
Okay, thank you.
Great. So as I was saying, I think everybody had a chance to speak on this. You just need direction from us tonight. You probably heard quite a bit.
I do not hear a consensus from a majority with direction, so per my note.
You haven't heard from me yet, so
okay.
I was just gonna, so I don't know if that's going to change anything, but I'll go ahead and put my 2 cents in this. So council's past, and I think it was true what everybody said, has been struggling with this as long as I've been on this council, right? And probably prior to that. And I think one of the things that was missing is that we even introduced a public 4th of July celebration in hopes that people would attend that and not, use illegal, unpermitted fireworks. That was really the goal of that, in addition to having a sort of a community gathering as well. So I think this isn't an easy question. Right now, I'll give you sort of a lawyerly response, which is, my first, thought is that a ban on legal fireworks doesn't address the problem with the illegal fireworks. In other words, if we were to say that was going to cure the problem with unpermitted fireworks, then I'd say that's the way to go. There is no doubt about it. But it is extremely tenuous to say that if we place a ban on the legal fireworks, that's going to eliminate the problem that we have. I don't think there's a nexus there. I think what people complain about are the quarter sticks of dynamite, which are called M80s, going off and causing incredible amount of damage, injury, and harm and trauma to look, pets are great. I love pets. I have a pet of my own, but I'm more worried about families who have children with disabilities and who are people who are much more sensitive to sound. So to the extent that we can do something, and we increased the penalties, I think I forget what it was, maybe 2016 or 17 to $1,000. That was supposed to be a deterrent. It may have deterred some, it didn't deter all. So I don't think this ban is going to deter those who are in the black market from bringing these fireworks in and transacting them and using them in our community. So I just don't see this solution solving the underlying problem, which is to get rid of the black market, illegal, unpermitted fireworks. So that's one. So I don't think that the ban would achieve what the goal is here. So I think it's not, it doesn't really solve the problem. The second one is on the air quality. That is an extremely important question because I want us to be consistent with what our environmental justice protections and other stances that we've taken to try to be a much more environmentally concerned city with, impacts. The particulates that are released, I think, when it comes to the PM 2.5, what's unclear is that when these readings were taken, did they segregate out the illegal fireworks from the impact on this? And was it just the safe and sane? So if you're measuring the impact of particulates in the air quality, are you doing them, and how do you isolate just the legal? It's a very difficult, reading to take and finding to make. So I don't see that is the solution either, because I think that the illegal fireworks are commingled with the legal fireworks to create that air particulate. So that's another thing. But what I do think is that we keep doing the same thing. It's not getting us anywhere. One of the things I think I would propose is that, if we were to continue allowing legal fireworks, is that the legal firework industry and the nonprofits, actually, but more the industry, have some way to help us enforce and prevent the transaction and the use of illegal fireworks. So to the extent that there was some, kind of what we do with the cannabis industry. I remember when we introduced the cannabis regulations, there were 120 illegal operators, and we set aside a third of the revenue towards enforcement, and then we reduced the number of unpermitted operators to less than 10. I think that the industry had skin in the game. The industry was able to help us solve that problem. I think here we need to figure out how we can have maybe a deployed task force that helps identify through maybe geo-tracking or some other technology where these fireworks, where the illegal fireworks are being set off, because you see a Piccolo Pete doesn't go up in the air, and it doesn't make the incredible noise that an M80 does. So there's got to be a way to be able to distinguish between the usage of one versus the other. A sparkler is not the same thing as something that is being set off and can blow off somebody's hand. So I would say that would be my suggestion, is maybe to speak with the industry as well to see, look, maybe we use a fee, and that fee can be used to deploy, because I saw what worries me is the overtime hours that we're spending on this. And I know what it's like right around the 3 or 4 week period around 4th of July. You have a bunch of patrol cars just running around all over town. And it's very disconcerting because they're not responding to other dangerous calls for service when they're trying to track down the users of illegal fireworks. So, and finally, on the nonprofits that are listed there, I think everybody was talking about the school district funding them. I think that's fine. I think it should be a shared responsibility. But I also think that we also need to include some nonprofits that haven't traditionally been included on that list. So if we can work to refresh that list, I certainly respect the nonprofits that are being, that came before us tonight, but there are plenty of emerging nonprofits that provide services to members of the community that are not listed there. So, and I know that's within our discretion to do. It's not really the industry that selects the nonprofits that they fund. That's something that they're given direction by us to do. But those are my comments. I think that we've talked this one pretty thoroughly. Let me go one more time to Councilmember Fan, and I think we can wrap this up.
Thank you. Then maybe I can make a recommendation that the council might agree on, since we're, I think, still all over the place, right? Is to bring this back to the charter ad hoc and incorporate some other potential, enforcement mechanism that might address some of your concerns regarding the illegal fireworks. I think that in talking to PD, actually, they say that part of the enforcement issue with the illegal fireworks is that they can't get to the illegal fireworks, given that the legal safe and sane are being burned in the street. So once an illegal firework comes off, there's a report, cops can't get there. And then by the time they do, someone is gone. But if that's the case, I still don't think that that fully addresses the environmental issue, but maybe we can also address situations such as response recovery ordinances or provisions that is in this draft ordinance. And I thank you to the T&T folks who actually brought up some of these ideas where we would be able to charge, whenever we do confiscate these types of illegal fireworks, that we would be able to charge for the response time and the cost for the city attorney, et cetera. On top of that, I'd like potentially to look into a social host ordinance where if an illegal firework is found on your property, you are responsible. If you really want to be truly ensuring that people do not have illegal fireworks, that if it's found on your property, it's yours, and we will fine you for it, and we will enforce it. I think that might be a stronger mechanism than having to show that somebody blew it or something like that, and that would apply to anybody. So I would still support an ordinance to ban this, but maybe we can discuss some other potential items that this council might agree on that might not be a full ban.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Peñalosa.
I'll be quick, Mayor, I promise. Just, Councilmember Fan, I like that suggestion. Maybe the more proper or appropriate avenue would be the Public Safety Committee versus the Charter Ad Hoc Committee. Just thinking of working with our law enforcement agencies to see what we could do. So I would be supportive of seeing this go to the.
It's not a charter item.
Yeah.
Really.
Go to the Public Safety Committee to see what changes we could potentially make and maybe restrict, if it's restricting the amount of permits we allow each year by a little bit or seeing what kind of enforcement mechanisms we could work with the industry people. That would be, I think, something for the Public Safety Committee to consider. Thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you. So there's some dispersed.
I believe I have direction. So we won't proceed with going to the voters or bringing back an ordinance to council banning the safe and sane. What we will do is via the charter, not the charter, but the Public Safety Committee, we'll look at different ideas for stronger enforcement.
I guess we're just going to keep on talking about it, so that makes sense. Thank you for that. Let's move on to item number 29, public hearing on the CDBG program, and I'll go ahead and see if there's a presentation on this. Madam City Attorney.
We do not have a presentation on this item, sir.
Great, thank you. And we have one public speaker, so let me go ahead and open the public hearing. And our one speaker is it in person, Madam Clerk? Jeanette
That
Frechette?
is correct.
Or Janice Frechette? I'm sorry about that.
Stay to the bitter end.
Right? Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Community Development Block Grant is an opportunity for us to bring our nonprofit into Santa Ana. And we had just an amazing opportunity to present our intergenerational literacy program to the council in January. And what we do is we provide mentoring opportunities to struggling readers here in Santa Ana. In 2020, we launched an intergenerational intervention program at Edward B. Cole Academy in partnership with Templo Calvario. And we have been able to serve one-on-one tutoring, mentoring with older adult mentors to struggling readers here. And our goal is to expand those services. We aren't one of the chosen nonprofits in the initial budget recommendation, but I felt so strongly that you all needed to know that literacy is the gateway to academic success for all children. And the mentoring component that we have for our older generation to work with our young children here in Santa Ana is so critical and has been so well received by the families, the children, the schools, that being able to expand these services to additional after-school programs, additional schools, some Heroes Elementary is interested in having our program there. We provide over 450 one-to-one mentoring tutor sessions every single week, and we pivoted doing it via Zoom and have over a 67% increase in academic achievement 1st through 5th grade in their reading oral fluency skills. So I really wanted you to know Parentis Foundation is here to serve the kids in Santa Ana. We are throughout Orange County in after-school and in-school programs. We're a newer organization, so we weren't as familiar as some of the other programs that have been suggested as funding opportunities, but we are making a lasting impact not only for our children, but our senior citizens that act as mentors and guided coaches for these children. So with that, I like I said, I wanted to stay to the bitter end to share who we are. We're Parentis Foundation, and we're here to serve children, excel their academic skills and literacy, and build social emotional growth through mentorship with their senior mentors. So thank you for this time.
Thank you, Ms. Frechette. Excellent comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for staying. Let me go ahead, and I think that was the last public comment, Madam Clerk. Nobody online?
That's correct, and we also didn't receive any written communication.
Great, thank you for that. So let me bring it back to the council, and I'll call on myself this time first. Normally what we've done on these, and I think we've done this in the past, is we kind of see what the recommendation is from staff, and I believe that, we kind of absorb it a little bit and see if there's any adjustments or edits we may want to make to amounts and maybe to others that may not have made the cutoff. And I think Ms. Frechette's point was really well taken. Is one thing that I have seen with the whole CDBG process is that it is a very, very extensive, labor-intensive process, and there has to be some familiarity with the administrative bureaucracy to deal with this. And so we tend to see the same nonprofits funded, chronically, just because they are very familiar with the process, they know how to audit, they know how to document this, and we don't really give much of an opportunity to sort of new emerging nonprofits that are maybe not familiar with the application process, because it is very rigorous. So to the extent that, we maybe can bring this back like we've done, I think there isn't time sensitivity from what I recall, Madam City Manager.
So we do have to submit, I believe, by May 15th, so you have an additional council meeting between now and then, so you would have an opportunity to have it continue to the very next council meeting.
Great. And then if we see, look, there are some adjustments, there's some edits, some movement. I know we've done that in the past. We present it to you, and hopefully you and staff can make that work for us, and it comes back to us, hopefully with everybody having some opportunity to comment and opine on this. That's sort of been the practice in the past. I'm certainly not ready to tackle it right now, because there are some questions on those that didn't make the cutoff, and also on amounts. And to do that from the dais would be kind of clumsy, I think, at this point. Give me 1 second. So that would be something that I would suggest that we just kind of live with this for 2 weeks. You bring it back at the next meeting. Is that first meeting in May?
Yeah, if that's the council's direction, we certainly can accommodate. I would urge any of you that wanted to make any suggested changes to get in contact with Stephen Mendoza right away, because we do have a deadline on
Correct.
the submission for the agenda.
Got it. Great. Thank you. And let me go to Councilmember Peñalosa and then Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. And to your point, I believe that the mayor, has a good point in regards to the numerous nonprofits that might not have the knowledge to, or experience, I should say, of submitting and going through the CDBG process. So my question, I guess, just to staff, and maybe Stephen, you could, or whoever, or Judson maybe, when these nonprofits go through this process, do we ever provide any sort of workshop at the city level that could, around this time when the application process starts, where we could educate and help these nonprofits familiarize themselves, new nonprofits that aren't familiar with the system? Is there anything that we ever do to that regard?
Yeah. Yeah, there is an entire RFP process where we are open and training them. They all present to the commission themselves, the Community Development Commission, and then a group of the commissioners comes together to rate them. And during the entire process, there's outreach prior to applying. And we also, Judson, if you want to get up and describe some of the mentoring that we do with some of these first-time applicants. And you remember, we've also switched to a 2-year cycle.
Okay, well, because right now you said it, there is an RFP process, but even that, a lot of nonprofits are not familiar with the RFP process or what an RFP even is. So how do we, I'm just asking if there's just a general from the get-go, beginning, early inception stages of any nonprofit that would want to apply for some of these funds. Is there anything here at the city level that we could say, make that outreach and say, nonprofit, there's, $10 million available, that you could have some, but you just got to go through this, here's how.
I'll let Judson describe what he's been doing since he released the RFP.
Yeah, thank you very much, council members. So following approval by City Council on November 2nd to issue the NOFA process, to start the NOFA process, we then schedule a workshop for interested nonprofits to learn all about the application process. It's a very thorough workshop. Our staff, Mr. David Flores, provides that workshop to the nonprofits and then assists any nonprofits who are working through the application while the application window is open. And it was open for November 3rd to, I think, December 20th.
Okay, thank you. So in short answer, yes, there is okay. And because the same organizations do appear every year, and the 4 years that I've been here, I see the same names, which they're all great organizations, but I want to make sure that we give the smaller ones a chance as well. With that said, that's it, Mayor.
Thank you, great comments. I forgot who was next. Was it Hernandez and then Lopez and then Fan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in agreement with you too. I am not fully ready to make a final decision at this moment, but I would like to see this brought back to us at the council meeting in May. And I will be reaching out to Director Mendoza so that I can offer any suggestions. I'm going to take a look at it, but thank you. That'll be my direction.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lopez?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I'm not ready to move forward with this tonight, but I would like Stephen, if you could reach out to Angie so we can set up a meeting and talk about it. And I would want in advance a list of all of the organizations that apply for the CDBG funding. I want to see what has been getting funded, what's not getting funded, and why not. And in terms of the workshop, Judson, maybe you answered this earlier and I just didn't hear you correctly. Is that like a step-by-step of how you apply? And if you have any questions, is staff available to help, organizations that maybe don't have as much staff on hand to deal with the requirements or the grant, whatever it takes to apply for this?
Yes, thank you very much, Councilmember Lopez. It's a very thorough presentation, including the step-by-step process on how to submit an application. And the outreach is very extensive, as we detailed in the staff report. And I would just add that the list of organizations that were not funded was reviewed by the commissioners that were appointed by City Council as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Fan?
Thank you. Judson, I feel like you should just stand up there. So just a point of clarification, I wasn't able to tell, but I think from my prior experience, most of these are awarded, but they're awarded on a reimbursable basis. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so I think, and is that a requirement of CDBG?
It is, yes.
Okay.
It's a reimbursement-only grant.
Okay. And so I think, because I think Assistant City Manager Mendoza and I have talked about this, whereby CDBG isn't really appropriate for a lot of the smaller nonprofits because there's a very high reporting criteria because of the CDBG grant itself, not necessarily because the city is imposing it, but the grant requires it. correct?
Yes.
And that because it's a reimbursement basis, a lot of these, I mean, $60,000, you have to have $60,000 to get $60,000 essentially, correct?
It's quite extensive process to comply with the grant requirements and receive those reimbursements and
Right, but what I mean is, in order for me to get the $60,000, I would have had to expend $60,000 and show you a receipt that I spent $60,000. So essentially, a smaller nonprofit is not going to be able to get $60,000 because they probably don't have an operating budget of $60,000. Right. So while I do understand the concern for smaller nonprofits, I think it might be likely a better place to look somewhere else in the city's budget, whereby we as the city can have maybe not a looser or lower standard, but a lower barrier standard for these emerging and local nonprofits that might not have the same staffing that, for example, America on Track might, because it's a national organization that is fully funded and is able to provide that reporting. Because I know we hired, Ruby, right? She does grant reporting specifically for, I think, for public works, because there's so many requirements in receiving these types of funds, and staff itself has to go through all of these things. So I guess that would be my comments for this, and hopefully we can come back with some other options for smaller nonprofits that might be easier for them to get funding for. Thank you.
Great, thank you for those comments. Any other questions or comments? The only, I guess, additional comments I would make, I think they were all constructive comments. Aside from just, the reason that, some of them are maybe not large enough or maybe not don't have, enough funding to be able to provide the cost reimbursement that's expected. I think it's also maybe just the outreach. I don't know, because I think maybe it's a good training session that's provided, but a couple of things. Have we reached out to all the nonprofits that could be interested in this? Have we really exhausted that? Have we done it in Spanish? Have we done it in Vietnamese? And the window of response time is fairly short. And Ms. Frechette doesn't strike me as somebody who is not sophisticated, right? She's somebody who strikes me as probably can navigate that system well and ask the right questions and be able to provide good responses. So if she's, having some issues and maybe they just didn't rate her as high, look, maybe, another pair of eyes up here would. That's really the role of us, not just, it's to look and review to what the recommendations are from the commission. But I do see that some of these could even be absorbed. Some of these nonprofits could even be funded through some other way. Let's just, for example, Not These House. It's a gang prevention program. It's an extremely good program. But why wouldn't it be funded as a crime prevention line item for the police? And maybe that frees up the money here for some other use or some other purpose. So those are the questions I think I want to ask a little bit more of, and may need a little time. I don't think there's huge adjustments here, but there are questions here that I think we can look at a little bit more critically, and then we can maybe make some space. As others were saying, some of these nonprofits could be funded from other sources, and if that happens, then we can absorb other nonprofits that didn't make this cutoff, and we diversify the use and the purpose of these monies, and that's really the goal. Because I'd hate to box some people out just because it's a limited amount of money, but those are the things, Judson, I would be asking you to do, is see what other departments can absorb some of these nonprofit purposes. And I think, with respect to, Stephen, I sometimes we give the response that we've done everything we could, and we haven't. And so I just want us to, make sure we turn every rock over and make sure that we do as much as we possibly can, and not just say that this is a satisfactory system. It isn't. We can always improve, and that's, I guess, what I'm looking for. So those are my comments, and I would just go ahead and recommend that we put the item over. There's some questions. I don't think this is a bad list. If anything, these are some quality nonprofits, but I do think that there is some room for improvement and some room for adjustments on this. So I'll make the motion to continue the item.
I'll second your motion.
Madam Clerk, Madam City Manager, you said the timeline was to have it adopted by what date?
So it must be submitted so that we secure the 2022-2024 no later than May 15th. So you just have one council
Got it,
meeting.
got it.
So what we will do is first thing in the morning, we will send you out of the 33 applications received. There were 6 that did not receive any funding. We'll send you the details as to what their scores were and what the rationale was for them not receiving any funding. And then once again, we would look for your input really immediate so that we can make the cutoff.
So the list includes the 6 that didn't get any funding?
We can send you the information on the 6 that did not get funding and the rationale from the commission for their scoring of those 6.
Do we have the data on who we outreach to?
Yes, we provided that detail in the staff report.
Okay.
We could provide you more specifics in terms of the data, but we do have just general information in the staff report, but we could tell you about how many organizations we reached out to.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. So there's a motion and a second for a 2-week continuance to the next meeting. Any further discussion? Seeing none? Madam Clerk?
Mayor, if I can ask if you want to close the public hearing?
We want to continue it, right? Well, that's the motion on the floor, to continue the public hearing.
I second the motion.
Thank you.
So the public hearing will remain open until the next meeting. Council members, please vote.
Motion passes 7-0 with council members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Sarmiento voting yes.
Great, thank you, everybody. That brings us to the next public hearing item on the general plan. That's item number 30, and I'll turn it over to staff to provide us with the presentation.
Yes, Mayor and council members, we do have a brief presentation on this item, and we're excited to bring it back to you. I have to credit our Executive Director, Min Tai, who has spent numerous hours, as well as our EJ communities. They have spent numerous hours on this as well, at working to incorporate the concerns that they had with the original draft. So the focus of his presentation is going to be on addressing the EJ issues, and I will turn it over to Executive Director Min Tai.
Thank you, City Manager Rich. If you can give me a moment to set up.
Director Tai, can I just interrupt you for a second? Let me go ahead and defer to Councilmember Fan. She has a comment to make.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a public comment, because in a prior meeting, I had recused myself from this item out of an abundance of caution due to a then pending FPPC complaint relating to the WHO, but it was all related to my employer and my work. Of course, that FPPC complaint was summarily dismissed and was actually not even investigated and rejected by the FPPC. And so on the advice of the city attorney, and in light of that dismissal, I have determined that I am able to participate in the general plan update discussion and vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. I thought you were going to add a BAM.
Bam.
Director Tai, go ahead. Just for purposes of discussion, let me go ahead and just formally open up the public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and the City Council. It's been a long journey, actually almost 7 years since we started this process. Our Mayor and City Council encourage all of us to think big and dream big. I'm here today to present to the Mayor, City Council, and our community the updated general plan called the Golden City and Beyond. This is our community's grand vision for the next 2 decades. But before we do that, I have a couple images I'd like to share with the council and the community. When you look at these images, you instantly recognize and probably have the name of the cities in your mind already, just from the images. And if you think about Los Angeles, Hong Kong, San Francisco, Rome, New York, you'll be right. These are world-class cities all over the world, and they are instantly recognizable through their architecture, physical, cultural, social, and historical landscape. They capture a thing, a place, a feeling, the thing we would call that it feeling. World-class is just not about the scale of a city. It's also the quality, the substance, the place that touch on the wants and needs of our residents, and the place that attract businesses as well as tourists from all over the world to visit. It is to experience that brand. And when you look at this image, you can see that we too, the city of Santa, is instantly recognizable by the images that we see. Santa Ana, we have our cultural celebrations, we have our historical neighborhoods, architecture, historic downtown, museum, and so much more. Santa Ana, in my opinion, and I think in all of opinion, is poised to be a world-class city. We are a city that also has a seasonal climatic event that is named after us, the Santa Ana Wind. So we're on our way and the wind is behind us. I'll be covering these topics tonight, and we'll conclude with the recommendation to adopt the general plan and the related resolution. The city's general plan was not comprehensively updated since 1982, and over the last 4 decades, our community has seen many changes to the physical environment. The needs and the issues facing our community are significantly different today than in 1982. The general plan is required under state law for every city. It is also a roadmap of Santa Ana for our future and needs to be updated to align with our community values and aspiration as we have them today. The plan also serves as a policy document providing the foundation for decision-making and guiding regulatory framework. It is also a planning document guiding our decisions and the physical development of the city through a shared vision. And that shared vision is, as you can see on the slide, our shared vision is holistic, it is inclusive, and it invests in the future generations. The goals and policies and implementation action contained within the general plan all work together to achieve this shared vision. This vision is also guided by our core values that were shared with us by our community through our extensive outreach. And those core values include culture, sustainability, health, education, and equity. And as you can see, they are also reflected in our shared vision as well. The key focus of the plan includes a range of topics that you see on the slide. Notably, it proposes to improve the quality of life in the physical environment, addressing environmental pollution concerns, creating economic development and employment opportunities, growing sustainably, responsibility within the 5 land use focus areas of the plan, just to name a few. The 5 focus area that you see here, we consider to be areas of reinvestment opportunities or identified early on in the process by our community, civic leaders, and community stakeholders as reinvestment opportunity areas with the greatest opportunity for success and benefiting from the change in land use and development to facilitate economic development and revitalization. Some of the focus area are experiencing minimal reinvestment from existing owners, as well as redevelopment interest from the development community, while other areas also capitalize on the location and its proximity to high activity opportunity areas. This strategy of our general plan is a focused growth managed strategy to the areas that can yield the best benefit and be the most successful, while minimizing disruption and maintaining character of established lower density neighborhood throughout our city, as we heard during our outreach with the community. Following up from the meeting of February 15th, after the City Council first considered this item, We received over 150 comments from the City Council as well as EJ stakeholders. After meeting with the EJ stakeholders and following up with the City Council, the process resulted in over 60 modifications and clarification that were made to the plan that we felt were responsive to the comments. And those comments really were to strengthen land use policy and to address EJ issues while guiding our future land use decisions. The complete listing of the comments received, as well as the city responses and clarification to the documented comments, are both attached in Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2 of the staff report for your reference. And at the conclusion of this process, and we met with the EJ Roundtable on April 4th, explained and discussed the changes and clarifications, and we received overwhelming support from our local EJ stakeholders. Some of the key modification requirements as the result of the process really does strengthen commitments and leadership pertaining to environmental pollutions, concerns, advocacy, public education, addressing community health and wellness issues, prioritizing strategy to remove and mitigate environmental pollutions, prioritize open space preservation and development, as well as increasing the park ratio to 3 acres per 1,000. Prioritize public engagement, education, involvement by our community, including EJ stakeholders, as well as local and indigenous representations. And then strengthen the land use policies and actions to facilitate future land use decision-making process. The strategy of our general plan in terms of addressing EJ is one that is foundational, pioneering, and ongoing. It will have a dedicated city EJ staff position to work with the community and for the community. The city will serve as the repository for gathering information and also dispersing information to the public and the community about environmental justice issues. We're proposing to form an environmental justice action committee for engaging our community, educating and guiding strategies for addressing EJ issues, resulting in a continuous process for improvement and informing our community. We see this as a holistic process. It's ongoing, as very foundational. In terms of the next steps, with the adoption of the proposed general plan update tonight, we estimate that the effective date of the general plan will be 30 days from the adoption, which is May 20th. However, I want to provide a clarification that the effective date would be 30 days from the signing of the resolution, so hopefully that will get signed quickly after the adoption. The comprehensive update of the zoning code and development standard will be the next big items that we will follow. We're looking to release the request for proposal on the comprehensive update of the zoning code within the next few weeks. We will share a draft, as I committed to with the City Council prior to releasing that. We will provide and allocate, we will work with our community and City Council to provide and allocate resources for new program and services. Staff will be busy implementing the actions. As I mentioned, this is a living document that will have an annual and 5-year review process, and we'll be working with the community to also consider and implement, not consider, but also implement and administer a 2-year survey every 2 years. Our recommendation tonight, my last slide, is for the council to certify the program EIR in compliance with CEQA and certify that the project EIR has been completed pursuant to CEQA guidelines. There are no environmental superior alternative to the project that will avoid or substantially lessen the significant environmental effect as identified in the draft PIR. Concur with the finding and mitigation measures contained in the PIR and adopt a statement of overriding considerations prior to certification of the PIR. 2, adopt the general plan update number 2020-06 And finally, adopt a resolution overruling the Orange County Airport Land Use Commission's determination that the proposed general plan update is not consistent with the airport environment and land use for John Wayne Airport, including supportive findings. That concludes my staff report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. But if I take a moment before that and take a few minutes to recognize the team that has been working on this project. The staff team members that were part of the leading project management team include Fabiola Zelaya Meliker, planning manager, our lead project manager, Melanie McCann, principal planner. I also want to share that Melanie has worked for the city close to 35 years, and she has announced her retirement this May. So if this adoption is completed tonight, that will be a big feather to help end cap her great career.
And you're pulling out all the stops now.
Mr. Ricardo Soto has been working on this project, as well as Jerry Guevara, since the beginning. I just want to share that Ricardo actually started the project, got married, have had 2 children, and is still working on the project. So I'm pulling out another stop here. I also want to thank you from the support of our team, Assistant City Manager Mendoza and his economic development team, Mark Morley and Judson, for supporting us with the economic development element as well as the housing element, which is not being considered tonight, but they have worked feverishly on that. I want to thank Nabil and his team, Zed Kalula, for supporting with mobility and addressing transportation issues. I want to thank Executive Director Rudloff and Susie Fajenic for working on us with the master park, the open space element. Our consultant here tonight is Colin Drucker from Place Work, along with Joanne Hatfield, Steve Bush, and Mike Arizabel. We also have Amy Hoyt, who is our legal advisor on the CEQA work as well. As I mentioned, this team has worked and spent countless hours and dedicated their own, sometimes personal time to this project, so we really can't do this without them. So thank you so much, I really appreciate it. I also want to thank our City Manager's office, our City Manager Kristen Reach, for supporting us and providing guidance every step of the way. The Planning Commission, the Historical Resources Commission, the Parks and Recreation Board, our Community Development Commission, as well as the ETAC for providing input throughout our development of the plan. And finally, our City Council for your support and guidance throughout these number of years and this whole process. And hopefully we have delivered something that you are truly proud of and can adopt tonight. Thank you.
Great, thank you for those acknowledgments. I think they're well deserved. And I guess if we wouldn't be moving this, Melanie would have to stay with us another few years, I guess, if we didn't. So we're really going to help out here. I think we have a member of the public that's online. Madam Clerk, if you want to go ahead and call them up.
Thank you, Mayor. And before I actually unmute, and we actually have a few callers actually now, but before I unmute the callers, I did want to also announce that we did receive written communication from 2 Santa Ana residents organizations and 1 county organization, and they just provided various comments and concerns regarding the general plan. And with that, Zoom ID Cynthia Guerrera, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device to unmute your call. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Hi, you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay. So good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Cynthia Guerrera. I'm from Santana, and I'm a member of the Rise of Willow Coalition. I'm here to comment on item 30, the general plan update. And I want to start by saying that I do appreciate the city's efforts to address environmental justice through the general plan update. There were some revisions made to the plan that addressed some of the environmental justice issues raised by the community during the general plan update process. And while the draft general plan being voted on today is an improved version of the others we have seen in the past, it unfortunately still fails to provide policies that will effectively address the city's park deficit. A concern residents and the coalition have consistently raised throughout the general plan update process. The current deficit is 154.44 acres, and it is projected to increase to 346.6 0.41 acres by the year 2045. So the parkland deficit more than doubling by 2045 is a clear indication to us, at least, that the open space policies and programs proposed in the plan will not address the city's parkland deficit. To address the park deficit, the Rise of Willowwood Coalition proposed that the city implement a no net loss of open space policy that would require a one-to-one replacement of land zoned as open space that was not developed for open space uses. The city rejected including open space not owned by the city of Santa Ana in the no net loss policy, arguing that the policy could be seen as unreasonably infringing on private property owners' rights. The city is being unnecessarily cautious in this case to the detriment of Santa Ana's residents. Rise of Willowwick submitted a letter as public comment today detailing examples in which other California jurisdictions implemented similar no net loss of land policies that were successfully upheld in court, like Stanislaus County's no net loss of farmland policy. The letter also provides different ways in which the no net loss policy could be modified to mitigate the risk of unconstitutionally infringing on a private property owner's rights. So I think all this to say is just that we think there is a way to successfully create a no net loss policy for the city of Santa Ana that includes open space. Rather than rejecting the coalition's no net loss of open space policy proposal, I do ask that the city do the following at this time. One, provide a detailed reasoning for the city's fear of implementing a no net loss policy that would apply to open space not owned by the city of Santa Ana. The reasoning should go beyond simply stating that the policy might unreasonably infringe on private property owners' rights. Instead, explain what research the city did to come to this conclusion. What evidence, what is the exact reason why this seems to be a concern, and provide evidence for that.
15 seconds left.
And also, before approving the draft general plan, the city should work with Rise of Willowwood to modify the no net loss of open space policy so that it addresses any reasonable fears the city might have. The coalition is prepared to help in drafting that policy language. If not, through the general plan update, the city should—
Thank you, your time is up.
The loss of open space policy during the municipal code revision that follows the adoption of the general plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Karen Romero Estrada, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening, or at this point, good night. My name is Karen Romero Estrada, and I'm also with the Rise of Willowwood Coalition. And over the course of the general plan update, Rise of Willowwood has provided input, and we commend the city staff and council for being receptive to our and other advocates' input. Together, we are working towards the same goals of rectifying environmental injustices and increasing open space and parkland in the city through the general plan update and other ways. There are multiple approaches that the city must take in this update, including creating new parkland and preserving current open space through its policies. I'd like to highlight one of our strongest recommendations to protect existing open space in the city, the no net loss policy for open space, but designed not only for publicly owned spaces, but also for privately owned spaces such as Willowwick. Designing the no net loss policy in a broadly applicable way is essential to protecting and improving the open space available to the people of Santa Ana. Based on our meetings with Santa Ana staff, this idea has been dismissed without written legal assessment and analysis of the benefit of adding privately owned properties to the no net loss policy. We submitted a letter providing examples of legal standing where similar policies have been allowed on privately owned properties if it benefited the public. Additionally, even with a risk, the policy can be drafted to reduce the risk of lawsuit of a takings argument. Some examples that we provided in our letter were providing an option for an in lieu fee and writing a waiver into the no net loss policy for scenarios where it cannot be legally applicable. I want to articulate that tonight is not the last opportunity to work on such a policy. Rise Up Willowwick can continue to provide policy language and input to craft a no net loss policy in a way that will help further the city's and the community's goals to increase and preserve current parkland and open space for the health and well-being of the city as a whole. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Andrew Brady, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. I am Andrew Brady of the DLA Piper Law Firm, here to comment on the proposed general plan update. I'm here on behalf of our client, Civic Santa Ana LP and Roars Gale Holder LP. We submitted a letter dated April 18th, 2022 that is in the record that raises the same points I will briefly address now. We have clients that own 2 adjacent properties on the west side of Grand Avenue between 17th and 21st Streets. The 2 properties cover approximately 15 total acres of land on a major city thoroughfare. And these properties are within the Grand and 17th Street focus area under the proposed general plan amendment and are within Ward 3. We want to commend staff on preparing a thoughtful, well-formed land use element. They did an excellent job. And we do understand that the general plan has largely been brought back to address environmental justice issues, which is unquestionably vitally important. But I'm here today to address 2 nuts and bolts issues regarding how the land use element will function and apply in key focus areas. First, the land use element adopts interim development standards borrowed from other city land use specific plans to apply in focus areas. These plans apply and will apply until the zoning code can be updated, which, as you know, can potentially take up to several years. For our client site, the interim development standards include 3 separate land use designations under 2 plans. However, the general plan does not clarify what happens if there is a conflict between interim development standards. Under the plans applicable to our client sites, this results in some uses being allowed under one plan and prohibited under another plan. In terms of building types, the different plans have conflicting provisions. So if you had tried to apply them all, no building types would be allowed because they are all prohibited under different applicable designations. Our recommendation to resolve this important issue is to request that the council include language in the land use element specifying that the least restrictive applicable standard under adopted interim development standards and focus areas apply. This would give clarity to applicants and city staff regarding how the interim standards would apply and would provide the maximum flexibility to all parties to fully utilize interim developed standards in key focus areas identified in the general plan. Second, regarding allowed building types, we similarly recommend adding a provision stating that all less intensive building types to those allowed under interim development standards can also be approved at the discretion of the city. As it is, there's a patchwork of different interim development standards that do not clarify exactly what building types can be allowed in certain areas.
15 seconds left.
That concludes the comments. Thank you for your time and great work by staff. We really appreciate, on behalf of our clients, really great effort.
Thank you. Zoom ID Lionel Flores, if you would please select the microphone icon to unmute your device.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes, you may proceed with your comment.
All right, thank you. Good night, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Leonel Flores, lifelong resident of the Madison Park neighborhood. I just wanted to express my support for the adoption of the general plan on the condition that the policies recommended by the various environmental justice groups that we work with are included in that adoption. I appreciate the time that Min and the city staff have taken to go over these policies with us. And I also want to thank the University of Irvine for helping us prepare these documents for the last couple of years. And yeah, that's basically all I wanted to say. There's still a few things that we wanted that were not included, which includes the minimum of 1,000-foot buffer zone, which is the recommendation from the California Air Resources Board between sensitive receptors and heavy industrial uses. But we know that this will be an item that we will continue to work on, for the duration of this upcoming general plan. And I hope that, the city does uphold their end, and as well as the city council and the mayor to be liaisons for the community when it comes to environmental justice issues and dealing with the various state, local, regional agencies that oversee the monitoring of the different environmental pollution issues we have. So once again, thank you for taking that time, and I support the adoption of the general plan with the inclusion of the recommendations for the environmental justice groups. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Jabari Brown, if you would please select the microphone icon.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, you may proceed with your comment.
Thank you. My name is Jabari Brown. I'm an attorney from UC Irvine's Environmental Law Clinic, speaking in support of Madison Park Neighborhood Association and OCEJ and environmental justice advocates from the communities of Santa Ana. As a foundational issue, environmental justice should remain at the forefront of the city of Santa Ana's priorities. Second only to the communities and constituents themselves, the land, air, and water resources of Santa Ana deserve priority and protection. I really appreciate the city's efforts to engage the community in roundtables. However, time will tell if the city will remain dedicated to the priorities and issues the community groups have raised. The creation of an environmental justice action committee is an amazing and great first step. I would encourage the city to remain engaged with the community members to assess, inventory, and remediate hazardous environmental contamination, especially around public spaces. I believe there is a clean future for Santa Ana, and it necessarily involves the concerned residents who want to work with the city to ensure that Santa Ana is that shining city that matches the examples that Min outlined earlier in the presentation. So thank you for your efforts.
Thank you, Mayor. That was the last public comment.
Great, thank you for that, and thank you to all the members of the public that commented. We are now in the public hearing. It's been formally opened. We've heard from members of the public, and we've had a presentation. I'm going to go ahead and bring it back to the council for any questions or comments. And let me start with Mayor Pro Tem and go from there. All right, actually, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead and go, and then we'll bring it back to the ad hoc and get comments from them as well.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank everybody for their participation, from our community, our stakeholders, our staff. The collaboration is nothing short of inspirational. Min, thank you for everything that you did. Thank you for not giving up on the plan. We've hit a couple of roadblocks, or speed bumps, if you will. But you stayed with the plan, you kept it going, and your work with the community, especially our environmental justice advocates, to bring them to the table, to hear the comments we heard tonight. Again, that's a testament to you and your staff's work, so thank you for that. Many of the recommended changes and clarifications reflect our entire community's desire to have a safe, healthy, vibrant, and resilient city. From our residents to our businesses to this city council, this general plan is a statement of our collective reaffirmation to making our golden city shine for many years to come. Gosh, it was 7 years ago that this whole effort began. I can't believe I say that out loud, 7 years ago, and some of the statements you made, man, just to really hammer that home. Back then, I was appointed to the General Plan Advisory Committee while still serving on the Planning Commission. So I'm excited because I'm going to conclude my comments tonight. I'm just going to jump right in, and I'm going to make the following motion. So I'd like to make a motion that we adopt a resolution certifying the final recirculated program environmental impact report, including adoption of the environmental findings of fact pursuant to CEQA, adoption of a statement of overriding considerations, and adoption of a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, to adopt a resolution approving general plan amendment number 2020-06 with the recommended changes and clarifications as shown in the attached Exhibit 2, with the additional item to allow the use of the least restrictive interim development standards to apply within those 5 focus areas within the plan, and to adopt a resolution with the findings that overrule the John Wayne Airport, Orange County Airport Land Use Commission's determination that the proposed general plan update is inconsistent with the Airport Environs Land Use Plan.
Great,
That's
thank you. We have a motion on the floor, and let's go ahead and go on with further
I will second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the ad hoc committee, which this item came from. As you know, the ad hoc committee on housing was vested with a few objectives, and I think this is one of them. So let me bring it to Councilmember Lopez, and then I'll call on Councilmember Fan and then myself.
Thank you, Mayor. So first and foremost, I just want to say thank you to staff. As you said, Min, this has been years in the making, and I think, staff is ready to move forward, and so am I. And I also want to thank the organizations, the advocacy groups that kept working, not just with us, but with staff. And I feel a lot better about the plan and the amendments that we are going to be hopefully adopting tonight. It took a long time, I think it feels like for many people, but this is a document that could have been rushed through, and we made sure that it wasn't, because it's important that all of the concerns that the community was bringing forth are reflected in this plan that is essentially a blueprint for the city moving forward. And so, one of the things we talked about earlier this year was when I gave my public comment, was that open space element, because we had a no net loss park policy, but we didn't have one for open space. And so one of the things that I want to get clarity from our city attorney is what we heard tonight from the public, which is, can the city of Santa Ana, do we have the authority to designate all open space in the city of Santa Ana as that in the general plan?
Okay, I'm gonna try to take a shot at answering this, and then I'm also going to let our Chief Assistant City Attorney, John Funk, who's been the primary representative from our office on the general plan. But are you asking if you could, as a matter of policy, just entirely have your city designated as open space?
Yeah, all open space, regardless if it's public or private.
I would say the answer to that is probably no. We go into great detail as to why, but I think there's a specific question as to how you're designating some of your open space, so I'm going to defer to John.
Yeah, Councilmember Lopez, I would concur with Sonia. I don't think it's either a practical matter or a legal matter that would be advisable or possible to designate the whole of the city open space.
No, not the entire city. Not the entire city.
Yeah, I think you misunderstood the question. It was more, I think the question that it probably, look, I'm not going to speak for the council member. She can speak for herself.
Yeah, so not the entire city. The areas that are already open space, can we keep them, whether they're private or public, keep them as open space?
Oh, yes, with that clarification, Councilmember Lopez, the answer would be yes.
And I'm sorry you didn't understand.
I certainly apologize for the confusion.
So you're just saying if you, right now, all of your space that's designated open space, you're saying, are you compelled to make it something different?
Not compelled, but can we, whether it's private or public, can we designate it in our general plan as open space?
Is it sorry, maybe it's late.
Maybe if I can provide some clarity. So the question is really looking at, there is a distinction between open space that is in the public ownership, such as the city of Santa Ana,
and parks.
Or parks and open space, which we already have a no net loss policy created for. The council member and the community is asking, providing such a no net loss requirement for privately owned properties that are currently zoned open space or is used as open space purpose, so that they can never be changed into another, such as Willowick.
Yes. Part of what you're doing is you're legislating. You can make decisions here about how you want land to be used in your city. So I'm trying to understand, because it's, if you have existing parcels, whether they're private or public, and they're currently designated for open space use, you could leave them as open space if you want.
That is correct. So in the case of Willowick, it would be remaining as open space under the current general plan designation. What the advocacy group is asking for is a policy that indicates that those land use changes cannot be changed to other than open space in the future for a private property.
Got it. I understand now. Sorry, I haven't been as involved, but you're making a legislative decision for now that you have to have reasons for making for now. This city council cannot mandate what property will be used for or designated in the long term or in the future. And all property owners, unless you put some restriction, can come back at any time and ask the city council, not that they're entitled, but can ask for an amendment at some point. We hope that through a process like this one, that the city council has a policy that says, no, we don't want to entertain general plan amendments for a period of time because we worked so hard on obtaining this. But you cannot right now, today, make a decision, or the council cannot make a decision today, which forever says this will be open space, or it can never be changed. If you're looking for a long-term protection of land, whether it's private or public, you would have to look into ways of either purchasing or negotiating long-term, what we call conservation easements. That would be the method by which you could protect land and keep it as open space.
Thank you for that really good breakdown. I appreciate it. The second question I had for you, Director, was I know one of the big asks, throughout this process has been the buffer zone designations. Can you just explain why that is not being adopted in the general plan?
So what we have adopted in terms of policies and addressing issues of buffer and addressing incompatible land use is to evaluate a variety of strategy. Our community is asking for instituting a numeric number such as 1,000 feet. As a new city, that is something when you have new development occurring and raw land, it's much easier to do that. As a built-out city over 150 years old, we have many instances where these kind of situation will not lend itself to address those policy. Our goal is to have a policy that maintains a flexibility to be able to take guidance from the various agencies, such as the Air Resources Board, where appropriate, but also to take local situation and local environment into consideration before we take action. So we take a very systematic approach by first requiring that we evaluate and study our existing environment and situation, and then work with the regulations and follow up the zoning code to provide these standards so that they can be implemented. And one of those standards could include 1,000 feet. We just don't want to have the inflexibility of locking that in, but to ensure that we can continue to maintain and work with our community and work with existing situation to address all land use situation. So it doesn't preclude us from adopting and implementing 1,000 feet. It just leaves it flexible so that we can have the ability to address these type of issues with a variety of strategies.
And address it in the zoning code.
Correct.
Document, right? Okay, thank you. So those were my only two questions. And again, thank you for all of the work that has gone into this. I know, talking to a lot of advocacy groups is a lot of, very time consuming. And so I do appreciate all the efforts from you, your department, the rest of the team that's here, and meeting with them and being open-minded about all of the policy suggestions that they brought forth. So thank you.
Great, thank you for those comments. Let me go to the other ad hoc committee member, Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to say thank you to Min, the planning team. Long before I joined the Planning Commission, I think at a Comlink meeting, I might have accosted you and said, hey, when are we updating the general plan? So I'm really excited to be a part of this and to be involved with updating this. I really think that updating the general plan to bring it into 2022 and create opportunities for positive development in our city will really make a big positive change for our residents in the city. And it would save a lot of money, both on staff time, legal time, et cetera, and really help us comply with, I think, a lot of state housing mandates and to really help alleviate a lot of the housing crisis that we're facing here today. So I do have a few clarifying questions for both legal and Min, so just kind of decide who's better to answer. So first off, I appreciative of the DLA Piper attorney. I did ask a director about that letter. So can you clarify some of the discrepancies that were mentioned in the letter? It seemed like some of it might have been clerical, but yeah, if you can clarify that.
So the letter is essentially requesting a flexibility standard in selecting and implementing the interim development standard. As you know, it does take time to implement the general plan through updating and comprehensively updating our zoning code and adopting new standards. So the interim standard is meant so that we can rely upon when development or new development is being proposed in the focus area so that they remain consistent with the vision of the general plan. Fortunately for our city, we have great examples of high-density urban development environment that we have already adopted throughout the city, that we have examples of that we can rely upon for these new focus areas. So in the example where the DLA Piper letter is addressing the 17th and Grand, they're looking at two specific interim standards that we have recommended that be used as the Renton standard, which is SD 84, which is for downtown, as well as SB 2, which is our Harbor Boulevard specific plan. The developer has the flexibility of selecting either or actually one of the intent was the developer would have the ability to select one of the development standard for the development, but from a land use perspective, any uses permissible in those two specific plan area would be appropriate for this area. What we wanted to do was to ensure that there is a guidance of, are you going to either develop according to one of the options that we allowed and not necessarily do a mix and match, but they have the option of taking the least or the most flexible one as motioned by our MPT and as requested. So I think it's there. It's a matter of just working with our staff to be able to look at a new development proposal under the vision of the plan.
Great, that's really helpful. So to get back to the no net loss question, and this is, I think, to the legal team. So the way I understand it is our general plan has a no net loss policy that says public open space, such as Heritage Park or Centennial Park, there's a no net loss provision. So we got rid of Centennial, we have to find another Centennial somewhere else and make sure we make it up, right? Now, for the private no net loss, what we are saying, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that if you are a private landowner and you have open space on your property, we're saying that if you want to make that into some affordable housing, or let's just say middle income apartments, you have to go find open space somewhere else and make it up for us. Is that what?
That's not the current no net loss policy.
No, but I'm saying, is that what the private no net loss request is?
It would be
from Rise Up Willowick? Okay, so they cited the case Building Industry Association of Central California versus County of Stanislaus. And in looking at that and in reading their letter, they said that the County of Stanislaus required no net loss provisions for both public and private agricultural farmland. Is that correct?
That's their assertion.
Right. And so it seems like they are arguing that if we have the private open space no net loss, it would not be a takings because of this case. But in reading this case, City Attorney's Office, it seems to me like it's quite distinguishable given that agricultural farmland has a, financial, you can still make money off agriculture, but if it's a private, or if it's an open space, you can't. So to me, that could still be a takings argument. Is that correct, or am I way off base?
No, I think that is correct, Councilmember Fan. That could possibly still be a taking in that scenario.
Right. So I guess the point is, again, to clarify it for the public, Stanislaus County required agricultural farmland, which is a monetary, making enterprise, to stay a monetary making enterprise, even if it might not be as profitable as, say, I don't know, a commercial Costco. But here, if we're forcing them to keep it as a no, enterprise or commercial activity of some sort, we are literally preventing them from making money. That is, to me, a basis for a takings claim, or at least any attorney worth their salt might try to do that. And I think that would really hurt our general plan update, or at least the goal of what we're trying to do here. So I think it might be helpful, if this is okay with the motion maker and second, that if we do approve this, maybe the city attorney's office can provide a short legal opinion to help these advocates as well as the public better understand why this particular issue of the private open space no net loss policy might be problematic legally for the city, because I do think that there might be a lack of understanding there. At least in their letter, they said there was not one legal opinion supplied. The other issue I wanted to bring up is you did mention, Director Tai, that the general plan would become effective 30 days after the signing of the resolution. I have been very vocal and very open that I believe the WHO and the general plan are two sister policies that can go together to do a lot of good with building housing here in the city. The WHO requires in lieu fees if someone doesn't want to pay or doesn't want to build affordable housing as part of their multi-unit residential development. And the general plan update will allow developers to take advantage of permit streamlining and other state mandates to make it cheaper and faster to build housing here in the city. So in order to ensure that that is very clear that these policies go in hand, I would like to make either a friendly amendment or a sub-motion to clarify in these resolutions that the general plan resolution or the general plan itself will not take effect until the WHO takes effect. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah, and we often see that direction when we are addressing, for example, the adoption of a general plan or an ordinance, and we have some indication that it might be, the public's talking about a potential referendum, for example. So we sometimes will put a delay in the effective date, or even a condition that says one document will not take effect unless the other one does. So if that's acceptable, you would be able to do that, but of course that's subject to the council's approval.
So it would be, the general plan cannot take effect until the day after the WHO ordinance takes effect, would be my additional resolution language.
Since you're asking the maker of the motion, that happens to be me, I have a question. Is there some sort of concern, the WHO has been adopted, and with the general plan schedule that you put up, Director Tai, is there some reason to believe that the two wouldn't coincide?
I think our city attorney is putting forth that there could be the potential litigation or a referendum of the WHO. And in that case, that's an independent process. That would be independent from the adoption and the effectiveness of the general plan.
I would reject that, and I'll tell you why. That's like saying, let's not have a general plan until we go through the zoning code update. I mean, that's what we're doing. We're tethering these two different items together. The WHO is an implementation tool of housing policy. I think what the general plan is trying to do is lay the blueprint, and the WHO is an implementation tool, as well as what you were asking for with the city attorney opinion regarding the open space issue. I think that's something that would be a follow-up implementation item. I don't think there's a need to tether the two together. I think that's something that our city attorney's office is more than capable of coming back to us with something that if it's an implementation action, maybe it's something that Director Tai would take through the Planning Commission and it would eventually land at the dais for the council. But I don't see that as productive to tether the WHO or any of these other items. I think what's before us tonight is the general plan after 7 years, and so I will not accept that. Thank you.
Regarding the attorney item, I don't think it needs to come back to the city council or anything. It might just be a letter in response to Rise Up Willowick so that they understand our legal position. That's all. It's not.
But that wouldn't be part of the motion, though. It's just a request, right?
Yeah, that's just a request. But if that's the case, then I would do a sub-motion to approve all the resolutions and all of that fun stuff, with the caveat that the general plan does not go into effect until the day after the WHO takes effect, in order to ensure that anybody who's out there trying to, in my opinion, pursue an injunction, referendum, I do believe that these items, these policy issues go hand in hand, and I would like to see them take effect in that order. Thank you.
I'll second your motion with a comment. I just want to thank you, Director Mintai, and your staff for your leadership and for bringing the general plan to the city of Santa Ana. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. There's a substitute motion and a second on that substitute motion on the floor. So let me bring it back to the last ad hoc committee member, which is me. There's a lot of people to thank and to recognize, and I just, want to thank the members of the public who worked with our staff, to thank them for the opportunity to engage. And that's not often, but I think that's been sort of a, in the past 2 years, I think that's been sort of a practice I hope that this council has engaged in for many things. And so when we reflect, as Councilmember Fan was talking, I was reflecting on our discussions on the WHO, on our discussions with rent stabilization, on so many other issues that I think there's been good engagement with the public and staff. I really do want to commend you as staff for doing that, because not many cities do that take these many opportunities to try to fulfill a healthy dialogue. If we can go back and say, yeah, this goes back 7 years. This goes back further than 7 years. This hasn't been revised in over in 40 years, right? When you think about it, and I think there's not many people here that were here even 7 years ago when we decided to take this task on. I do want to give a nod to some of my colleagues who were here. That is Councilmember Sal Tinajero, Councilmember Michelle Martinez, and Councilmember David Benavides, who were strong advocates of this. And I remember we set aside $2 million back then to tackle this. And it was a very, very difficult thing to do, because it's money that you're not going to ever see, at least, in their tenure, they didn't see this come to some conclusion, but yet they dedicated money that they could have spent at that moment. That's, I think, the selflessness, I think, that, I've seen from many on this dais, is to say, yeah, we're not going to see the end goal, but we know it's so important that we're going to dedicate funds that we can use today for a better tomorrow. So I do want to also thank the groups that worked on this, the Orange County Environmental Justice Fund, Rise Up Willowick, Madison Park Neighborhood Association, Thrive, and so many other individuals as well, because I think that there's staff that's our duty to do. These are not paid folks. These are neighbors, residents, people who feel so strongly about the impacts to their environment and their city that they take the time out of their schedules. And they have families, they have jobs, they have other things to do. This is our job to do. It's not theirs, but nonetheless, they took it on as an objective, as a goal. So I want to really, uplift them. And so I do think that the devil's always in the details, and so I think it'll be in the implementation, but I think there's been enough safeguards in here that have been inserted in here that I really do appreciate staff, having the forethought to do that. And I think this is balance, right? Because I see that, what we did with the Housing Opportunity Ordinance, what we did with the rent stabilization, I think we're trying to prevent displacement. I think we're trying to make sure that there is plenty of affordable housing that meets the needs of our community, and at the same time encourage development. And I think you can do both. I think this is a balance that I think we've tried to strike, and I think that the development industry understands what our goal is here, to not make it more difficult for them, because this is going to streamline so much of what they're going to do. I mean, to develop in these focus areas, I mean, they are going to have a huge advantage developing here. And so that is hopefully going to, encourage a lot more interest, a lot more activity, create jobs, create communities, and what I hope we do as these projects come before us is how we help develop them so they integrate with our community better and not just be sort of boxed out. But on the discussion of the issue with respect to the no net loss policies on private property, I do see this as a possible constructive taking when it comes to private property. I think that argument could be made. I think that even if we included it in there as an amendment, it could, based upon severability, if somebody challenged it, you just strike that provision and the rest of the document survives. But I would like to support what Councilmember Fan had requested, which is, an opinion from the city attorney's office, just basically an analysis showing that, because I think it's fair. It's a vague enough question, and I think you can distinguish Stanislaus because it is an ag industry, and it's a different sort of animal than what we're looking at. But I guess you can look at Willowick and say, well, you're not really taking anything away from those folks. They're generating money as a golf course, and it's still considered open space. But nonetheless, I think we do need to, we should provide that analysis. I think that's fair. But I would support the substitute motion. I do think that there is I think when the ad hoc took these items on, I think one of the things I think that we spoke about was not circumventing, changes to the WHO by adopting the general plan in advance. There was an intentional, deliberate sequence of how these ordinances and policies were adopted, and I'm not sure if you recall, Director Tai, but we specifically laid out a sequence of what we were tackling first, and so I would certainly support that, and I'll be supportive of the substitute motion. Let me go and call on others, and let me call back on Councilmember Fan.
Sorry, I wanted to, Madam City Clerk and Madam City Attorney, I wanted to clarify. I want to amend my motion. I actually meant to only make a motion to adopt the resolution certifying the final recirculated program EIR number 2020-03, and to adopt the resolution approving general plan amendment number 2020-06 with the resolution line indicating that the general plan amendment will not go into effect until one day after the WHO takes effect. I only mean to make the resolution, my motion to approve those two items, which requires a simple majority vote, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Is that okay, Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes, that's
fine.
A point of clarification, so in your sub-motion, so you're not including Exhibit 2 and you're not including the allowance of the least restrictive interim development standards?
No, I am allowing that. Sorry, the only thing I am not allowing is, I'm not including the outlook in my motion.
So, just so we're all clear, so basically my motion, but you're adding the whole issue regarding the WHO, correct?
Yes, but also I'm not including the outlook resolution. Yours included all three resolutions, right?
Yes.
I'm not including the third resolution in my motion.
So you're not going to override the ALUC?
We can make a separate motion after this discussion, correct?
Yeah, and my understanding is the resolution and for the general plan actually right now says that it has a condition upon becoming effective that you have to adopt the ALUC override.
Right, but what I'm saying is we don't have to vote on all resolution in one vote. I can take them seriatim, or I can take them two and then one, or whatever.
I would make a suggestion, though, because the general plan can't be adopted without the overriding. So if you wanted to do it separately, you certainly could, but you would have to reverse the order. You would need to do the ALUC first.
Okay, can I get some clarification from legal on that?
Sure, if I could just interject briefly, Mayor and Council, it is correct that the resolution approving the general plan amendment is conditioned upon the approval of the environmental documents and the ALUC override resolution.
Okay.
And to your point, what we would do if your amended motion was accepted, we would add to those conditions that it's only going to be taking effect the day after the WHO takes effect.
Okay, so I guess my clarification then is I cannot approve the general plan amendment unless the environmental, right, and the ALUC are prior approved.
Technically, yes, because the general plan approval is conditioned upon the approval of the EAR documents and the ALUC override resolution.
Okay. So then, can I amend my?
You want to clarify your substitute motion? I think.
Yes. I'm basically making a can I make a sub motion? I can, right? Well, no, because I want to take the adoption of the ALUC and the other two resolutions separately. So can I do a motion to adopt the ALUC?
Let me do this. I want to go back to the basics. Normally, when we adopt a document like the general plan, we always recommend that you adopt the environmental document first. So perhaps, just so that we can get through this process, perhaps I might suggest that you take that item first, that you certify the environmental document and get that through.
But when you're talking about the environmental document, you're talking about Resolution 2020-03, right? Are you talking about the ALUC also? No, that's the third one. Yes.
Right, that's what I'm going to try to get through. I'm just trying to make it easy.
Yes.
If I may provide clarification.
Director Tai, can I just ask a quick, question here? The ALUC resolution, does that require 4 or 5 votes?
5
So
votes.
I wanted to clarify, that's a great question. I think this question came up before, and the question was with the assumption that you did not have a full membership
Exactly.
of 7, what was 2/3? The law says you need 2/3 of voter approval, but this AG's opinion that's out there distinguishes 2/3 of what? And what that AG's opinion says, 2/3 of the quorum. And so if you have 6 members and 2/3 is only 4, and when we believe that maybe you might have one with a conflict or someone that was going to excuse themselves, then it was 4. But because you have 7 members present, then 2/3 would be 5.
Got it. So we're back to 5 because we've got a full
Because you
full
have full
council member.
membership here, present, voting, yes.
All right. So I think the maker of the substitute motion understands that certain documents or certain resolutions need to be adopted first, and we can sequence those. Can we maybe just get a motion on those environmental documents first?
Right. So,
Which is why I think you wanted to know if you could do a sub on top of your sub, right?
yes.
Yes.
So I wanted to do a sub motion to approve, adopt resolution of findings to overrule the John Wayne Airport Orange County Land Use Commission's determination that the proposed general plan update is inconsistent with the airport environment's land use plan, and adopt a resolution certifying actually just that.
Yeah.
Just the third resolution.
Can the person who makes a motion sub their own motion? I feel like that doesn't seem like that flies.
If I can't, that's fine. Maybe someone else can.
Let me go ahead and make that substitute motion with the language that was just recited by Councilmember Fan.
I'll second your motion, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thank you. So we've got does a clerk understand the motion?
Mayor
Yes, so
Sarmiento,
we're-
I still haven't spoken.
Yes,
So
go
I'd
ahead.
like to-
But,
Yes,
I just want to
It's
make
the
sure, so
motion.
we have a motion and a second on the substitute motion, and we can say the second substitute motion, and then we'll bring it back to the council for discussion.
Can we clarify what that motion
And
is?
that's only reference on the ALEC, right?
It's only on item number 3.
That's it, no, so
Yeah.
it did not include the environmental. Okay.
Any members, I know we've got Peñalosa, anybody else want to speak to this second substitute motion? Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. And back to the substance of the general plan. Min, thank you so much for this, and thank you to the environmental justice folks that, worked hard with our planning department to get this done. It's kind of funny now to think that back at the end of 2020, people were trying to rush this general plan. It wasn't appropriate. And that is something that I was happy to not support then, because nobody had taken into consideration the environmental justice concerns, and I'm happy that those have been now taken care of. One thing that I do want to point out, and that we have been discussing and talking a lot about the South Bristol Street designation when it comes to land use. I know that, I'm assuming that the map that's inside the handbook was printed pre any changes that were made. However, within the, I believe it's Exhibit 2, under the land use designation for South Bristol, I want to clarify, is that section on the east side of Bristol between Alton and MacArthur, what is the designation that it's becoming? UN 40, not UN 30 anymore?
UN 40. What was there was BCP.
Which would allow up to 10 stories, correct? Okay, and I want 10 stories. And I want to just point out to the public listening that this is a section, for those familiar with the area, it's where the Trader Joe's is, the In-N-Out, the Big Lots used to be there, no longer there. But this area is up against single-family homes, and the previous general plan was proposing designating this area as DC 2, which would allow up to 10 stories up against these single-family homes. And given the history that we've had with the way, neighborhoods activate to oppose development when it's up against single-family homes, I knew that it was important to make sure that we were protecting at least that side of the neighborhood, which I'm happy to see in here. Thank you, Min. Thank you for really working closely with everybody across the city that had concerns with this. I mean, it's been a long time, and I'm happy to finally see it before us. And yeah, that's it. Mayor Sarmiento, I just wanted to make sure that was codified in the actual text, because I know it wasn't in the map, but thank you for that.
Thank you for that comment. Any other comments or questions on the second substitute motion? If not, as I said, this is on item number 3 of the 3 recommended actions that we're voting on now. Council members, please vote.
Okay, motion passes 7-0 with council members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Sarmiento voting yes.
Great, thank you. Let me go ahead and bring it back for the other 2 items. I'll go ahead and bring it back to Councilmember Fan.
So now we can adopt the sub-motion, which is the EIR plus the general plan amendment, which has the language regarding the effective date, the day after the WHO, and I believe, and the clarification, Exhibit 2. And the least restrictive. What was it?
And the opinion from the city attorney's
Yes,
office.
well, that's the, yeah, I guess it's not really part of the resolution, but just a direction for them to do. And that was it, and I think it was seconded by Jonathan Hernandez.
Yes.
I just want to make one comment before we vote, and that is, despite some of the attempts of my colleagues to just make this painful and just drag this out and tether this thing unnecessarily, I still want to reemphasize the folks from the community, stakeholders, this is a great plan, and I'm excited to get this thing adopted. I'm willing to pinch my nose and still vote for it with this current motion.
Any other questions or comments?
I just have a question for the city attorney.
Go ahead.
Madam City Attorney, per our city charter, can these resolutions be adopted or voted on pending the approval of something else? I mean, I know that in our city, we are a charter city, and we have a city charter that says that resolutions, I mean, there's dates that they go into effect by when we vote and approve something. But now we're in a way almost changing the charter without changing the charter, because we're voting on a resolution but tying it to something else. I mean, the way that business is done here, I mean, it's just ridiculous. And I want to make sure that we're clear on what exactly is happening, or the public's clear, or at least from my understanding as well, because it's contradictory to what our charter says.
Your city charter tells you when a resolution can take effect. There's nothing in your charter that says that you cannot add conditions. And this proposal, that the motion that's on the floor, is not unlike things that you have done in the past. So we often will tie a resolution. We do this, for example, when you have an ordinance that adopts a fee, for example. You have an ordinance that says we're going to have a new fee, and then you also adopt the resolution setting the fee. The resolution will say, although we're setting the fee the same night we're adopting the ordinance, because that ordinance is not going to take effect for another 60 days, we're also going to make it consistent, and this resolution will not take effect for at least 60 days. So the charter does not doesn't say that you can't impose conditions. The alternative to it would be not to take action on it at all and just bring it back again. So you can achieve the same outcome if you wanted, and there's nothing in the law that says you cannot add conditions on its adoption.
So which ordinance is taking effect in 60 days? That's the who?
No. The who will take effect in 30 days.
30 days.
Tonight was the second reading.
Right.
But I was giving you an example where the city has regularly in the past put a condition on a resolution because there's some other action that won't take effect. And we've done that in the case of fees. We've done that recently when we have documents that are coming from the planning department where we have a zoning ordinance and a general plan amendment. We will, just to be consistent, we'll say these documents all become effective together or none of them become effective. That way you don't have inconsistencies. This is a completely different issue. These are two entirely different things. You have your ordinance. What I'm hearing is that as a matter of policy, you have a motion to tie them together.
Okay. Got it. So I just don't understand the need to make everything more confusing than it already is. But, it is what it is. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. And before we vote, I just, want to say that, there isn't anything sinister or unique or odd. We've done this before, I think, as a city attorney mentioned. But I think what is, more difficult is that the whole reason why we're here, and this should have been done in the fall, was because there were some bad things that happened. There were allegations and claims made that were completely frivolous and unfounded. And that's why we're here 5 months later almost, when this should have been done before the end of last year. So to me, I think this is trying to prevent circumvention of what the intent was, what the legislative intent was of this body, at least the majority of this body. So, there might have been others, I don't know who, got involved and thought that it would have been cute to file a complaint and do things and, use things that I think were baseless and frivolous. And so I think that's why there is a concern as to why, we want to make sure that there is, why we follow this legislative sequence, why we follow this legislative direction. So I think that, unfortunately, that's something that we have to be worried about. We have to address, and that's why I think, the motion is drafted the way it is. So I think at this point, we've talked about it enough. We don't want to take away from the fact that this is a historic moment, and that's what's getting lost here. So I think, it's better to almost reflect upon that. There is so much more good about this, and I think this is more trying to make sure that we live up to the spirit of what we're trying to address here with the general plan. So go ahead, Councilmember Fan.
Yeah, and sorry for all that confusion. I do understand that resolutions with legislative action does take 30 days after the signing of the resolution, but given that, with the historic approval of rent stabilization here in the city, and we spent 30 days with residents fighting a referendum that spent hundreds of thousands of dollars of outside money to overturn the city's legislative policy position, I don't think that it's at all out of the realm of possibility that others who are interested from outside of the city to come and try to overturn a policy that is supposed to help the development of affordable housing and pay a living wage for workers. And so with that, it is really important to me. And frankly, you can sign all these resolutions tomorrow and they'll go into effect in 30 days and no harm, no foul to anybody. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I think we've already spoken on all that, and I think we're ready to vote. So council members, please vote.
Motion passes 7-0 with council members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, and Mayor Sarmiento voting yes.
Excellent. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. And
Congrats,
let's
and
give a nod
take
and
a
a
vacation.
thank you to our team over there.
You want to close the public hearing? Would you
Can
like to
somebody
close
play the
public
Rocky
hearing?
song? for
I
these
can't hear you,
guys?
Madam Clerk.
All right, I was just asking if you wanted to close the public hearing. I think that's the only thing I didn't
Yes,
capture.
well, I will close the public hearing after that vote. Yes, we don't want to open that again. Let's go ahead and move along to the council requested items, and let me start with item number 31, and that's, I believe, that's Mayor Pro Tem's, and that is to prepare an ordinance requiring shopping centers to post contact information.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it's pretty cut and simple, cut and dry, very simple. It's just simply saying, look, we have shopping centers in our city that range in varying degrees of upkeep. And for those of us that, are concerned about how our commercial centers look, there should be somebody that's accountable, and it shouldn't be thrusted onto our code enforcement to, eventually get to citing them. They come back, they do one little repair, then they get stuck in the process again. This whole idea is to essentially have somebody that's accountable on a sign at all points of ingress and egress into a shopping center, just a requirement for there to be a contact with a name and a phone number, so that if you do see something in the center, there's somebody that's immediately accountable. I hope that I can garner support for something that should be a minimal cost and would show commitment from our commercial property owners that they want to maintain a beautiful property here in the city of Santa Ana.
Thank you for that. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council for any further direction. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. One question that I had is regards to the cost of this. Is this something that would be absorbed by the property's cost, right? Not a city?
Right, this
Issue.
would be an obligation of the property owner, and it would be the cost of a sign and a person to answer the phone.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'd be supportive of that. I just would want to see how this is it something that, code enforcement now goes around and enforcing this? But I would like to see something, see what we could do along those lines of having these property owners post that sign, because it would relieve a lot of our staff and PD and Public Works from getting these phone calls from private property. So absolutely supportive. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that comment. Any other questions or comments on this item? Councilmember Van?
I'm supportive, and if we do it, can we add something in like the My Santa Ana app so someone can report like, hey, this shopping center doesn't have their sign up? It's just easy.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes, I'm supportive too, and I was going to mention about having it on the app, so that's a great idea.
Great. I don't see any harm in this either. So thank you for bringing this up. Mayor Pro Tem, let's move along to the next item. Seeing no other questions or comments, and that's item number 32. I believe that's, we'll wait for council member to come in. This is Councilmember Hernandez's item, and this is to consider directing the city manager and staff to introduce a resolution policy ordinance to ban loud music for use by police officers. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I brought forth this item. I'm sure many of the members of the public are aware of what occurred on April 4th. And unfortunately, in this case here, there's an ongoing investigation. So with respect to that, I'm going to talk about the practice of utilizing music to deter members of the public from recording. In 2015, then Governor Brown signed SB 411, which reinforced Californians' First Amendment right to record police in public. If the person recording is not physically interfering with police activity or concealing their recording devices, they have the right to audio and video record police officers. Under this law, the community members who were recording in this event of April 4th, and the community member who has a YouTube page called Santa Ana Audits, was within their right. As many of you know, this instance, unfortunately, is now viral. It is nationwide. I have received a number of, so many emails I can't even get to the bottom of them, We've received phone calls on the 8th floor. We've received phone calls in our police department. And unfortunately, due to the fact that we don't have oversight yet in the city of Santa Ana, the public has engaged in oversight for us. And it's quite clear, this is a practice that we can't condone. It is an unethical practice. And as members of the community, especially public servants, it's not something that we can support as a city. It's why I brought this ordinance forward, is so that we can, as a city, be on the right side of history and ensuring that we do everything that we can to uphold transparency, good ethics, and to honor the Constitution and the amendments that we were elected to protect and serve. So the item that I'm bringing before you today is to ensure that there is, moving forward, the city of Santa Ana is making it very clear that this is not a practice that we will uphold, and this is a practice that no officer should engage in. There is no reasoning to ever behave this way with members of the public, especially if you're an officer with a badge and a gun. So it's pretty straightforward. It's just making sure that this is a practice that we are on the record, creating an ordinance for, or a resolution, that this isn't something that we're going to allow to continue moving forward in the city of Santa Ana.
Great, thank you for that, Councilmember Hernandez. I have Councilmember Peñalosa and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento, and thank you, Councilmember Hernandez, for, first off, for being there that night. I know it was near your home, and I'm happy that it was, just so that one of us could see it happen. I must say that that was one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen in my life. That police officer made a joke of our police department, made a joke of our city, made a joke of our residents, made a joke of the mayor and this city council by acting that way, and how inappropriate that was to those residents and my colleague, Councilmember Hernandez. As one of the biggest supporters of our police department on this city council, I was completely embarrassed at how that officer acted. And I don't know how an officer within our department could feel that confident to do that at 10:30, 11 p.m. at night, at any hour of the day, first off. There needs to be accountability. And there's obviously something wrong at the leadership level there if officers think that that's okay. Especially from what I hear, he's a field training officer, which, if that's a field training officer and he's acting that way around 4 or 5 other officers, it's embarrassing. And I hope that there is some consequences for that officer, and even for the officers that were there that didn't say anything. I mean, that somebody could do that and just think it's okay, not appropriate. The public has every right to film any of our city employees, police or not. They should be. But also, one thing that I do want to point out, that I've seen a lot of these people that go around filming police officers, and it's also not appropriate for you to antagonize and try to get a reaction from our officers, which is what many of them do. Sit there and film all you want, but at the same time, don't try to sit there and be like, oh, try to get that reaction. You're trying to fish for that reaction and get those clicks. And at the end of the day, many of our officers and city employees are human, and they're probably going to react after ongoing taunting, and that's not okay either. So I'm just happy to see this here. I know that there is a policy within the police department that our officers are not going to interfere in any thing that would impede the public from exercising their First Amendment right. So I want to make sure that if that is in there, if we could maybe amend that. I'm not sure if it's at the staff level or within the city council, but that's something that should be done, because it again, very embarrassing, and I do not understand how somebody could just think that that's okay. Those are my comments, Mayor Sarmiento. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Let me go to Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez, for bringing this forward. There are 2 sections of our code that apply to everybody in the city. 10-153A and 18-312. Why do those matter to anybody? Because they relate to noise. They relate to loud and I'm going to butcher this, raucous noise. And then 312 which is limiting those noise to a certain acceptable level around 10 p.m. So we have a member of our police who's there to serve our community. And while granted, as has already been said, our police officers are human, and the reaction is less than exemplary. But nonetheless, the reaction ended up impacting a community. I know I'd be more than displeased if I was woken up because, an officer decided to do this just because somebody was filming them. And yes, some of the folks that are trying to engage in filming our officers, they're not doing it just simply as a watchdog element, but sometimes to disrupt and actually interfere with our police officers and what they're trying to do for our community. But with that being said, I believe that Santa Ana PD has way more good officers than bad, and I think sometimes even a good officer has a bad day. But nonetheless, that was such a terrible action that I'm glad that my colleague brought this forward to have us discuss it and take action. So we are a legislative body. I think what we need to do, this would be my ask of everybody, would be to have staff come back with a resolution so that SAPD policy is amended to specifically address this issue. It's funny, we look at laws and we go, gosh, why is that on the books? Well, it's because somebody did something that made everybody go, gosh, I guess apparently we have to have a law for that. Well, guess what? Somebody apparently did this. Somebody apparently thought it was a great idea to blast music in a residential neighborhood past 10 o'clock at night as a member of our law enforcement. So apparently we got to make a policy for that. And it sounds ridiculous, but you know what? We're tasked with this now because of what has happened. So I want to thank my colleague for this. And one other last note I want to say is that, when we talk about oversight, I was so encouraged by my colleagues, Councilmember Hernandez and Councilmember Lopez. We had a great productive meeting. I know a lot of people are anxious and they want to see oversight. We're getting there. We really are. And I'm motivated because of actions like this, because it's not about punishing our officers, it's about transparency and building confidence in them, especially because we have so many amazing officers. But the thing is that unfortunately, it's one screw up messes up a million attaboys. And in this particular case, a lot of goodwill got blown out there. And I promise this is absolutely the last thing. And that is one thing that, as my colleagues on the ad hoc committee for the Police Oversight Commission talk about, it's the fact that people get frustrated. They submit complaints about actions that occurred with an officer, and they don't get a response back that's acceptable. And I'm not talking about something punitive to the officer per se, but a lot of times you really don't know or understand what's happened. As a member of this city council, I can tell you right now, I don't know what's going on with this particular case as far as what's going to happen to this officer. I don't want to violate POBAR. I don't want to go steering into any sort of personnel gray areas, but I do believe, especially for the folks in Councilmember Hernandez's ward, they deserve an explanation, and they deserve to know that action was taken to correct this situation. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for those comments. Let me go to Councilmember Lopez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I don't think this is the time to try and chastise our community and say, well, you need to behave too, because we have on video officers, multiple officers, being inappropriate, doing what we tell our residents not to do. And so, I believe the only reason why we're even discussing this is because a council member happened to be in the area and asked, what is going on here? And one of the part of that video that was the hardest for me to watch is, you have an older lady trying to just communicate and say, what is going on? And she was ignored. And so that is not community policing. That is not how you engage or build rapport with Santa Ana residents. And I want to see moving forward. I don't know if it's a resolution or if it's an ordinance. Something that explicitly states that is not going to be allowed in the city of Santa Ana. And I would have hoped that would have already came forth from the department, but here we are having to have that conversation because that hasn't come forth from the department. So I am, disappointed all around, and I look towards seeing better behavior in the way that we engage with Santa Ana residents, in the way that we show respect to Santa Ana residents, and how we treat people in general. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go to Councilmember Fan and then Mendoza.
Thank you. Clarification, City Attorney's Office. Thank you to Mayor Pro Tem for signing some of those noise level, ordinances or provisions in our municipal code. But so are we saying that our officers are just exempt from these noise requirements in the code already?
No, Councilmember Fan. The behavior of playing loud music is completely outside of any policy that we have here. It's a violation currently. So the investigation that's ongoing will determine, did that officer violate policy? If so, he will be held accountable. Did he violate the municipal code? If so, it will be referred to the city attorney. Did he violate a criminal code? If so, it will be referred to the DA.
Thank you. So I guess I might want to ask for a little bit of an expansion of this item because it seems like loud music at night at certain times is already banned by our municipal code, and it applies to all individuals in our city, whether you are the officer, the president, the Dalai Lama, or me, right? Especially the Dalai Lama, you're right. So not that we would need to do maybe another ordinance to do that, but maybe we can clarify. I don't even think we need to clarify it in our policy. We can just make a statement that it is illegal for anybody to violate our code by playing loud music in contrary to this municipal code provision, and obviously there is an investigation regarding this individual. My concern is not that it's just loud music, it's that the purpose of playing music at whatever level that was able to be recorded by an individual seeking to audit this public employee is the problem, because the purpose of playing any type of copyrighted music at whatever level, even if it's quiet enough but still picked up by the recording device, is to prevent the recording to be posted online. Right? So to me, I think maybe to get to the issue is not so much needing further laws to prevent loud music by police officers because it's already prohibited, but to prevent our police officers or any public employee, including the council members, from using copyrighted music or materials in order to prevent the exercise of First Amendment recording. Because if, let's say, I were playing a Disney song at, 15 decibels, which is way below the threshold for loud music, and you're trying to record me as a police officer, it's going to still pick up that Disney song. And you will still be unable to post it on YouTube or any other website. Therefore, I have used this to prevent you from exercising your First Amendment right. So I guess then, I'd offer or ask my colleagues to entertain that type of policy, which should already be a common practice, right? Nobody should be trying to prevent First Amendment, free speech rights to film our public employees, and make it clear in our policy manual for our police officers.
Thank you for those comments. Let me go to, I think Councilmember Mendoza is next.
Yes. Well, I'm supportive of this recommendation, and I also would like to know, just for my own personal knowledge, is maybe when this comes back to us is what is the proper behavior of an officer when taunted? Let's say he was spit on or I know that would be probably an arrest, but what if there was no other action done by the culprit, just daunting and harassment of the officer? Is there something that is already in policy as to how the officer should conduct him or herself? And you can bring that back next time. I don't need an answer now. Or maybe just even answer that by email.
There is a lot of different operational policies that dictate officers' behavior.
Great, thank you for that. I know Councilmember Hernandez has one more comment to make. If you don't mind, let me go ahead and make a quick comment. I think everybody, we've all given really, really solid direction, and I think there's, been a lot of good comments here. I just want to say, I don't want to talk about this incident because it's under investigation and it's something that we don't want to, be invasive when it comes to, this officer's rights and the fact that there is, pending inquiries being made. I guess I'd rather talk about the practice, right? And that's really, to me, what is interesting, because I guess this is a practice that's been used elsewhere. So it's not novel to us, and this isn't first impression stuff that we've seen, I guess there's other departments in other areas. It's, odd, it's clever, I guess, if you want to think about it that way. It's certainly interesting. I would have never thought about that. But nonetheless, there's probably other ways to try to not prevent the videotaping or the documenting of an incident, but it's really the posting of it, which is what you're trying to prevent, or the circulation of it on some sort of platform. And that's really the goal. And I think that's where Councilmember Fan was coming from, which is what I was thinking about as well. It's not really the noise. It's not really, even it being a Disney song. It's anything that will prevent something that's documented from being left on a social media platform for others to see, for the public for it to enter the public domain, I guess. So, we realize that, if that were the case, then cases like what happened to George Floyd, what happened to Rodney King, would not have been seen by any of us. So it goes that deep, right? And I guess I asked myself the question is how interesting this was that it happened to occur in front of a council member's house. And I think that had it occurred someplace else, maybe this doesn't even come to light, as was mentioned. And even if it would have come to some of our homes as council members, I think it's interesting that it came to Councilmember Hernandez, because I thought he handled it extremely professionally, with restraint, with a lot of class, but a lot of also respect for his neighbors. He was speaking on behalf of not only his family, his neighbors, but I think his community. So I want to thank him for that, because I don't think many others would have been able to do that. So I certainly think that that certainly speaks well of you. What bothers me about this practice, is that we're trying to build trust with the community. We're trying to establish this relationship where we say, when you see something, say something. Well, sometimes all you can say is to videotape something or to document something. And this really chills that sort of activity. And that chills it for victims, that chills it for witnesses, and it erodes the trust that we're trying to so painfully try to stimulate between the police and the public. And so I'm really disappointed that we even have to talk about this as a practice. But, Madam City Attorney, as you go through documenting, or bringing back some recommendations for us, whether it's a resolution, whether it's a policy change, whether it's an ordinance, I think if you can look at it in light of an infringement of a First Amendment right as well, right? So it is, it is clearly that. This practice is meant to do that. It is meant to silence, the voice and the images and different ways to document an incident. So I would say we approach it from that point of view. And I just want to thank Councilmember Hernandez personally on behalf of all the residents in Santa Ana, because this is a practice that happened to occur in your neighborhood, but it could have occurred in any neighborhood in the city. So thank you for living up to that role of what a council member should be and a public servant should be. So I appreciate it. You were thrust into this. You didn't choose this. This came to you. And that's what's interesting about this, is that, it was just very interesting the way it happened. So I know you have some closing comments to make on this. I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to my colleagues for your contributions to this dialogue. I want to be transparent. There is this notion that the actions that took place in me asking for accountability, there's a notion that I see publicly, and it couldn't be further from the truth, that I am anti-law enforcement. To be pro-justice is not to be anti-anything. A lot of people are aware that I did lose a family member of mine to police violence on September 28th. And even with that experience, I didn't let that experience taint the level of humanity that I'm going to treat people with. And I hope this is a shining example to never count people like myself out, people that are the impacted, because even with all the adversity that happens in communities like mine, we don't lose hope. What a lot of people are unaware of is that the music was occurring for about 30 plus minutes before I walked out of my home. And when I walked out of my home, I saw seniors, I saw children in their pajamas, and I saw working class people walking down the street toward the music. And that's what led me to exit my home. And as I exited my home and I saw what was happening, I shared it in an interview with ABC. I said it was eerie. The reason why it was eerie is because I had went back to the trauma of the day I lost my cousin. And I thought, this may be a de-escalation. Maybe there's a child in an apartment that is going through something and does not want to come out of their house, and maybe music is being utilized this way. And as I approached the scene, I saw upwards of 25 residents out of their apartments and residents walking toward the scene. And as these residents were in their pajamas, they were pleading to please turn off the music. Why are you doing this to us? And that's when I stepped into frame in the video. And as evidenced in the video, the dialogue that occurred there, I had no idea. I'm a regular working class person who lives in my neighborhood. I'm trying to raise my daughter. My life is very simple. But I respect anybody who wakes up and chooses to serve their community, especially firefighters, especially officers that choose to put themselves second. But what that officer did that day, I have no respect for. No one is above anybody in this community. And it pains me that I had to show up in order for this to stop. And what's most unfortunate to me is that there were two other officers there that were unwilling to say something. In any profession, that is not acceptable, especially if you have a gun and a badge. This further reinforces the need as to why at our previous council meeting, I said we needed to have an ordinance brought before us for oversight. This is a pressing issue that is costing taxpayers lots of money. From 2016 to 2020, we have had a total of 207 civilian complaints filed. Only 6 ruled in favor of civilians. When it comes to use of force complaints and complaints about alleged crimes committed by police, not a single complaint has ruled in favor of civilians from 2016 to 2020. So the focus of this policy isn't just the music and the time at which music was being played. The larger conversation is the intent of why that music was being played. And as evidenced in this video, I'm not talking about anything that the public hasn't seen, this officer turns his camera on far after our initial interaction, which raises the larger question: what may have happened? What may have happened? And why was no one willing to stop that? So my question, Assistant Chief, if you could please answer this before we move forward. If there are instances like this where we see an officer take
matters into their hands, as evidenced by the officer that was in the video, is there a policy in place for other officers to step in between that, or to ask an officer to, that's not how we conduct ourselves? Is there anything? I'm trying to understand why the individuals that were with him didn't stop that. Why did it take me having to do that? I'm not going to be, I'm not all over the city. This just happened to be a very unique situation. So I'd like to know, why did it take me having to step in when there was 2 other qualified officers that could have said, hey, this is wrong?
Yes, Councilmember. Without commenting on the ongoing investigation, and to answer your question regarding the policy, there are policies in place that we have, and specifically to interfere, or not interfering, but reporting any misconduct or speaking to any misconduct that any other officers witness. So that we do have policies in place that address not just the actual misconduct, but the misconduct in the presence of other officers. We also have the policy in place that addresses specifically that no members of the department should ever interfere with the lawful recording of a person recording their actions or while they're on duty. So we do have those policies in place, and as the city manager mentioned, we have several other policies that govern the conduct of our police officers.
Thank you, Assistant Chief. Thank you for your response. That is all at this moment. And before I just finalize the direction that I want to see from our city, I want to share what my life has looked like over the last week since this occurred. I have received all of the emails that people from across this nation have sent. Even people from outside of our country, in Brazil, people from all over the world have sent emails. People have called the 8th floor. They've called police departments. I've seen all the articles. I've seen all the notifications on social media. It's a lot. But I want to share the adverse side of being an advocate for justice. In my case, it's no secret I was not elected by special interest. I ran on truth, so I govern on it. But since this event, I have had a number of hateful emails come to my council email saying that people are going to come to my community and play Disney music. If you do that, we're going to ask you to stop. It didn't have to be an officer. If this was one of my neighbors that was doing that, I would have asked them to stop too. I have seen a number of emails saying, next time Hernandez needs the cops aren't going to show up. First and foremost, I am always my first response to anybody trying to harm me. Of course, 911 is a great response, and it's a response that I respect. But no one is going to come to my community and try to harm me. That's just not going to fly. I am not somebody that people are going to say, hey, you know what, we're going to come to your community and hurt you. I don't welcome it. I don't condone it. But if that's what you're trying to do, it's not going to fly. I just want to make that clear because I've received a number of emails that have very violent intent, and people that now understand and know the area in which I live, and I just want to be very transparent. I am fully okay with you knowing where I live. And if any misconduct happens anywhere near my vicinity, you best believe I will show up. If you are my neighbor and you're not respecting our community and it's 11 o'clock at night, as evidenced, you already know I've probably talked to you on many of occasions. And I just wanted to make sure that I'm very clear that to be an advocate for justice is not to be anti-law enforcement. Justice is odious to any political boundaries. Justice is about working and helping those people that need it most. And with that being said, I look forward to you bringing us back either a resolution or an ordinance, Madam City Attorney, and thank you, colleagues, for your dialogue today.
Thank you for that. I think that brings us to city manager comments.
I'll pass, sir.
I think that's a no. Okay, great. Thank you. Let me bring it back to the council members. Let me start with Councilmember Hernandez.
Have a good night, everybody. Thank you for your time today.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I was trying to quickly get my calendar out, but there is a sunshine meeting scheduled for tonight at 6 p.m. at First Congregation Church. and this is regarding the townhome development that is has been proposed or has been submitted to the city for at the 2525 site. I will also be sending out information for my office hours later this week, if not early next week. And have a good night, everyone, or good morning, because it's 1:12 a.m.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you. I want to remind the public and everyone else here in the dais at 1:12 in the morning that April 27th is National Denim Day, and my colleague, Councilmember Hernandez, brought that proclamation last time we met, and so I wanted to remind you to please wear denim on April 27th. This National Denim Day is the longest-running sexual violence prevention and education campaign in history. This day asks for community members, elected officials, and businesses and students to make a social statement with their fashion statement by wearing jeans on this day as a visible means of protest against the misconceptions that surround sexual violence. And also that this year marks the 52nd anniversary of Earth Day, and it always falls on April 22nd. Earth Day is an annual celebration honoring the achievements and environmental movement and raising awareness of the importance of our long-term ecological sustainability. And I'm very proud that Santa Ana is conscious of this and has done many things to keep Santa Ana sustainable. What can you do for Earth Day to keep our Mother Earth healthy? Well, you can reduce, reuse, recycle, and cut down on what you throw away. Volunteer for cleanups in your community, such as our young recipient today, Micaela Andrade. You can educate your children on keeping our earth healthy. Conserve water, especially during this time of drought. Choose sustainable packaging and shop wisely. Use long-lasting light bulbs, and you can also plant a tree. And lastly, I would like to, we are closing and adjourning this meeting today in honor of a longtime resident, Michael Macris. And I had the privilege and the honor to meet Michael Macris of Macris Florists. His business was on the corner of 5th and Broadway. And for many years, I worked in that tall building on the corner right across from his business, the Macris Florist. And Michael came up with a marketing idea to give away flowers each month to anyone who requested a flower. So my colleagues and I would walk over during break and ask for our complimentary flower. And Michael always had a smile on his face and would greet us with something nice to say. Then he would carefully select the flower of the month. He would add the baby breath, and then he would carefully tie it with a matching ribbon. His marketing idea was great, as many of my colleagues and myself would purchase our flowers there at his business. The flowers really made a big impression in our office. I was working for a very hectic, very busy law firm, so it gave us an opportunity to stop and smell the flowers, and gave the office a more of a peaceful environment to offset some of that craziness that goes on in a law firm. So to the Macris family, I thank you for being part of this Santa Ana community for so many years. Macris Florist is part of the Santa Ana history. And I wish, as we say goodbye to him, and wish his family peace and comfort as Michael is laid to rest in his eternal bed of flowers. And that is my end comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I just want to take a second to recognize and thank the Parks and Rec Department for their extraordinary event this past Saturday, the excellent Easter egg hunt that they had this past Saturday, their first annual. I was blown away by the amount of people and activities and games and fun and just family good fun, seeing it and seeing how popular it was. I'm definitely going to be looking to make that an ongoing annual city-sponsored event, because it was just beautiful to see the amount of families just having a good time. And I also want to take a second to congratulate the city of Costa Mesa, who recently prevailed once again in a lawsuit. A judge just upheld its regulations of sober living homes to ensure that they are not over-concentrated, causing nuisance conditions and changing the quality of life in residential neighborhoods. Because it is likely that the court decision will be appealed, I would like to ask the city attorney to advise us on how we can join or support the city of Costa Mesa with an amicus brief or action as final decision in this case that will and can help Santa Ana, just given the amount of nuisance problems that we've had in this city and crime that come with the concentration of the many unregulated halfway homes and sober living homes. So just know that I will be bringing those down the pipeline, Madam City Attorney and Madam City Manager. Thank you and good night.
Thank you for those comments. Let me go to Councilmember Fan.
Nothing. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Thank you. Just real quickly, community office hours that I hold monthly, Saturday, May 7th, 10 a.m. over at the Upton All Access Park at Thornton Park. Usually, or at least I thought it was clearly communicated, but maybe it wasn't, for the OCTA update item. I believe it should have been on this agenda. We were apparently going to be doing it once a month, and somehow it didn't end up on this agenda. So just so that everybody hears the same thing, I'm hopeful that it will appear on the next one and that it will appear consistently once a month minimally, unless there's some reason to have it more often. And I just also appreciate that we are adjourning in memory of Michael Macris. My wife and I bought flowers from Macris Flores for our wedding, and Michael's a great guy, and it definitely will be missed. He was a lifelong elk and good man, and again, Santa Ana lost another good one. Good night.
Thank you for those comments, and I just want to thank everybody. We did some pretty historic work tonight, and we have been doing that for the past couple of years, and I just don't want that to go unnoticed. So thank you to staff, thank you to the public, thank you to members on this council. Let me go ahead and adjourn in memory of Michael Macris, and I knew Michael. He and I were colleagues on city commissions before I became a city council member, and one of the proudest things I think I had to do with Michael was appoint him as my commissioner once I became a council member. And Michael lived around the corner from us. He lived right around the corner from the Cabrillo Tennis Center, and had his, obviously, as was mentioned, his family's florist shop on the corner of 5th and Broadway for years. A little bit about him, he just had an infectious laugh. He was probably the nicest person you'd ever meet. And never had anything bad to say about anybody or anything. He just always had a very gentle way about him, but was just always, joyful. So he was 76 when he passed away on April 10th. He's survived by his, lovely wife, Tricia, son, Daniel Wiedemeyer, daughter-in-law, Erin Prangley, and granddaughter, Alexandra Wiedemeyer. And a chosen family he had collected over his life. For more than 5 decades, Mike was a cornerstone in the Santa Ana business community. He was third generation to own Macris Florist, and Mike was a lifelong member of the Elks Club and served on many city commissions, as was mentioned, from 1995 to 2021. He served on the Cable Television Advisory Board, the Civic Center Commission, the Community Redevelopment and Housing Commission, which is where I first met Mike, the Environment and Transportation Advisory Commission, Historic Resources Commission, Human Relations Commission, and the Personnel Board. He was part of the Santa Ana Historical Preservation Society's cemetery tours for a couple of years and served on the board. He and his father were involved in the float that the city of Santa Ana put in the Rose Parade. He was the president of the Downtown Santa Ana Business Association for years. He will be remembered by his family as a loving husband, father, and grandfather, and by his community as one of the most generous, involved, and passionate advocates for our city that we all loved. So let's remember Mike, let's remember people like Mike who gave so much of himself to the community that he loved. With that, we are adjourned until Tuesday, May 3rd, 2022. Thank you. Good morning.
Recording stopped.